I don't know. Blood in the water for Jimbo. getting it started. Blood in the water. Got some blood in the water tonight. What up, yo? Time for another brain drain. What up, my peoples? We've got the Auburn Tigers against the hated Texas A&M Jimbos, the Fighting Jimbos. The Auburn Tigers, of course, once again helmed by Carnell Williams, who was an absolute bringer of rain last weekend in Starkville. Ultimately, the Auburn Tigers lost. However, Caddy was blowing people away with his attitude, his infectious energy, and the fight that he summoned from his team last week was amazing. Was amazing. I was going to say impressive, but I said amazing instead. Anyway, yes, this is going to be a little bit of a different test. Texas A&M is one of those teams that has a lot of talent, but they have been struggling too, and Jimbo has kind of fallen a little bit, right? Flew a little too close to the sun with those wings of wax. We've got some super chats coming in already from some of our absolute legends. Hornatius here. Sup, Beaches. We're glad to have Hornatius back with us tonight. I think he was at a tournament to softball last week with his daughter, who is a softball star there in the greater Birmingham area. Glad to have you here. Sterling is in the house as well. What's up, man? We probably won't have many of our Ole Miss fans here tonight because they're going to be over with our friends at Neil and Chance the Yapper talking about Ole Miss's 30-24 loss at home to the hated Crimson Tide. Nonetheless, LSU is going to win the West this year, which means no Bam Bams in Atlanta. And if that happens, we can all kind of make do with that, right? I mean, we're not too upset. Canuman in the house as well says, "Go crazy, Cadillac, go crazy." I love that call. First of all, I was there. Many of you were as well. It was fun. And also to remember Rod Bramlett, who was an outstanding, of course, the voice of the Tigers for a long time until he passed away tragically. God, it seems like not that long ago, but every time that Andy Burcham posts a picture of Rod's daughter on Facebook, it's like, my God, she's completely grown. I'm about to go down that rabbit hole, and I don't want to do it. I've also got Chip in the house, the man behind these incredible glasses that have been so coveted. Here's my Commodore glass. It is empty as of right now, but it will not be much longer. Chip dropping a 2-4 in the chat. Of course, an homage to Sir Cadillac, who wore the number 24 shirt. It says, PSA, should Auburn win, we are giving out the 24 Swoogan glass a week early. Bring the heat to win it. I have been talking with Chip this week about what we might do with that 24 glass, but we decided that we would just kind of give it away, and that's what Chip does. He makes them, he sends them. If you're looking for a legend, look no further. And of course, Chip representing Lower Alabama down there in the Mobile area. Cleveland Brown. Wow, look at this, $20 coming through, my man. Thank you. Y'all stay extra hydrated tonight. I do have anti-dehydration here with our friends at BioLite, who do an incredible job with this particular thing. It's an IV in a bottle, and many things it helps you with, but overindulgence is the one that matters to me. It speaks to me because I have been known to overindulge a little bit, sometimes here on these very airwaves. Thank you, Cleveland Brown. He says, War Eagle, take a shot, Commodore. Yes, I will do that as soon as we get through this next super chat coming in from Ravine, $4.99. My man. Ready to see Caddy get this dub. War Eagle fan, let's have a great show, JG. Ravine, I don't know what else to say. He's a stud. He's been with us all this time. One of our favorite folks in the quarantine and even before that. And always part of the show, and we love him so much. So glad that you're out there watching, Ravine. Turtles in the house again. Fired up for that. El Tigre Esquire says, Wardam, go crazy. My man, I appreciate you, bro. A little bumpy ride this week on the bunk, but listen, man, I've had bumpy weeks myself, so no big deal. We are getting some questions about my mom. Thank you guys for asking and for praying this past week. When we did the show on Saturday, let me go ahead and get over to our main game page here, because that way my head's not so big. I talked about it last week that my mom, we had to call 911 for last Friday. She was in the hospital here in Jackson Hospital in Montgomery up until yesterday afternoon, and then they discharged her to a rehab facility here in town, where she's going to work on just kind of some occupational therapy, trying to get a little sharper and get a little stronger, and hopefully we get her back feeling really, really good before too long. I asked for prayers last week. A lot of folks have been doing that. I appreciate that. Her name's Carol Tate. And if you guys would continue praying for her just for strength and, just strength. Mental strength, physical strength. Every little bit helps on the strength front for sure. And I thank you guys very much for thinking about her, for asking about her. And it makes a big difference. It really does. I was kind of overcome with that because I had so many people messaging me and stuff about it. And I really appreciate y'all. She's doing good. She's fighting. That's all I can ask. AU Taxman. Oh, first of all, tonight we're going to be drinking Old Soul. This is one that I went to. This is from Columbus, Georgia. Our friends at the Bottle Shop, which is a really nice place. If you like bourbon, they go out of their way to have the good stuff. This is going to be a cask strength, uncut and unfiltered. And it is 115 proof. Major, who is my friend who works at Old Soul, gave me some deets on this particular barrel. It is 6.5 years old, I believe. Yes. 6.5 years old, and I believe this is distillate from Indiana. He does not say where it's from. I think it's by design. Or legally, he can't say where it is. My guess is that it's coming from MGP, which is up near Cincinnati, but it's actually in Indiana. And then it was aged at Cathead there in Jackson, Mississippi, in downtown Jackson, for 6 years and 6 months. So I am looking forward to this. I love the Old Souls. I will say, with this being almost 120 proof, I probably need to put just a little touch of water in that bad boy. So I'm going to do that. Nah, fuck it. We'll go straight in on this first one. So, to you, all of y'all, especially Cleveland Brown, for saying first shot Commodore. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Man, that's sweet. That's good. Ooh, I really like that. I like that one. I mean, that was really good. I've not had that. I've had Old Soul. I've had the 109. I've had the 10 type. But this is something that they put this on Instagram, and I was like, gotta have one of those. And I'd never seen the blue label like that. Man, that's good. But it definitely has that Kentucky hug there. I guess the Indiana hug in this case. AU Taxman mentions, saw where Marquise Daniels' daughter committed to women's basketball. Yes, that is true. She has been rising up through the prospect ranks, so to speak. And I would always bug him about it and say, is she going to play at Auburn? Is she going to play at Auburn? And he would love to have that happen. But he had to play coy because, she was being courted by a lot of different programs. But she did commit earlier this week to play for Coach Johnny. And I believe they're 2-0 right now. Caleb's been covering them wall to wall. He loves basketball, girls basketball in particular. So, that's great news, man. Marquise, who's been working here at Auburn, gets to stay around and watch his daughter play at Auburn, which is tremendous. And I think that program, I'll tell you what, I don't necessarily know how many teams are going to beat this year. I think they had 4 SEC wins last year. But they are absolutely going to they're going to outrun everybody. You're not going to outrun them, and you're not going to fatigue them. They are going to be indefatigable. There's no doubt about it. JC23 in the house. Decatur Tiger says that's awesome news about my mom. Thank you, man. I appreciate you pulling for her. Seriously, that means a lot because I don't feel like we don't have a lot of family. It's me and my wife and her. That's it. So I don't ever feel like we have enough prayers going up. But when you guys make it feel like it's just such a big family, and I love that about it. Let's see. Not Salty says, hey Jay, the wife is an OT. They really help your mom out. OTs are some special people. Yes, they are. I did not know what that meant until Wednesday. And I learned what an occupational therapist is. And man, we had a great one in Jackson. I forgot her name though. There's so many people, you know what I mean? But yeah, you talk about making miracles happen. Sometimes I sit at home, like, I'm a sports writer. I'm a streamer. I moderate a message board. I mean, you guys are out there doing real shit with your life. You talk about your wife being an OT. My wife runs a child care center with like 100 kids in it. Like, y'all are doing things with your life, and I'm writing about sports. Sometimes I feel pretty insignificant, honestly, when you see the work that those folks are doing, and y'all are doing too. Sam H jumping in again. Sam is with us every single week. One of the true giants of the brain drain. Dues won't make it to watching the stream tonight, but thanks for all you do. When are we draining for basketball? We always do conference games, but nothing before that. So that's kind of what we're doing. And these last couple games, I wouldn't have been able to hit anyway because I was there with my mom. So So what are you doing conference games? I figured that first one is like December 28th, 29th, somewhere in that range, I think. A. Robinson says, did y'all know it is prime time?
Is swag, baby. Who is? Oh, prime, preach.
Just as a kind of an update on the coaching search, I did a formal update at auburnsports.com on Thursday, I think it was. Haven't heard much about Dion. You guys know how I feel about him. I think he is worth the risk. I love his, just his, what don't I love about him? I love the confidence. I love the energy. I love the way that he walks into a room and you know who's running the show. And I also love that he has the personality to almost eclipse Nick Saban and Kirby Smart and others of that ilk in this part of the country and maybe the whole country. And I think it brings a credibility in a lot of corners. And, people want to say, well, he's not this and he's not that. And I'm like, bro, whatever. I don't know what he is or he isn't. But I'll tell you what, he's running a program right now at Jackson State that was kind of in the doldrums, and now they're really, really good. So let's see. Corey D says Lane is definitely coming now. Talking about the search, yeah. So from my perspective, Lane Kiffin continues to be the name I hear about the most. There was definitely an uptick last week in mentions that I have heard, people talking to me about Hugh Freeze. I've heard his name a lot more often lately, and I think some people are looking at this as, okay, we're going to have to break the bank to even kind of compete for Lane Kiffin because it's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be at least $10 million a year. Whereas with Hugh Freeze, it's going to be less money, and in a world where if you had to make a choice between spending a little bit more on the coach and a little bit less on NIL, or with like Hugh Freeze, would you spend a little bit more on NIL and less on the coach? Because Hugh would be a little cheaper. What would you do there? That's a personal choice. That is a personal choice. So we will see how it goes. I did hear a little bit more about Matt Rule this week. I'm not sure. I didn't necessarily feel like anything was like super duper going on. I wouldn't be shocked at all to think that John Cohen had spoken with Matt Rule. That would make sense to me. I also mentioned casually in one of the updates that I know Cohen, in something that I didn't expect myself, he has reached out and spoken to several candidates directly already. So this hasn't been one of those deals where it's totally back channel communications. In fact, it seems like once Cohen got here on the ground and got in gear, he's been pretty much working totally above board and going to the head coaches or to the assistants directly. And that's a refreshing change. That's not something that Auburn generally has done. And he made it a point in his press conference on Monday to say that we did hire a search firm, that a search firm is involved, but they're not giving him the list of candidates. He's coming up with that, and they're going to be basically doing some vetting and kind of behind-the-scenes stuff, administrative stuff, which I found interesting. Again, that's not very Auburn-like, and I'm not upset about it. I think that's a smart way to do it. I think that's the way I would do it. Mama Dudette says it's 1:30 a.m. here in Germany, but I'm staying up to at least watch Cadillac walk out of the tunnel. Cadillac is walking through that door, fam. And he isn't gray and old. It is great to have you here, Mamadou. Of course, our favorite Indianan coming in from Germany. Wow, awesome. Phased Eyebrow says, Ebro. Well, Eyebrow, whatever. Bless your mom, Jay. I appreciate that, man. We definitely need to, you don't need to, but I appreciate y'all doing that, kind of having her. Pocket Watch says, you're the Commodore of a sports message board. Legendary. That's very nice of you to say. Again, sometimes I wonder, like, what am I really doing with my life? But hopefully, I know a lot of you guys personally and gals in real life, and you guys are doing real stuff out there, and I appreciate what you all do doing that. A. Robinson says, do we know who he's talked to? Yeah, I mean, those two guys that I was talking about earlier in the week, I mean, obviously I know who that is. I didn't want to say the names because it just, I don't know, I felt like it, I don't know, I just didn't think it was appropriate. But I will say that they were assistants. They weren't head coaches that he was talking. The two people I was talking about there were assistants. FC Fighter 88, who earlier was passing along good tidings for my mom, and I appreciate you, bro. Was saying Lanning, talking about Lanning. I have definitely heard a uptick in names in his name here lately, and specifically, these are people in Georgia, people who are kind of helping Auburn's newfound recruiting efforts over in Georgia are hearing themselves on the ground in the state of Georgia a whole lot of support for Dan Lanning. Apparently, he is like something really, really special out there on the recruiting trail. But we know he did a great job at Georgia. I mean, he's been a recruiting coordinator before. He worked under Saban, obviously worked on the field under Kirby Smart, in a very demanding job to be the defensive coordinator for a head coach who was once himself a defensive coordinator. But his reputation over in Georgia is just really, really good among parents, coaches, like handlers, like like everybody. And so I definitely think Auburn's going to be talking to him. He came out with a statement maybe a week ago. To me, it was just kind of like a boilerplate statement about how he loves Oregon and whatnot. He has to do that. Is he going to stay at Oregon? I mean, probably, but I'm not out here a big conspiracy theorist like he's going to come. But Auburn's going to talk to him. There's not one single doubt in my mind about that. He definitely needs to be talked to, and he will. Blake R. in the house as well. Our man from Maryland, out there on the East Coast, living large and being a stud. Says, Warden, Eagle, JGT, let's slap Jimbo around tonight. You guys know how I feel about that. All of a sudden, hate for Lane and Hugh on the bunk has me LOLing. Yes, so we're sitting here. We mentioned earlier that Lane had lost to Alabama in a game that I thought Ole Miss was going to have a really good shot at. And then Hugh lost to UConn today, which, UConn, they're actually okay-ish this year because they're usually dog shit. But this year, I think they have a winning record now that they beat the Flames. But still, I mean, Liberty should be beating them. So, yeah, maybe a little drop down. I mean, the people that hate Hugh are going to use that as, fodder for this is why he sucks. Someone like Mike CB22, who absolutely hates Hugh Freeze. And then you've got people that absolutely hate Lane Kiffin or who think that it's going to cost too much. He's prohibitive. And think maybe he's a bad fit. I think he's a bad fit at Auburn personality-wise, although he's one hell of a coach. So everybody's going to have their way and have their say. This game is about to kick off, and you can see, man, if Brian Harsin had been the coach, I don't think this would have been a full house. Instead, tonight is not only a full house, but it is absolutely rocking. I was getting reports from BMAT, Caleb, Stulte, saying that it was just insane. Carnell was talking on Tiger Talk the other day about how emotional he was going to be about this, just kind of coming out of the tunnel as the Auburn head coach. Obviously in a stadium where he made his name on a national level. And they're going to go ahead and show this on ESPN, which is incredible. There he comes, coming out the tunnel. Man, I tell you, he's going to be so just out of his mind. Carnell's a guy he's very humble, and he's kind of not really a multitasker when you talk to him, you know what I mean? He kind of has his mind on one thing at a time, and I like that about him. And there's Cole interviewing him. I wish I could hear this. Cole's just as good as it gets, man. I'm so sad that the bunker didn't like him back in the day. I tried to hire him. I don't think he would be here now because he was always meant to be this guy, but I tried to hire him to be kind of a commentator for us, and he wanted to do it. But the bunker at that time was just not ready. They said he was a Bammer. I was just like, guys, he played 5 years at Auburn. Like, what do you mean he's a Bammer? But anyway, Cole is a tremendous representative of Auburn University, and he's done a hell of a job kind of working his way up. And believe me, he started at the bottom. He did games that I didn't even know who the hell what these teams were, and he's made it all the way up to the SEC. There he was giving a hug to Brett Whiteside. And, yeah, it's going to be a big-time night. Blake, I appreciate you, bro. My man, Mr. Monson says, JG, glad to hear your mama's doing better. If I can do anything, just holler. Appreciate you, man. I saw you had a good week, too, man. That looked like a lot of fun and good stuff for your daughter. I mean, good time. It's great to see her so happy, man. Look at the drip, man, on Cornell tonight. I mean, my God. I wish I could pull off a suit like that. Not me. There's Cole again. He looks kind of like a priest with that outfit, doesn't he? I feel like a stranger who Brian Matthews referred to as feels like a stranger on the bunker, on the rundown the other day. I apologize for that for him, on behalf of him. He says, word up, Lego, healing vibes to the legendary mom of Commodore. It's caddy time. Got a lot into that super chat right there, bro, and I appreciate you doing that, man. Yeah, for sure. B. Lloyd in the house. What up, man? Says prayers up for Carol Tate, absolute legend. She is. She is. I should have a picture of her, but I don't have one right here with me. I have one downstairs. But anyway, yeah, she's bringing it, man. And she's what she's got to do is she's got to get up and walk. And right now, not so much. And she's struggling a little bit. She's mad at me because she says that she's in there because of me. Basically meaning like, why did you have to take me to the hospital? But what am I gonna do? What am I going to do? Quan in the house. Quan, I'm so glad. Quan is one of the success stories, I think, of the brain drain because his grandma had absolutely checked out on Harrison and had gotten almost bitter about him being there. But now he's gone. And he's replaced by a caddy. And it's all good. So that's a win right there. We must protect this house. Boom, boom, boom. There you go, Quan. One of our Montgomery legends in the house. For show, for show. Turtle says ESPN should have Cole and Greg do the Iron Bowl over the Nimrods they use. That's an interesting idea. I like that. I don't know as though Cole, yeah, he could do that. It'd be kind of a stretch. I think he's really good at what he does, Is the chat being weird tonight again? I promised you guys I was going to restart the chat my computer last week, and I did. Looks like it's doing okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we're fixing to kick off. Let me go ahead and change this so we can represent properly. All right, we are now kicking that bad boy off. Let's see. Jack says, every time Cadillac talks, it gets me super hyped, but that walkout made me shed a tear. Can't explain why. It's really kick-ass to see a guy that humble and that appreciative, a guy who gets Auburn really, really well, Having a chance like this is unbelievable. Shane Hunt says Carol Tate is swag.
Who is swag, baby?
That's pretty funny, Shane. Good stuff. Thank you. Timothy B was also overcome by emotion watching Cornell coming out of the tunnel. It was pretty cool, man. I'm on the air right now, but if I wasn't, I'd be pretty fired up. All right, War Eagle 0008 says he from the South and I'm from the South. War damn Eagle. He from the South. All right, so Texas A&M's going to take over. 1st and 10 on the 35 because that kickoff went out of bounds. And we will see. One of the big stories last week was that Auburn was rotating a bunch, particularly up front, moving Jason Jones. Got a lot of run here. He's starting this game. Jason Jones got a lot of run. Emba got like 15 to 20 snaps, which is a lot for him. And so we'll just see if they rotate. Jason Jones was in there for that first snap. And we'll see if he sticks around. Now, last week he played a bunch in the first quarter, and then it tailed off. And then Marcus Harris played a bunch more second quarter on. So we'll just kind of see how they distribute those snaps. Okay, so they're going to go Marcus and Jason right now inside with Derek Hall, and I imagine that's Colby over there. Can't see the number. Fat Crack in the house. Oh, hold on. Plains Old Joe. I'm sorry, bro. Plains Old Joe, whom we have met, who came to a rundown not too long ago. Says, War Time Eagle fam, let's prove our turf, our agricultural school. If we know one thing, it's turf. Also, let's put the death nail in Jimbo and make him spend $85 million. I don't know if they would do that, but they probably the one program that has enough money to do things like that. A&M has an absolutely massive amount of money. That's a solid open field tackle by Owen Papo. That's still going to be 3rd and 3 for them. But that's as good. I thought Papo had a bad read on that first run, but had a nice play there for show. Plains Old Joe, appreciate you. I don't know where you're actually from, though, bro. I mean, I know who you're pulling for, but, yeah. Whatever. You're representing your people well. Appreciate you, man. Also, Fat Crack jumping in. 3rd and 3, and they're not going to get there. Jason Jones made a big play there. He was pushing that pile. That guy was definitely not going to make it. Fat Crack in the house, as I mentioned. JGT, I hope all has been well with you and yours. Here's to a good game, Ward Eagle. I love that, bro. Thank you for the backup on that. Yeah, my mom is doing better. She is doing better, little by little. Little by little. D. Lucky says, did I hear correctly? We won the toss and chose defense instead of deferred. Interesting. Did that happen? I don't know. I don't know. Newman says, legend in the chat. To D. Lucky being there. That punter went down on that kick. Let's see. Is there a penalty marker down for that? I don't think there is. Oh, there is. Plainsville Joe, he said he's from Anniestown. Is that Anniston? Let's see if there's a legitimate call here or not. Nah. Well, I mean, Omari did run into him, I guess. Guys, I'm not even gonna get. I'm not gonna get into this about you know what I mean about whether that's legit or not. After that crazy play in the Kentucky game last week, where the punter, the snap went over his head and he went back there and fielded the ball, and then they called a roughing penalty on the guy who hit him. Like that's a live ball. Like what the hell? Looks like our chat widget's kind of acting a fool again. I don't know why it does that. Auburn's defense is still pretty damn salty, though, you know. It's still pretty salty. Playing with more passion. And hell, they had a great, if you guys are big PFF people, God, Owen Papo was just lost on that one. If you're a big PFF person, you saw that Owen Papo had his highest rating, highest grade, I should say, last week. That he'd had since the San Jose State game. I mean, he'd been miserable and actually played pretty well last week. I mean, you start kind of thinking, like, is this really a coaching situation? Simp missed a tackle there, but he did enough to slow him down, I guess. Let's see, D. Lucky says he's flying blind tonight. Lil D. Lucky has a basketball game starting in 15. It is that time of year, isn't it? Warwick in the house. Warwick had himself a bountiful breakfast today. Indeed, he had sausage balls, among other things. And that was a lot of people had opinions about that. Yeah, for sure. El Tigre says, I don't see our guys wearing stupid back pads with tramp stamps like Bammer players. Tramp stamp. I love that. 3rd and 3, and Texas A&M takes a very deep shot and does not get it. Looks like Keontae was playing that carefully and ultimately was playing it legally. That's the way you like to see it. Warwick jumps in to say it was fire. His breakfast at Hamburger Heaven, I believe, is where it was. Ooh, Keontae got there a little early, but hey, man, it happens. Crocky Poo jumping in says, how about them Gunners? Let's go Tigers, Wardham Eagle. Talking about Arsenal, of course, who are playing Wolverhampton today. I don't know the final score of that one, but I will take your word on that, Crocky Poo. My Manchester United flunkies are playing tomorrow. Let's see. Ravine says, I love the aggressive call to try and block that first punt. Hadn't seen us try that in a while. Yeah. Also, Jacob asking, time for Drain. We going to have Coach Hunter at halftime? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I will check with him. I thought last week, we did not have him last week, that's for sure. He had a kind of a specific, he was at a wedding last week, and he's been super busy here lately, just in his regular life. But I think he's probably good today. He's probably relishing an opportunity to not be working. Let's see. So we got Malcolm, John Samuel. Jeez, that took every every ounce of speed he had to get away on that bootleg. But man, he got it done. The intel I got from this week was that Auburn was going to push the run more, and the one word the guy I was talking to about it, who would know what was going on, just said misdirection. Look for misdirection. I didn't. He's out of the 20, whatever. He's out again. I mean, I just interpreted that meaning they were going to try to push power counter more than they were last week. Or that could mean like reverses. Although you can't really use that as a paradigm, can you? I'm going to check with Coach Hunter right now. Oh, no. Is Malcolm down? That is Malcolm. Well, it's not ideal. Malcolm is really there's Coach Ike right there, bottom right. And I can't see who else is out there. Oh, it's Carnell. There was another assistant coach over here. Couldn't tell who that was. Coach Hunter says he's good. Okay, Coach Hunter's good, Jacob, so that's what we're going to be doing. Man, what is that? Man, I can't believe that. So surprised that widget is giving me attitude. I restarted. I did my best. A. Robinson says, did the Eagle fly good? Listen, man, the Eagle flew incredible tonight. It's Caddy's night, so he knew it was time. Yeah, Blake says Robbie can fly. He really, man, he showed all that speed right there. It was crazy. But apparently that injury situation with Malcolm Johnson Jr. did not look good. That's not ideal. Timothy B says Robbie showing flashes of Nick Marshall. You know, that's the thing. I feel like he can be that quarterback attack guy. Now, to be fair, Robbie didn't have the arm that Nick does, and particularly arm strength, because Nick had insane arm strength. Accuracy was just okay. Obviously, Robbie's is not awesome either, but I think he could be kind of like Nick Marshall. I don't know. They don't usually use him between the tackles as like an inverted veer type runner the way that Nick could and did. But there's other ways to do it. I'm curious. I haven't even looked this up. The idiot that got on the bunker and said Carnell's stupid, he shouldn't be the interim head coach. I wonder if he's even posted again. Because he probably should just go home, right? And just never post again. He hasn't posted since, he decided to not post since then. It's been 12 days. He said, quote, listen to this dipshit. Although we love him as an Auburn great, he's unfortunately relatively low IQ. What? He makes the champ and Harlem Nights sound like the Harvard grad when he talks. My God, man. There's just people on the board that are just like, they're just so detached from reality. You just can't even like it's just so stupid. Again, Carnell's been super country since the day I met him. He's just a country dude, man. But he ain't dumb. And if you listen to him on Tiger Talk, as I have, and maybe you all have as well, because it's actually been worth listening to lately, he ain't dumb. He's got some really interesting things to say. And he is way more interesting than Brian Harsin ever was. That is 100% sure. I would like to have heard that conversation between Cadillac and Jimbo Fisher. I think that would be an odd conversation. You know, they've kind of been tangentially related in the sense that they are both SEC guys. Nice run by Tank. He got himself a nice seam up that left side B gap, and he was gone. It's a nice run right there. Mama Do That said, "Is the Eagle swag?"
Who is swag, baby? Who is?
Ooh, prime preach. Real Deal's in the house. What up, Real Deal? He is one of our favorites from the greater Huntsville/Madison area. He is actually Team Huntsville, but I never want to leave anybody out up there in North Alabama because I love guys on both sides of the fence. You know, on one side you've got Real Deal as a Huntsviller. Rice DP, or Rice is a Huntsviller. Josh the Cat is a Huntsviller. Dob the Bomb is a Huntsviller. And then you've got legends like D. Lucky and Easterwood out in Madison. So we love them all. Plum Jam says, yeah, that dude needs to scat. We love Caddy here. Yeah, it's not even the fact that we love Caddy. It's that, like, that's just not true. Like, you're just making stuff up. It's not his fault that you can't understand country dialect when you live in Alabama. You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. I thought that run was going to pop, and that tackle was ready to get down. Oh, Miadro, yes. He says, Mark Stoops coached like he was leaving for somewhere today. Yes, Kentucky lost to Vanderbilt. The hell, man? Kentucky's been playing like ass ever since they lost at Ole Miss. And, I mean, they've won some games, but they've still played like ass. And, man, yikes, dude. What is that? Yeah, that's a name you don't hear down here at all. Remember in the beginning, some people were like, Mark Stoops, guys. I was like, I don't know. There you go. Robbie with a nice throw down the middle to John Samuel, just sitting in the seam. I take it back. My bad. My eyes ain't what they used to be. Man, they really sucked those linebackers in on that one, didn't they? Yikes. A Real Deal, I got to get back to that. My man, Pipe, says, what's up, JGT? Boiler up, for sure. My man was involved in the Purdue-Illinois game today. with I believe the Boilermakers pulled that one out. But the real news was that pipe layer that was banging the drum today. The big-ass Purdue drum. What a stud that guy was, Pipe. Appreciate you, bro. Notice that Mamadou Dad is our favorite Indianan. You are our favorite Ohioan. Well, you and Daphne. And of course Pipe Jr. So real deal says the elves are ready for Mordor. Is that some kind of a when it comes to you and Mrs. Real Deal, I always kind of wonder a little bit, like where you're going with that. Because I could see her dressing. I'm not going down that road again. I'm going to get in trouble. She's going to whip my ass. Actually, I don't know if she would whip my ass. She would just, cast a spell on me and kill me. I'd die. She would laugh at me. She would laugh in my face as I died. She's a killer. Don't cross her. You know better than I do, though. Anyway, Auburn got a first down. Jarquez Hunter, a little extra effort there. Got him over the line, so to speak. The line to gain. A.E. Robinson says, this is a good drive. Yeah, it's been kind of some different stuff going on, and it's been working. A little bit of passing, a little bit of running, a little bit up the middle, a little bit outside. Patrick P. says, am I allowed to say that I like Will Friend at offensive coordinator? Do we have a boo?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
That's what I'm saying about that. Ambitious Engineer says 3 running backs on the field. I did not check that. Good eye. Obviously, we've seen 4 and 27 out there, but I hadn't seen 22 yet. But you have. A little bit of a... Let's see what that is. I love it when they start pointing at each other. No, he did it. Also, we got to mention that Austin Troxell, out for the season, right, guys? We wrote about this, it's been days ago now. Suffered a season-ending knee injury. Another one for him. I think that's his 4th of his career. And he's going to be out for the season, unfortunately. And that's awful. You can see Brendan Coffey, number 55, is going to play right tackle in his stead tonight. Alec Jackson, who's PFF has not been a big fan, one would say, of Brendan Coffey's work at right tackle, but we will see what happens. Timothy B says, I want to cry. I love this new Auburn team so much. It does kind of feel like it's a new Auburn team. It really does. This team, this version plays so hard. And they, not to say like the last team was soft or anything. I'm not saying it's the same guys, but oh God, Robbie just fumbled the ball. Making the most out of a bad situation on 2nd and 13 right there, but it's still going to be 3rd and 11. Let's see. Warwick says, I said earlier in the chat that Will Friend was about to murk these ATM fools. We're going to see a Bobo offense. Interesting. Wow. Council was certainly extending on that play, wasn't he? Dang, 3rd and 10, and the mesh just got attacked on that one. Yeah, we would call that a mesh charge back in the day. They were all over that. There really wasn't a good option there. So, are they going to bring McPherson out here, or are they going to go for it on 4th and 9-ish? Maybe 8? No, it is officially 4th and 9. I would like to see McPherson here. I would. Of course, Anders Carlson out for the season. He actually injured a shoulder trying to stop that kickoff return last week, which he was successful in doing. They're going to go ahead and punt. I feel like McPherson could make this kick, guys. I do, but I realize it's a really long kick, and you put yourself in a bad situation if he misses it because you give him the ball at the 35. But, I don't know, man. I bet he could hit this, but they're not going to do it. They're going to take a delay, and which is fine since they're so close, since they're so far downfield. Live to punt. Patrick P. I'm going to be 80 years old. We're going to be joking about live to punt. Crocky Poo's confused. He's saying, what? Kick it. I agree. Oh, Adam says super windy on the field from reports. Now, that is true. Now, I'm in Montgomery, which is about 40 miles west of where they're at. But it's been windy as hell here all day. So, good point on that, Adam. Good call. I bet that factors in. Little Bootski from the gritty Australian. And that ball is fielded at the 8 or the 9, depending. And so that's where the Aggies will take over here. What about midway through the first quarter with guest host Pipe Layer Nick? We love having Pipe in the house. What a stud that guy is. Unbelievable. So my Fitbit quit again. I think I've had like 10 Fitbits in my life. I've paid for 3. They always fail, and I had it fail again. So I'd actually borrowed my daughter's Apple Watch. It's like 3rd generation. Yeah, it's pink. I don't care. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I need something that will, like, alert me on my wrist about shit that's going on. And I don't know how I feel about this. Everything keeps popping all the time. I got it set for, like, Twitter pops and all that stuff. And anything that BMAT or Stoltze or Auburn or the Raiders tweet, like, pops on my wrist immediately. It's getting kind of old. I realize I could probably change the settings on that, but I don't feel like I know what I'm doing. Tripp says, how many times has Ashford dropped the ball? Well, tonight once, but yeah, that's part of the deal with him, right? He could be a little fumble prone. He was a big part of why Auburn was leading the country in fumbles at one time. I don't know if they are still doing that. I haven't checked lately. I was actually looking for a follow-up on Real Deal. Did he say anything about that? Yeah, I didn't see any follow-up on that. That's all right. Got to restart these. I got to restart the widget periodically just to kind of get it going again. We thought that maybe restarting would have fixed it, but it didn't. So I don't know what the solution's going to be on that one. Spicy Pieces can't be mad about that first drive establishing the line. You know what? I think you're right, and they did some decent stuff there. I would agree with that. Let's go ahead and get some of these numbers updated so I can feel good about that. Robbie Ashford is currently, he's 100% passing, guys. He's 1 of 1 for 11 yards. Running the football, he has 3 carries for 14. Sir Tank has 4 carries for 22. And Sir Jarquez has 2 carries for 13. So, yeah, they're running the football reasonably well there. Just kind of, as my Raiders often do, just kind of slowed down there as they got close to the pay dirt, as the kids say. Now Auburn got caught inside on that run right there, but DJ James, as he often does, gets outside pretty quickly, makes it happen. Let me get these third down stats. Auburn on, let me see this. Third down. They are 0 for 2. The Auburn Tigers are 1 for 2. All right. All right. We are now fully updated on our stats there, guys. Still kind of early. Let's see. Adam H. says, you Harsin watches? I don't know what that means. Ooh, nice tackle there from Marquise Burks. Yes, it was. Nice tackle. Just kind of held on and got him down. SS Austin asks a good question. Does Ole Miss losing help get Lane? I don't know. I don't know if it really plays a role. I mean, the potential exists for that to be kind of a reminder to Lane Kiffin that maybe there's a ceiling at Ole Miss. Do you know what I mean? They had an opportunity to get to Atlanta today. Had Arkansas beat LSU and had they beat Bama, they would have had a path to getting to Atlanta for the first time ever. But that didn't happen on both counts. And so, maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's a reminder that there's kind of a cap at Ole Miss maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it's a great program. But it's not Auburn. I mean, they don't have the resources and they don't have the history that Auburn does. And my friends over there at Rebel Grove will be mad at me for saying that, but you got to be real. Dan Turtle. There's one from the past. Anyway, good question, SS Austin. Good stuff. Patrick P says Raiders will have another new coach next season. Probably. They're playing the Colts, which apparently is going to be the national game tomorrow, the afternoon game. And jeez Louise, man. I mean, that's probably the 2 worst teams in football. I mean, the Texans are probably worse, actually. But, I mean, if the Raiders can't beat the Colts at home with their situation, with the Colts situation, dude, let's just Let's just fire him. It's so stupid that I'm not the person to do that, but I mean, let's just be real about it. Turtle says he's winning $7.22 on his fantasy lineup. Anyone want to borrow some money? I love it. 3rd and 2. They're going to hand that ball off. Oh, no. They wrapped him up, but he was just he was heading downfield anyway. Do you think Harsin watches? Oh, shit. You know what? I was thinking about my watch, and then... No, I don't. Long story short. Hey, you Law 20, what's up, bro? This is Ward M. Eagle Biznatches, sipping on some smooth blends to enjoy. Ooh, look at you. Some smooth blends to enjoy watching our last home SEC game until week 5 against the Leg Humpers next year. Wow, there's going to be a lot of changes in the Auburn world between now and that game. Lots and lots of changes. And I think there'll be good changes. I really do. I think that John Cohen, I don't know him very well, but I trust John Cohen. If you hang out with him, you kind of trust him, you know? He's got a real Hal Baird vibe about him. And I love me some Hal Baird now. Hal Baird is my kind of guy. At Tate State, Hal Baird was our Hall of Fame AD. Absolutely. And then when he retires, then somebody like John Cohen would take over. That's the kind of guy I want running my department. I love me some Alan Green, but I also like somebody who runs shit from the front, has a ton of accountability, which I didn't think Alan did, and I told him. God, my phone's blown up. I told him that more than once. Not that he asked. He didn't really ask, but I still told him anyway because I felt like I owed it to him. Joko wants to know, what's the drink of choice? So this is from, what up, guys? I saw Schmetting there. Schmetting did not have his backward hat on either. It's a big day. Papo, get some, buddy. Here you go. Old Soul. This is going to be the cask strength, 115 proof. This was distilled, I'm assuming at MGP. It's in Indiana. At MGP, they're near Cincinnati, and then this went straight to Mississippi, to Old Soul there in downtown Jackson, and was aged 6 years and 6 months. Got this over in Columbus. This was $70, I think. And I think it's freaking delicious, man. Old Soul's stuff is good, like legitimately. I don't drink much of their 90 proof stuff because to me, I don't know, I just feel like there's a lot of really good bourbons in that price range. I think it's a little too expensive for what it is. But their single barrel and their cask strength stuff and anything like the tintype is really good. I love it. Let's see. Corey D says Jordan Hare is much louder tonight than the Ole Miss Stadium was for their big game. Interesting. Jordan Hare also, it gets really loud. It's just kind of set up that way. I don't know as though Ole Miss, it's louder than it used to be, the way that it's set up, but it's still not super loud. Kunuman jumping in again. Says, go crazy, Commodore BDJ. Go crazy. BDJ. I'm glad somebody calls me that. The Runner 24 says, Sanders or Lanning beats down Georgia next week, in week 5 next week. Sanders, I don't know, man. Runner, we have that in common, my man. We both think that Prime would be a great fit at Auburn, but I don't think that's going to happen. We still got a little ways to go before the finish line. You never know how it happens. It's kind of a circuitous route sometimes, but I still think right now that Hugh Freeze and Lane Kiffin make a lot of sense. We know Auburn. I know. We all know Auburn has been in contact with them, at least unofficially, and Cohen may have spoken to one of them this week. I don't know for sure. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. Also, Corey D mentions, how awesome was the facility? Talking about Auburn opening the new Walt Waltzo's family facility finally after, a couple, 3 years of building. Unbelievable. I mean, it's like a rocket ship in there. It's exactly what I would have expected. Josh Pate, who's, I don't know if you guys watch his show on a competing network, but he's an absolute stud. He actually used to work in Columbus. I met him when he worked in Columbus, Georgia, many years ago. The Late Kick with Josh Pate. He's so good, and he's a really good human being. But anyway, he was talking about the facility, and I chirped in and said, "It's what amazed me about it. First of all, it's so nice as to be almost farcical. Like it's so big and nice and like space agey. But the thing that really weirded me out about it the most was Auburn has an indoor facility right now, like right off the old complex. You guys have probably been in there because it's been open so long. It is so freaking loud in there. Like the air conditioning is like I can be standing like, I don't have the best hearing in the world. I could be standing 5 feet from somebody, I can't hear them. They're just like, and all I hear is, in this new place, you can hear a pin drop. And that dude that was like leading the tour is obviously involved in the engineering of this place or whatever. He was explaining in great detail about the care they took and how the air conditioning works here so that it wouldn't be loud. My God, it's so quiet in there. So I think that's good from a coaching perspective. At least your guys can hear you now. Turtle says, JGT, how much faith do you have tonight? Wish I had more. Hope we're going to do another bourbon tasting up there before too long at the Nook in Huntsville. I got a big crush on Faith. Woo, that's my kind of girl. She's a lot of fun. And she knows her shit on the bourbon tip for sure. Let's see. Goose Flat says, JGC, if we hired Lanning, could we get Muschamp as DC? I mean, yeah, could. Sure. Why not? I just think Lanning, you're getting a little ahead of yourself on that one. I don't know how serious he is on this one. I just don't know. You know, he's in his first year at Oregon. They're having a great year. And they really needed someone to come and have a great year. Because they've had a little instability there. I mean, Mario did a pretty good job there. But he kind of bounced to Miami, which kind of cheapened the Oregon brand a little bit. And then Lanning's definitely restoring that. So they're going to do everything they can to keep him. And I think, for me, if I was his agent, I would probably try to stay at Oregon. I mean, he's doing great. And Oregon's a good team. It's a good program. And I don't necessarily think, I mean, Lincoln Riley's a problem out there. But a lot of these other cats aren't. When you come into the SEC, dude, everybody's a problem. So you better be ready to go. Spicy Pete, what are you... That's a good question. Global Exec says, did Gus get his $2 million back? You know, Gus famously put in the first $2 million on that complex. I don't know if you can't really rescind that, can you? Maybe it's one of those deals where you put in your $2 million, but then they send you a check for 17, like they did, and you just say, fuck it, we'll just call it even. There's that misdirection right there. Didn't work super well. Oh, no, I take that back. Ooh, that's a 50-yard run on a misdirection play. I love it. And here I was saying it didn't work. Unbelievable. What am I doing? Yeah, watch this misdirection. I love it. Everybody going one way except for Tank and Camden Brown, who did enough. He did enough. Look at Carnell running with him. He still had the acceleration. Did you see that, guys? Now, you can't see it in that shot, but Carnell was right. There he is. Oh, man. If I was a tailback running down the sideline and my coach was keeping up with me, holy shit, man. I'd be my fastest 40 ever. Oh, shit. Whoa. Boy, that drive escalated quickly, did it not? That ball was so well thrown that I think Javarius was like shocked. Here comes McPherson coming in for the extra point. What an incredible throw. I mean, I realized he wasn't pressured. The receiver was wide open. So, I mean, you know, he executed and got it done. But, man, that throw was like right. What a turnaround on that one. You got that end around. Well, it wasn't really an end around. I can't. I have to look at the replay to know exactly what was going on. But you got Tank coming around the end. That's essentially a wheel route, and then the ball is like so perfectly thrown. And we don't say that very often with Robbie. Great catch by JJ on that. Man, nice. It's a nice set of calls there, huh? Look at this. Terrence says, can anyone think of a scenario where Caddy gets the job at the end of the year? I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I think there is a scenario. I think it's not necessarily that Caddy gets the job. It's that you can't tell him no, right? So let's say let's say they come out here and they whoop A&M's ass. That's not enough. And then you beat Western next week, and then you've got an Iron Bowl, right? And let's say Auburn goes out there and just annihilates Alabama. I mean, that's like a 5% chance in Tuscaloosa, right? But, I mean, it could happen. Alabama's not what they usually are right now. They're still really good, but interesting to see 93 taking the kickoff there. Did a hell of a job with that one. At some point, if he were to win all those games, you'd have to kind of wonder. Yeah, they're going to do the replay and show Caddy. I mean, he's moving pretty damn fast considering he's wired. You know what I mean? He's got a headset on. I'm sure on the headset it's like, thanks, Caddy. Here, pull your fucking headset up for next time. I feel like a stranger jumping in says, Caddy got those boys running to the Gulf Coast offense. $1 to Gorgeous Al Borges. Let me give an applause for Gorgeous Al. We love Al Borges. Yeah, a little shift action and some of that misdirection action. That was a very, very interesting 2 plays right there. Very successful plays, I might add. AU Taxman says, looks like a real offense. It is so weird. You're right. You're absolutely right. My question is, this was not achievable before? There was no way to do it? Guys, there's no way we can fucking thoughtfully sequence powers and counters. What do you think we are? Bill Belichick? You think we're Josh McDaniels? I'm not Sean McVay, okay? Yes, it can be done. Connor Wegman is out on the run, and Keontae Scott says, not for much longer. Cleveland Brown, my man, what's up? Says, I sang the fight song at the top of my lungs, LFG. Look at you, man. And just in honor of you, I'm gonna hydrate. Your hydrations are. You know, he's not wearing those glasses that part in the middle anymore. So that's like one thing I don't hate about him now. Jimbo Fisher, I'm talking about. Thank you for the thumbs up, by the way, whoever dropped that for me. Miadro says, as Harson throws his kale smoothie across the living room. No, that's funny right there. Auburn's got this covered really well, except for that part. I thought they were going to call Jalen on that. They did not. Kind of got away with one there, I think. Canoeman again. It's his third super chat. It says, smash the like button, everyone. Go crazy. Please smash that like button. I do appreciate that, y'all. When you do that, it just kind of helps me with YouTube. They see me as more legitimate. And also, I don't know if this has ever been proven, but I think it puts me up in the queue as far as how quickly they render my videos. I think they look at it and they go, well, he's somebody that gets a lot of thumbs up. We'll do it quicker. Okay, well, thank you. John D says, scheming someone open. What a concept. Yeah. It's a little surprising. Pipe says, smash the 5-star button. Pipe, I wish we'd had some of this in Punta Cana, my man. This old soul. Cask strength, 116 proof? 115 proof. This is muy delicioso, guys. I didn't even know this existed until I think my man Matty C sent me Instagram on Thursday night and said, bro, because he knows I'm a big old soul fan. And so that had to be gotten for the show. Chris M, number 19, says, consider that like button smashed, Commodore. Thank you, bro. Hey, he says, hey, I smash anything the Commodore says. And then the wife goes, what? What did you say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. First quarter ends. The Auburn Tigers ahead 7-0 over the Fighting Jimbos. All of America roars with approval because nobody likes Jimbo Fisher. Even Texas A&M fans don't like him. Ammo Tiger says, who does Jimbo yell at first? You know what I'm talking about. He's already cussed somebody out. I guarantee it. Leafy's in the house says, War Eagle, banger, 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 banger. I love it. I hate exclamation points in my personal life, but I appreciate you using them. Pipe says, bro, you had plenty before the Dominican party. Yeah. I did bring my own bourbon. Me and Weatherford, and actually, and Cuz do that too. Chris M says, sorry, honey, JG said I had to. Yeah, I don't want to get crossways of your wife either. Now, I do feel confident she could whip my ass, but hopefully that never comes to that. Yeah. Chris M's wife's she's an assertive person. If she asks me to do something, I do it, and I do it with a smile. Absolutely. Self-preservation. Turtle says to the 159 people here, why does Jay only have 6 likes? Now, according to me, on the data that I have here on my stream deck, I've gotten 64. So we're a little higher than that, but nonetheless. Corey G says, after tonight, does Jimbo get fired? That's an interesting question. I don't know. Actually, something funny happened the other day. I accidentally texted Courtney Rowland, who covers A&M for our rivals A&M site. Courtney Rowland's this great, great girl who's just gorgeous and fun and knowledgeable and just great. And I was trying to text my wife some. Her name's Courtney, too. And I sent it to the wrong Courtney, but fortunately it wasn't anything shady. And then I realized it, and I was like, oh, my God, I sent it to the wrong Courtney. I should have asked her at that point, is Jimbo going to get fired? But I didn't. I don't think they're going to fire him. It'd be $85 million to do that. Chris M says, I live in constant fear. It's fine, LOL. There's Suni Lee and other Auburn gymnasts. Yeah, if you guys want to hear Dion, we can do that.
Who is Sweat, baby? Who is? Oh, crime, preach.
All right, so we start the second quarter with A&M on the run here. And they're going to do a little rollout, flare pass to their tight end. Good little play there. Got about 20 yards on it. Cam Riley had to make the stop. Looks like he may have injured that young man. Football is a nasty sport as far as you just, got him in the wrist. Let's see. Cleveland Brown says, I'm not sure you've ever heard of Mayor Prigney Bourbon, Red Label, 4 years. It's from the Valentine Distilling Company out of Detroit. I got a chance to try it yesterday, and it's pretty damn good. I have never heard. Oh, no. Jeffrey Emba's off. Jeffrey Emba? He got hurt, huh? I have not heard of that, but I am always open to new ideas. 5 years ago, if you'd said that, I'd been like, I've never heard of it. I don't like it. But I would try that. Hell yeah. Good idea, Cleveland. Corey G says, that's what I told my wife as well. I love it, man. Us married guys, we've learned how to adapt, You have to. You have to, or else you're going to be dead. Or broke. Or both. My wife would do both if push came to shove. I feel like that. Leafy says Auburn is best. Auburn's really good at some stuff. You're right about that. Auburn is really good at a lot of stuff. Let's see. Chris M says JG Costco had a Jefferson's Expressions combo pack for reasonable money, like 5 versions in mini bottles. Worth it? ? What? Costco's probably not going to be super expensive, so that's probably worth it. For me, Jefferson's is just a soft bourbon. It's just like doesn't have much punch. It tastes kind of watery to me. Which isn't bad. There's times when that's really cool, and you want that. I probably like my stuff a little harsher than that. But if you think that you're the kind of guy that would like something, and I don't mean that as like a real man drink heavy. I mean, it's all personal preference. Some people like high proof, and some people don't. I've been kind of skewing a little higher here lately. I like stuff in the 110 to 120 range. But if you're somebody who likes it more in like the 90 to 100 range, I think that's worth it. Yeah, give it a shot, man. That Ocean Aged at Sea, some of those, the cask strength version of that, pretty damn good. So that might be one of the ones you get in there. I'd hit it. Absolutely. I think I would. They also have, the last few times I've been in Costco over there at East Chase, they've had like a Knob Creek, which is that is a really good, delicious bourbon. It gets overlooked because it's so common, but it's good. And you can get like a fucking half gallon for like, what is it, $35 over there? That is 100% worth that. Oh, that little pickage? Is that a little pickage? They're saying he was down, but it was a pick. DJ James with a pick. Another takeaway, guys. Do you remember what it was like? We would go a month without seeing Auburn defense have a takeaway, and they had 3 last week, and now another one? This is crazy. I don't even have a soundbite for that. Do we have a soundbite for that, guys? Hey, drop the fucking donut and let's get a soundbite for that. We don't have anything? You have absolutely nothing.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
No, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Give me the one from Donkey Kong, man. No, not that one. Give me the other one from Donkey Kong. We'll take it. We'll accept that. Sorry, Alabama lost. Oh, wait, they didn't. Never mind. Nathaniel's fired up. Says, what a takeaway. That was a very eyes forward kind of play. I like that. Big time, big time, big time. And our chat hasn't reset in a minute. Sorry, guys. I'll fire it up. Those of you who are watching the show on YouTube, which should be a lot of you, you can see the chat there on YouTube, and that populates correctly. Sometimes our chat there on the actual show can lag a little bit. I thought that by restarting I would be helping last week, and I did that, but it didn't fix the problem. So I will manually reset it, but sometimes I get a little caught up in our show, and I don't manually reset it often enough. There you go. Joko says no interception. What? Auburn RN says might have been a. First of all, if you're an RN, I love you. I love RNs now more than ever. Said it may have been a trap. Aquan says I need to get the Sonic rings. I will write that down, dude. I love me some Sonic the Hedgehog from I was going to say 97. 87 is what I meant. I will add that. I always take requests, man. You guys come up with some stuff. If you say, hey, JG, that ought to be a soundbite on the show, I'll do it. Hell yeah, I'll do it. Spicy Pieces, LOL, get it together, Denton. No, it's not Denton. Denton's working, man. Denton's working, man, now. Working at Publix, which is a great company to work for, by the way. I mean, they bring it. I mean, if you're going to go work for somebody, Publix is pretty good. I guess we all work for somebody, don't we? Even Courtney will be like, hey, how are things going on the brain drain? I'm like, hey, I'm doing the show. Get off me. Let me update some of these numbers while we're on a commercial break. Robbie Ashford is now 2 of 2 for 27 and the touch. Do I have enough? I don't think I have enough room to put TD, but you know what? He deserves to have credit for that TD, so I'm going to go ahead and put it in there, and we'll just resize it. Guys, can we resize it? Yeah, you guys are really on it tonight. You guys, you bummed out because Bama lost? Oh, wait, Bama won. Never mind. Well, they pretty much lost. Lost a lot of my respect. Tank is now at 6 carries for 66. Golly, I didn't realize he had been so good. Oh, he had that huge long run. He's had a couple, really, right? Although, to be fair, 666 is maybe not the number you're looking for there, right? He needs one more yard or one less yard. Robbie Ashford has 4 carries for 16. And Jarquez is still at 2 for 13. Auburn offense on third down is, they're 2 of 6. Auburn is 2 of 3. All righty. We are now updated on our stats, fellers and gals. Haven't seen any of our gals on here yet, but I'm sure they're watching. Jarquez on the outside with another long run. We hear a lot about Quinshon Judkins, and he's a damn good player for Ole Miss. But Auburn got themselves a steal with Jarquez Hunter out of the state of Mississippi, from Philadelphia, Mississippi. That kid is an absolute player, and if Tank Bigsby wasn't here, he'd be a star. B. Lloyd says, turnover sound should be Coach Prime saying, play my theme music. I've not heard that, but I will find it. All right, I wrote it down. It's good stuff right there. JC23 says, Quez is for real. I think he's really good, man. He's splitting carries with Tank, obviously. And also Damari to some degree, although Damari only gets like 2 a game, but it gets diluted a little bit. But Jarquez, like pound for pound, he's really damn good. He's fast and he's tough. Little counter action right there. I fucking love it. I love it. I tell you, the counter is my favorite run. I love counters. Ooh, nice lick there. That one didn't work as well, but whatever. I think one of the reasons that Auburn's counter game is not quite as good is because they can't run. Their guards just don't move that well. They don't have those mobile guards. Would you look at this? CDF coming in from Houston. Houston, we do not have a problem. He says Jay Jizzle lacked making his case for retention. In his opinion, should be a lock. In California for the beach, volleyball, and finally excited to watch the boys. Bo for Heisman. Oh, my God. Bo for the Heisman. There was a story that circulated on the bunker this week written by some, national person saying that Bo Nix deserves to be in New York and should win it. I'm like, holy shit. If Bo Nix won a Heisman Trophy this year, the bunker would melt down. That would be something else, man. CDF, I appreciate you, bro. Glad to hear you're in California. I almost feel like that's my circle of birth, even though I was not born there. I was born in Kentucky, but I lived there twice. I lived there in Coronado for a while, and then I lived in Tierra Sana up in North County, San Diego, for a number of years. I have great memories from there, like the time that I tore my flesh off my knee trying to think I was a luge guy after watching the 1980 Winter Olympics. What a dipshit I was. Mobile alum in the house. Hey, JG, how you and your mom doing? I'm doing good. She's doing better for sure. She's now out of the hospital, and she's in a rehab center to try to get stronger and to, I guess, get more, I don't know, just stronger. Let's say stronger. God, I got to reset the widget here. Yeah, we just got to get her stronger. Mentally, physically, just more strength, all of that. But thank you. I know you've been thinking of her, and I appreciate your support on that, young lady. Mobile alum, of course, one of our legends down in the greater Mobile area, along with a Chip Squared. There's more. Locked On. I think Locked On was our first. He was our first person to chat today. Who's down that way as well. Word. Let's see. Bo, the runner says Bo winning a Heisman might be the greatest bunker moment in history. Whatever I'm doing, okay? Whatever I'm doing, if that happens, we're going to have to do a rundown. I mean, we're going to have to do a brain drain. I have to see it. I would just have to be there to see it. It would just be one of those like, dear God, it happened. The bunker would just be like, because there would be people, CDF, one of them, who would be very happy for him. And I think that's the right way to do it. If you're asking me. I personally, JG, somebody who's known him and since he was a sophomore at Pinson Valley, or interviewed him, I should say, like familiar with him as a. There's John Cohen, you guys. I wish I could listen to this interview. I'm telling you, that guy's like very Halbertish, and I mean that in a very good way. He's just super credible and just a good human being, and he thinks about things rationally. In other words, he's not very Auburn, but I think you got to infuse some of that. I think he's the right guy. I would not have picked him myself, but now that I know him a little bit, and yeah, he's a JG Tate State kind of guy. Let's see. Chris M says we're trying to get Mrs. 19's parents to move more as well. It's a struggle when they get old and they want to sit on the couch and watch NCIS all day long. My mom wants to watch Food Network. She loves Guys Grocery Games for whatever reason, but yes, it is an absolute struggle, and it's like, Mom, you got to move, and she's like, leave me alone. I can handle myself. I changed your diapers, and I'm like, yeah, I'm about to change yours if you don't watch it. Yeah, it's a struggle, man. It makes me. I appreciate you sharing that with me, though, dude, because sometimes when because my sister isn't here to help, and she passed away, and my dad's like off in Maine or whatever, so it's just me and wife, administrative assistant, and sometimes I feel like I'm the only person going through this, you know what I mean? Because I don't know anybody else that's going through it, but it makes me feel better to know that you're kind of fighting out. Other people are out there fighting the same fight. Sterling in the house. What up, Sterling? Jay, how many former Auburn players are on the sidelines tonight? Yeah, so he said there were going to be I asked him that at Cohen's press conference, and he said he thought it was going to be like 20-ish. I don't know how many it's actually going to be. I wish I could be down there to see it. But if I were down there, because I would know all those guys, if I was down there, then I wouldn't be here. And I love you guys. So, anyway, Auburn's got a 4th down now. That drive didn't go where it should have gone. Wizard Dragon says, if Bo wins the Heisman, we won't have to see that damn Bo meme anymore. You're right about that. So anyway, 20 is Sterling. The number I heard was 20. Let's see. Auburn RN says, JG, how did the new $90 million? Thank you for getting the number correct. I saw where some other stories had $60 million. It wasn't $60 million. It's $90 million. How did it look in person? It was incredible. It was like a spaceship. It was gregarious and overdone and overwrought and almost farcical, and it was perfect. It's exactly what you want. Every recruit that goes through there is going to be like, mother of God, this place is incredible. Nobody's got one better. Now, there's different ways to go about it, right? Clemson's got theirs. Theirs almost feels like a fraternity house in a way. It's got a lazy river. It's got beach volleyball. It's got cookout areas. Like, seriously, it feels like, a summer camp all in one. Auburn does not feel like that. Auburn doesn't have anything like that. But it is there for people who want to be good football players. They've got everything you can have, everything you can even imagine to be a better football player. They've got it there. So, potential head coaches. That looks just like my list, huh? How about that? That is exactly my list, in fact. I had 5 guys plus the field and had all those guys on it. I feel like there's one person. Well, Carnell. Anyway, yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good list right there. Those of you who are watching who were able to watch the broadcast, you all were saying that John Cohen sounded great on there, that he had good things to say, and he came across as a good dude. So that's what I'm talking about. Auburn RN. One other thing is, like, I don't know if you've ever been in their indoor, the current one. It's so loud there because the air conditioning or whatever is just really, really loud for whatever reason. The new one is not like that at all. It's like you could hear a pin drop in there. It's so quiet. And they did that on purpose so the kids could hear the coaches better. Yeah, so the kids could hear the coaches better. And that boy, they're going to hear them. Chris said, essentially, too long didn't read. It's about fit, Cohen said. Most of his questions on his list are about determining fit. Yeah. I know Stoltze was down there talking with Cohen before the game. I think he's gotten to know him a little bit, so that's good. Georgia Rebel, what up, bro? Says, hope you beat Jimbo Fisher. Dude, America hopes that, too. I appreciate your good tidings on that, man. Yeah, and listen, we were all pulling for Ole Miss earlier today. There's no doubt about that. I just that there was that drive, not the last drive, but the next to last drive, when they got to about the 35, I had to go get some stuff ready for the show, so I wasn't really paying attention. I just assumed Ole Miss was going to get a tying field goal there, and then whatever happened, and they didn't get a field goal, they get shit. I don't know what happened. It was 1st and 3? I haven't seen that since I covered the SWAC. I don't know who these dudes are that are hanging out with John Cohen right now. I really don't know. I don't know those cats. I got to be careful with this old soul, man. It's it's hitting me a little harder than I thought it would. So I got to chill out a little bit on that. Let's see. Solo Tigre says Miss Tigre is also a GGG fan. I didn't have a chance to meet her, but I did have a chance to meet you, and you're a stud. I know that. Appreciate you coming to our showdown at the Nook back in the late summer. That was a lot of fun. Corey G, of course, is down in Florida. We know that. Oh, that's going to be a face mask right there, isn't it? Yeah. It's all right. Cujo. Corey G says all here tonight is about Gus in Orlando. Yeah, they beat UCF, went on the road and beat Tulane. And Tulane's been having a great year, so that was a big win for UCF. And now they're like, what, 8-2? Something like that? And they're going to probably move up into the top 20 this week, so they've definitely got some things going on. Patrick P says JG equals rich man's grocery guy Fieri. Thank you. I wish, man. I've actually thought about doing that just for fun. Actually, I did think about dyeing my hair like a crazy color as part of a ploy. I was gonna auction off my hair color for St. Jude in honor of Madison Quigley. And I ran that by some of my trusted counselors. Not counselors. I don't know what word I'm looking for there. Trusted folks. We'll just say it that way. And they didn't think it was a good idea. They thought that would compromise my ability to be like a legitimate reporter if I had like orange hair or hot pink hair or something. So I relented, and we're going to do something else. But anyway. Let's see. Chris M. also added about Cohen. He did the whole 87,000 people for a 3-win team as an Auburn being Auburn thing. Yeah, he loves that. That's something that him and Rick. Oh, shit. Is that a fumble? Incomplete pass. Derek Hall got to him. This pass rush, the pass rush. I'm thinking faster than I'm talking. The pass rush this season has been fairly bad. But, man, these last 2 weeks has definitely not been bad. That was Colby Wooden. I said Derek Hall. I don't know why I would have thought that was Derek Hall. Derek Hall was the next man to knock him in the jaw, but Colby Wooden got credit for that. Look at Carnell. Look at him. I love it, man. Anything that gets that sideline more fired up, I'm in favor of. If you're going to bring Timmy Duckworth over there to wave a towel and raise hell, then fuck it, I'll do it, man. I'm on board. Because a lot of this game is about hype. It really is. There's a lot of factors, but hype is an important thing that Auburn was missing, 100%. Kenny says, get Takeo Spikes to be defensive coordinator. He'd get people fired up to play. I guarantee you that. Stephen L. says, hire T. Will for defensive coordinator. It's an interesting idea. The thing about T. Will is that he's working with David Gibbs, who's like the co-defensive coordinator there. And I think Gibby's actually calling the defense, and T. Will is kind of more like in the personnel game or the hype game, which is good. I mean, you got to have that. You got to have that. People are completely overlooking that part of the game, I think. And Carnell's kind of proving it for us here at Auburn. You're seeing that you've got to have someone that energizes players, and he's doing it. There's a lot of value in that. I'm 50 years old. I've been covering Auburn since 1998. I'm learning something from Carnell right now, seriously. Because you look at Carnell and you're like, I don't know, man. He's never really been he's never been a coordinator. He's a position coach. Like, what's he going to do? Well, what he's going to do is he's going to get on the sideline and he's going to bring energy to the team, and the energy is like gasoline in the engine, man. And they had none with Harsin sitting over there going, and you got Carnell jumping up and down, hugging him, loving him, smacking on the ass. That's worth something. There's a lot that goes into being a great football team, but you've got to have that passion. Damian Craig over there on the left. My man. Damian Craig. I kind of love Damian Craig, but I wouldn't hire him. Oh, my goodness. What a stop from Simp right there. Nice stop. Boy, these boys are out here hitting people, man. And I'm telling you, you think Carnell doesn't have something to do with that. Carnell's a running backs coach. No. He's a motivator, man. That's a lick right there. Zach T says they end up canceling the flight simulator. I don't know about that. If you're talking about how it relates to the football complex. They do have a barbershop in there. They do have like a multimedia station or something, I guess you would call it, for like creating the various digital projects. You could probably make music there. You can make videos there. You can make like TikTok or whatever. So they're looking ahead. Wizard Dragon says Jeremy Pruitt is in the game tonight for some reason. That is very interesting. I did not know that. I'm glad to have learned that. I just got a text from Sir Powerman, who's one of our tremendous bunks, also a great brain drainer. He said his son. Hold on, I gotta turn this down. Let me see what this video is of. He sent me a video. He's there. Yeah. His son's fired up. They brought their good shaker tonight. He's kind of his son's having a great time, and it's Cadillac. That's making it happen. So that's what Powerman was saying. We love having Powerman around, sharing videos. What a stud. 2nd and 13. Now it's going to be a 3rd and 3 on the scramble from the quarterback there. Hornatius says, I'm back from the tournament beaches. Glad to have you, bro. I didn't know you were gone. You were like the first super chat we had tonight, so I figured you were around, bro. Cleveland Brown said, I like the new facility, but it's awesome that they held to tradition by having that green hill accordingly. They do, yes. In that back corner there by the, I guess it's the back of the weight room, they have that green hill, which has been kind of a staple at Auburn conditioning for, geez Louise, since the 90s. That's a hill that Cornell has run many, many times, and so they recreated it there. And it's just basically like, kind of a grade, kind of a hill with AstroTurf, and you got to run up it. Maybe you run up it with some weights. Maybe you don't. Who knows? But it helps you get stronger, and it helps you with cardiovascular. Chris Major says, Swack?
Who is Swag? Baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
Yes, sir. Pipe says, you're not as think as you drunk you are. Back on to something that Pipe was saying earlier that, me, Johnny, me, Weatherford, and Cuz, we all brought our own shit to Punta Cana this year. We showed up with, I think, 4 bottles for 5 days, and we cashed them out early. We do drink a lot of the brown water. I think Pipe's not a huge bourbon drinker. And then his homie drank a little bit too, but I mean, you guys got to step it up a little bit. Jordan, you guys got to step it up a little bit with the bourbon drinking, my opinion. Adam S. Uses the word conciliary. I don't know what that's reference to, but that's a great use of the word conciliary. I love it. Cleveland Brown jumps in to say that Georgia's only up 17-12 over Mississippi State at halftime. I'm telling you, Mississippi State, it just depends on the day, but sometimes they really get under your skin with that air raid, man. It just requires you've got to be engaged defensively all the time. Adam S. says conciliary is the word you were looking for. Yeah, earlier I used the word folks. I just had to go there. I just couldn't figure it out. Chris M. says, wouldn't be Auburn if you weren't running up that hill to make a deal with God. Yes, a little Kate Bush reference there. And I knew about Kate Bush before it became so popular on Stranger Things. I imagine you did as well. B. Lloyd says, more unlikable, Jimbo or Coach Cal. Wow, that's a tough one right there. I would say this.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Mostly poop for both of those guys here lately. I don't know, Cal's got a pretty good team this year, but they have definitely fallen. Short Melee says Tom Hagen in The Godfather was conciliary. That is a great reference right there. Tom Hagen is the official conciliary. You're right. When I think of the word conciliary, it's Tom Hagen I'm thinking of. He's the face of that phrase to me. He just gets shit done. Does he not? Does he not? He gets it done. You need something done? Tom Hagen. Probably more financial, but he can do other stuff too. Kaduma jumps in with a 4th super chat tonight. Says 0-0 TCU at Texas, brought to you by my Ranked app. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Of course, here on the page, we always have the Rank app. You can scan the QR code down. Oh, no. Is that the... Oh, I don't know who that was getting carted off for Texas A&M. Oh, man. I hate it when people get hurt like that. It's a physical game, man. God, I got totally wrecked like that. I just always think it's like somebody's kid, You're out there going, God, what's wrong? The Ranked app, of course, presenting our show. They have this whole season. The Ranked app, by the way, for those of you, most of you, or probably all of you, are Auburn folks. Jake G, who is AULAX on our board, developed this app. It's his app. If you have it on your phone and you go to update it or whatever, it says Jake G. I mean, he's like the guy. It's all him. It is a pleasure to be able to push his app here on our show because we believe in the app. It's an incredible app. I use it. My wife uses it. We're both premium members. With premium, you get the really deep details, the deep stats to kind of go beyond the basics and kind of get a better feel for where Auburn's really good and where they're not. That's what I use it for. That in South Alabama. Ooh, that should have been a 30-yard gain, but he overthrew it. The Ranked app, man. That's where it's at. It's the only thing I use for football. I'll be honest with you. Let's see, my man, AU Duck Hunter from the bunker is in the house tonight. He has come all the way from the East Coast, not quite where Blake is, but close. And he has sent along a picture of him, his son, and the indomitable Butch Thompson. My man. We live at U Duck Hunter. That guy's a legend, man. Of course, at the game, traveled a long way to be here, and he is 100% Auburn, for sure, for sure. Turtle says, I'm the number one Auburn fan. The rest of y'all are losers to me. Wait, what? Cassidy P says it was their tight end, I believe. Yeah, talking about the guy that was on the it was getting kind of rolled out of the stadium. I thought he hurt his wrist. It looked a little more serious than that. Turtle says, Chris M says, Turtle, I regret to inform you that you are number 2 in all senses of that number. Sir? Chip says, ranked app is cash money. Yeah, it is. It's great, man. My wife's not even the hugest college football fan. Like, she's kind of gained an affinity for it, but she's generally a basketball fan, but she loves the app. And every time I ask her about something, she'll go, well, I'm going to check the ranked app. I'm like, well, you should. It's the right way to do it. We'll take a look at the app later. I can pull it up on the screen, but we're kind of watching the game at the moment. But definitely check out that app. Again, it's one of our guys. Like, it's us. It's not some person from, some other place. It's our guy. Pipe says, Turtle irons his underwear. Okay. I wonder, are you going to bring your own, I got to reload the widget. I was sitting there talking too much. Connor Wigman with a long pass. Oh, was he in bounds? I don't think he was. No, he wasn't. God, I get so many alerts on this Apple Watch. I don't know how I feel about it. Canoeman loves the ranked app. We're going to give an applause on that one. Yeah, he's right on the line. That's going to be no catch, guys. Whew. Jeez. Okay, so Solo Tigre says, Cole said, and if Cole says it, I believe it, he went into the medical tent, presumably to look at his wrist, and they didn't like what he was telling them, so they took those precautions. Yeah, he might have had something else too, huh? Well, let's just, let's hope he's good, man. Oh, damn, that was a lick right there. J.D. Rim, who is somebody who doesn't start the game, doesn't play in the first quarter, but they bring him on as a reserve. Like, particularly last week, he played a bunch in the second half. He finished with like 50 snaps last week, and he played his balls off. And there's another lick right there, knocking that ball out, I should say, to knock off what could have been a nice gain for Texas A&M. J.D. Rim, of course, a true freshman from the state of Louisiana. He's one of those two guys they closed with really hard, him and Osbury. What? I didn't ask you for Jack. Jeez. Siri must have thought I was talking to her on my wrist. I don't know what's going on with that. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. Hey, do you put out?
I found this on the web.
Wait. Yeah. Hey, Siri, speak that.
Sorry, I can't read that on Apple Watch.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. Whatever. They put too much engineering into these things where you can't ask her anything lewd and she won't answer anything like suggestive. It annoys me. Runner 24 says Rim was in very early last game. First few series, not sure about that. He finished that game last week. He got a ton of snaps last week. Melee's wondering about a charcuterie board at halftime. I don't know the answer to that. We had a big lunch today at a place called Longhorn here in Montgomery, which we have not been to in a while. But my mom's rehab center is over on that side of town, so we got over there. And is that chick really hot to you? She looks really hot to me. Had a big old, that was good, man. It's delicious. Haven't been there in a minute. Love the Cats drops a super chat that says, take a double. Oh, God. God, I don't know if I should. Well, do what you got to do. I'll tell you what, dude. I can't do a double on this one, man. It's just the proof is too high. We're drinking this Old Soul barrel cask strength. I was going to say barrel strength. Cask strength, 115 proof. This is a 6-year-old bourbon. This was distilled in Indiana, probably MGP, and then aged wholly in Jackson, Mississippi at Old Soul there downtown. It's really tasty. I'm a big fan. It's really good. Hornatius, I appreciate you, bro. You're good people. I'm sorry I haven't been to your Halloween party. I really want to go. I also want to mention, I don't know if I can play this on the show. There was somebody on the bunker, just in passing, had posted a GIF of a guy saying, "Let us see your butthole," which I it's not something I would normally talk about. But then I looked it up on YouTube, and it's like a Barstool video of they went to Talladega a few years ago and just talked to a bunch of drunk ass, high ass guys, like fraternity guys, about various things. I'm telling you guys, it was the funniest video I ever saw in my life. I hyperventilated probably 10 times watching it over the period over like 5 days. And as my mom's situation was like bringing me down, I was going to that video to bring me back up. And I can't even start. If I start thinking about it, I'm going to start laughing. If you guys can find it. Hornatius says, play Automobile, talking about Automobile by NWA on the album 100 Miles and Running. William Smith says, Auburn couldn't win the MAC. You talking about most awesome conference? Well, not quite yet, but that day's coming. LT Gray says, GIF, hard G. GIF, oh, no, GIF. All right, so I've had to come around on this, LT Gray, okay? I personally called it GIF for the longest time. 20 years, maybe longer. But the guy who designed it, who made a graphic interface format, calls it a GIF. The guy who made it. And even though I disagree with his decision, I respect the fact that he made it because all of us enjoyed a lot of things through the GIF format in the 90s. Might have been girls. And I respect him for having made that. And so if he's going to call it a GIF, then I'm going to call it a GIF. And that's that. I hate it. I think it should be GIF. It makes perfect sense because it's a graphic. That's what the G stands for. But he calls it a GIF, so I got to respect that. Chris says, JG, go for the correct third way to pronounce it. G is in Euro. YIF. That's probably the way that Brian Matthews would call it because he calls it edge. It's going to be huge for Auburn. I'm like, what? You mean huge? Yeah, huge. You freeze. Turtle says, I got y'all beat. I'm drinking bacon grease with whipped butter on the side. Hey, I'm not kidding, though, when I tell you this. I had a great uncle named Stanley. He's now passed away, who literally ate bacon grease frequently, like once or twice a week. He thought it was delicious. He would take it and put it on bread, like on toast, and eat it. And he thought it was delicious, and I was just looking at him going, I'm related to you, and I don't understand what this means for me. Stanley Lee, Lebanon, Kentucky. My man. AU Taxman says, the designer's opinion is irrelevant. How people say it is how it's said. That's how language works. Hey, man, like, why do we have to get into this like this, AU Taxman? You know I love you, bro. I don't want to get into a fight with you. I got to reset the widget. My bad. It's way late on the main page here. Hornatius says, Brian Matthews calls boiled shrimp bold shrimps. Cassidy P, by the way, Cassidy P and his wife, unbelievable. They were at, not giving away too much information here, but Cassidy P and his wife were at the Breeders' Cup last week at Keeneland in Lexington, and they bought me. My whole goal was to pay them for this, but they bought me a shirt, a purple long sleeve shirt from the Breeders' Cup, a program, and like a gift bag, like an actual bag that says like Keeneland on it. Unbelievable. So thank you. for them. I'm going to give them an applause for that. For Cassidy P and his wife. I was going to say, well, anyway, I'm not going to say that. Anyway, Cassidy P and his wife. I was trying to give her a specific shout out, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not trying to out anybody here. 2nd and 3 for the Auburn Tigers. That's a long 3, as Rod Bramlett would say. Looks like 4 to me, but whatever. That was another little misdirection run there. They got it to 3rd and 1. Be sweet if Auburn could get a few points here as we head toward halftime. Leafy says we haven't scored in a while. That's true. It's been a minute. Ambitious Engineer is fired up for the way Jeremiah Wright's playing. He's a very physical player, and he's not soft at all. James Taylor Studio says, my horse for a quarterback? Who's your horse? If it's Flightline, that's a bad deal. Jarquez getting outside, guys. That's a, 15 to 18-yard gain right there? He's not finding a lot of friends on the Texas A&M sideline, but you wouldn't expect that because he's out there trying to undermine them and make them feel even worse than they already do about their shitty season. I'm telling you, he's a player, man. He's a player. Piper Nick says, Jay, it's called a program. That's exactly the way that Neil McCready would call it. Cassidy B says, glad to do it. Cheers, JGT. Appreciate you, man. That was really, you went way out of your way on that one. My whole goal was to send you a Cash App or a Venmo on that because that stuff's not cheap. But I appreciate you, man. And your wife, too. Tell her that. I know she was part of it, too. It's part of the greatness there. Goose Flat says, Hunter runs like Cadillac did. He definitely has that. He's hauling now. He is running. Chris M says 84 yards for Quez. Yeah, we can get that set up, bro. We can get that straightened out. Jarquez, let's see, 7 carries for 84, as he said. Let's go ahead and get that bumped up. He deserves full credit for that. See, Tank is now at 9 carries for 75. Auburn is running the ball. Not on this one, though. Tank! There's another nice. That's a little screenplay. Keeping it very, very straightforward for Robbie, but it's getting it done. He's 4 of 5 for 42 right now. All right, we got that updated as well. Oh, good. That was not good. I was trying to. Got another dude hurt. Hopefully he's not super hurt. Blake Arson's nice screen. Yeah, that was really nicely done. That was a good time for it. It was well executed. It's good stuff. A little Jeremiah Wright action here. Let's see. Boom! Boy, he will hit a man, won't he? Ooh, he's going to drive that old boy out of bounds. No, he's a player, man. He's a player. Young man from Selma, Alabama. I think the initial idea was that he would play defensive line, but he got hurt, and I think he lost a little bit of explosiveness, and so now they... Is that Jimmy G? Or Jimmy B, rather? Could be Kendall, too. I can't see his face. Okay, that's Kendall. There they are. I cover those guys. That's what Kendall looks like to me in my brain on the left there. All right, Tank, you can't catch the ball when you're 3 yards out of bounds, my man. Can't do that. Let's see. Corey G says, was Potato K our offensive problem all year? An eligible receiver downfield. Womp womp. Fair question, Corey. I'm kind of working this. I'm working through this myself a little bit. I think they just were trying to assert a certain offensive paradigm on a team, on a group of players that couldn't run it. Looks like Georgia scored again. You know, Gus used to take such pride and be like, you know, I can adapt it to fit what I've got. And then he didn't do that very well. And I feel like these guys just never even tried. Now, this is where Robbie gets into trouble right here. Throw the ball. I'm going to reload that widget. Hornation says, anybody here from the adult web dating sites today? No, we haven't seen anything yet, but it sounds like if they show up right now, then I know who's behind it. Bro. Let's see. Cole's top 5 offensive lineman. He's with Marcus McNeil right there. Marcus McNeil, what a stud that guy is, man. Used to hang out in a hyperbaric chamber before practice. That's a true story. That was a really bad pass right there. That was a bad pass. I feel like JJ was open on that, too. Hell, Tigger says Gus impersonations got me rolling. How come Marcus doesn't get a little thing on here that says Marcus McNeil, former Auburn offensive lineman? How does anybody even know who it is? Auburn RN says Cole's top 5 doesn't have Greg Robinson? Question mark, question mark. I think that would probably be in mine. Oh, shit. That was a lick right there. Shit, man. A 3rd and 15. Now you're out of field goal range. Well, it was nice that Brendan Coffey let that guy go. I guess that was he was just being nice or whatever. What? A. Robinson says, well, we had 2 good drives. That's better than none, right? And our chat has gone completely dead. I went ahead and I reloaded it and then it just went dead. Sheesh. It's tough right there. It's pretty tough. I'm going to try to reset it here. Oh. Dang. All right, I'm going to try to reload it in here. All right. See if that helps at all. Hornatius jumps in with a super chat. Do a drink Gus voice while ordering Waffle House. I can't keep doing this. This stuff's too 4th and 19. I love it. There's no time on the clock, so why not? He's throwing it in the end zone. Catch. I guess it was intercepted, but it didn't really matter. All right, we're going to halftime. 7-0. Hornatius, I got to be careful, bro. I still got to do a whole second half plus post game, man. Ravine says, what is this, a 52-yard field goal attempt? Hornatius says, dance monkey. Look at Cole doing another interview. This time with Cornell. What have you got there, young lady?
Some goodies for you.
Well, looky there. Thank you.
Need anything?
Hold on, I got to hit mute.
Hyper, he smells food.
He's too hyper. Don't you do it, bro. Stay away from my food, bro.
Come on.
Miss Courtney brought me some food, so that's good. Okay. Leafy says, I want to see banned. Like, you want to get banned? Let's see. A. Robinson says that was disappointing. Okay, here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to do a super quick break. When we come back, I'm going to have Hunter on. Cleveland Brown jumping into the super chat. What a stud this guy is. And Cameron M., what's up, man? says, yo. Cleveland Brown says, definitely not how I expected this half to be, but hopefully we can adjust the next half. Hydrate drainers and War Damn Eagle. I will do it right now. Drinking this BioLite. I'm telling you, seriously, if you're drinking heavily tonight, as I am, as you guys can see, BioLite, that's where it's at. I can almost guarantee you that, I will personally guarantee that whatever hangover you were going to have will be better, will be less bad if you drink BioLite. All right, so I'm going to take a super quick break. When we come back, I'll have Coach Hunter on. We're going to talk about the halftime adjustments and all that kind of stuff, and then we will maybe we'll try to get on with Stoltze as well, who talked with Cohen at halftime. Until then, I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes, okay? If you don't mind. All right? See you on the other side. Yo, what up? All right, we're back. Oh, whoa, wrong one more. We almost got it. There you go, Jay. You almost got it, bro. Thank y'all for hanging out there just for a minute or two. Needed an old minute. Hornet says Jay's getting old fashioned. Digital Tiger fired up. He's wanting Lane Kiffin for show. Corey Deb said Commodore on a pee break. No comment, but possibly yes. All right, so we're gonna get. I promised Coach Hunter And that's what we do around here. We do what we promise. So we're going to get Coach Hunter on the horn here right now and talk about this situation.
Brother,
What up, Coach Hunter?
what's going on, baby?
Well, the Auburn Tigers are winning. That's good.
They are, man. It's like watching a damn Jefferson Pilot game in 1996, but they're winning.
Yeah, it's kind of grinding through this, right?
It is. But that's how they've got to win right now, man. Like that's the only recipe in the kitchen that's edible.
Well, tell me what you're seeing, man. Tell me what you like about it.
All right. Well, I like so far. They're throwing a lot of formational variety in the run game. They even went flex bone, if you notice, with all three backs on the field at one time, with Hunter, Austin, and Tank, all in a flex bone alignment. And I think they'll come back to that. They got a little something, ran it 2 plays in a row. They're built off what they did last week, tight end motions into expanded surface sets into the boundary, which put a lot of stress on defenses because now you've either got to set your run strength to the boundary or you've got to be weak to the boundary and keep your perimeter force strength to the field. Puts the defense in a bind right there a little bit. But A&M has a really good bead, though, on down and distance tendencies. So what Auburn's going to have to do to blow this thing open, I think, to pull away, is in some of those heavy run sets, hit on a deep play action shot or even just a deep max protection shot on first down when A&M's got 9 in the box. They're going to have to take advantage of no safeties in the middle of the field and connect.
Because A&M's kind of figuring that Auburn's going to run the football on first down, right? That's what they show.
Yeah. First down, second down, everything but third and long, man. 26 and 27 are down there hovering. 27 can play. I didn't know if he's going to play or not this week, but he's one of the best down football players in the country.
I know. I keep saying, like, he is shockingly good, and you don't see him necessarily. You don't appreciate him, maybe not you, but folks, because he splits carries with Tank, who's really good too.
I was actually talking about 27 for Texas A&M.
Shit, my bad.
Antonio Johnson, the safety. But no, I'm with you on Quez now. Quez has made 2 of those huge runs with patience and burst, where he stuck his head inside and he's gotten the backside perimeter defender to squeeze in when he sticks his head inside, and then he's so fast he can bounce out and eat that guy's angle. And that's impressive as hell, man, especially because he also runs with a lot of authority. Jarquez is a dude.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely a dude. Robbie, I feel like they're kind of limiting. Robbie's not throwing the ball a lot, which is probably for the best.
Yeah.
Tell me about the way they're kind of scheming around him a little bit.
All right. Well, they had the play where they got the lineman downfield call in the last drive right here was a really good, really cool play design. You just got to tip your cap to Texas A&M. They sniffed it out. They went overload set with the running back to the strong side and ran the quarterback sweep action like they have with Tank as the lead blocker going to seal the corner. And Robbie kind of held it and tucked it, and then Tank turned up and ran a wheel route up the sideline. Probably 90% of the time with what Auburn's tendencies are, that thing hits, and he's open for 6 right there. But Texas A&M sniffed it out and played it well. The touchdown play design with Johnson in the backfield and the H-back alignment behind trips is a really good play design too. So they're doing some things to get some guys open for Robbie. Where they get in trouble is when they get behind the sticks and you get to a 3rd and 14, and the only option you've got is him trying to sit in the pocket, and throw longer developing routes down the field. That's not going to work for Auburn. They've got to stay on schedule, got to stay ahead of the sticks. No penalties, no tackles for loss on early downs.
Because Robbie's just not good enough passer to save you when you get off schedule, right?
Yeah, and this will sound old and cliche to a lot of football guys, is that he's trying to throw the ball to the guy after he breaks open, like after his route opens up, instead of throwing to where the route is going to break. And what that does is it gives defenders time to respond to the pass. The safeties are reading that route, and after it's broken, they've already made their key and advance on it, and they're in position by the time the ball gets there. He's got to get to the point where he anticipates things and puts the ball to where the route is going, not where the receiver is.
Tell me about the defense a little bit, what you've seen.
2 weeks in a row, Papo's been pretty effective, and it's because they're using him in a very, very different, kind of a different approach. And it's surprising with the defensive play caller being the same guy. His pressure frequency is off the charts in terms of the volume of plays they're sending him as a blitzer. And he's effective. He's disruptive when they do that. They're being creative in ways that they're trying to manufacture pressure with just 4 guys. They're wrapping Derek Hall inside a lot and slanting out with the 3 technique. And so they're playing some games. Texas A&M's only going to be able to move the ball when they have 3 to 4 seconds to throw. When their receivers can break off the deep two-way option routes against Auburn's safeties. And you've seen that the only times they've moved the ball is when they've had time to do that. If Auburn can accelerate that clock and not give him that time, it's going to be really, really hard for A&M to generate anything.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have to see Schmed's going to have to be smart to continue to be creative with ways that he gets pressure. Now, he's been a little too reliant on cover 2-man in the first half, and it's let the quarterback scramble with no middle of the field player left to run him down. And that can kind of be problematic. Even though Wegman's not a super athlete, he's athletic enough to take advantage of those things.
It's weird to me that, like, this defense is way more aggressive, like, just individually. The pass rush is better with 4. They blitz a little bit more, but they're just creating so much more havoc, and it's the same guy calling the plays. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah. And here's just, and this is theory now. This is just me being scientist talking science theory. I think a lot of it is in the way that things are stressed in practice, and I think that if you stress technical discipline so much to a point that you hold back effort in practice because guys are afraid to screw up, that you take away a lot of their aggression, that they're playing they're playing not to make mistakes more than they're playing to make plays. And I feel like Auburn's kind of turned the page in that a bit, that these guys are just playing their ass off to make plays right now. Not to say they're not playing with technique, but they're playing a little more uninhibited.
And you think, Cornell's obviously a tailback. He was a tailback. That's how he made his money. He's a tailback coach. On the sideline, he's somebody who's just very animated all the time. Does that affect the defense to see a coach like that just freaking out all the time? You're kind of an animated coach yourself. I don't know how you think about that.
I think teams, man, in a lot of cases, teams will embody the energy and the personality of their head coach. Now, that's not always the case. You look at Nick Saban, Bobby Bowden, those guys can't be amped up all the time, or couldn't back in the day. But there are cases and scenarios where certain coaches, their most effective tool is their energy, is how they ignite their guys and how they get them to play. There's something to be said for that. Cornell's not going to be a guy that's in position to make a bunch of shrewd calls on the sideline, to go into any advanced schematics or analytics. But he's going to be a guy that brings positive energy, that his guys know, hey, I want to go out there and play hard for that dude. And if I screw up, he's going to come to the sideline, love me up, and tell me to go back and do the same thing.
Yeah.
To keep playing.
That's really valuable, Hunter. I mean, that's something I think I'm learning something from him. Like you mentioned, he's not a big strategy guy, but he's got that hype about him, and he gets guys motivated, and there's a lot of value in that. There really is.
Yeah. And here, every good team has that guy on staff in some role, and I think what we're seeing right now is that guy's been on staff and he just hasn't been able to exercise it to a great degree, and that energy has not been present from the staff. And I think you see a difference now that it is present from the staff.
You got to have some, man. I mean,
you got to, baby. The juice has got to be there from somewhere.
I love juice. Yeah, hell yeah, you got to have
juice.
that, man.
We all love juice.
Okay, word. I got you. Coach Hunter, you're an absolute legend. Everybody always clamors to have you calling in at halftime. We missed you last week, but I understand why. I mean, you had some stuff going on.
Hey, man, my boss man was getting married. I'm in the wedding. My kids, my girls were the flower girls. We were a little tied up.
I got it, man. Everybody's cool. Anyway, man, you're doing incredible work over there where you work. I don't want to out you too much, but we appreciate you spending some time with us, bro.
Hey, man, appreciate it, Jay.
See you, man.
See you, bro. Warriors.
There he is, Coach Hunter, a guy who knows football. Spent his entire adult life either playing or coaching football, and he grew up in a family that was very into football. We'll leave it at that. So that guy knows the game, absolutely. I also wanted to check in with Sir Brian. Obviously, Hunter gives you so many valuable tips on the strategy side of it. A couple things just to kind of recap things that I wrote down that kind of piqued my interest. got to hit a couple deep shots maybe on first down. Auburn tends to run the ball somewhat conservatively on first down, and A&M is kind of defensively setting up for that. So you got to kind of change the narrative a little bit on that, is what he was thinking about. He also talked about how with Robbie being limited as a passer, Auburn's got to really put a premium on staying on schedule. First down, getting some yards, second down, manageable, third down, always manageable, 5 or less. Auburn there late in the second quarter was kind of getting into those long third downs, and they weren't scoring any points. They really weren't making much progress at all. So Florida beating South Carolina 38-6. Good God, I had no idea that was going to happen. Also said Papo's just playing, he's just a different player now. They're using him in different deployments. Oh, wow. Different deployment, using him a little bit more as a pass rusher, maybe a little more aggressive. It's interesting to me that it's still Schmetty calling the defense, but it's being managed differently. And he mentioned, Hunter did, that sometimes the head coach gets a little too caught up in let's make sure we're getting this stuff done technically really, really solidly, rather than just kind of focusing on effort, tenacity, and getting after the ball. You can get too bogged down in technical excellence and lose sight of the fact that football is a game about power, speed, and hitting. Good stuff there from Coach Hunter, as always. Let's see if we can get my main man, Brian Stoltz, on the horn. He was talking to the athletic director earlier. We did not talk to him last week, I guess. Oh, hold on. We got some super chats, that I missed for sure. I want to make sure that there's nothing that I missed out here. Cleveland Brown, we mentioned him earlier. His second or third super chat. He said, definitely not how I expected this half to be, but hopefully we can adjust this next half. Hydrate, drainers, and Ward Amigo. We saw that from Cleveland Brown earlier. Thank you, bro. It's a great advice, by the way. Also, a super chat coming through from CDF again. Says Jay Jizzle pinched that thing off quickly. Wait, what? Talking about the quick break I had earlier. I got to have a break every now and then. Some shows I can go 6 hours and not have a break, but usually that's probably not the best idea I've ever had. Chuck H says Robbie might be the best athlete on the field and an absolute fighter, but he's just not a quarterback. I mean, we can kind of fuss over that. I think he's a quarterback. He's just not a passer, right? He can do a lot of things. But I agree, he needs a little more nuance. You'd like to see a little more accuracy as a quarterback. Excuse me. Also, Hornatius jumps in again. Your internet. Jay, will your internet be able to handle the Stoltz pecker heat? Probably not. Probably not. Kuhneman says, how amazing is it hearing Ronnie Brown interview head coach Carnell Williams before the second half? This really is varsity blues. That is true. It's kind of the world coming around in circles, right? Let me see if I can even find my man Stoltzy on here. Where are you, Stoltzy? I'm going to call him real quick. I don't think we're going to have much time to talk to him because this game's about to kick back off, and I want to make sure he stays on task here. I don't think we're going to get him this time. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get him this time, so we'll have to catch him next time. Plus, they're about to start this the second half, and he's running the Twitter for us tonight, so he's got to be careful. Riley B says Washington is up on Oregon now. Also, Hornatius said Maverick is a beach. Yeah, Maverick did not want to hang out, did he? He was a little bit fussy. Riley B says, Tater, what do you make of Jeremy Pruitt being at the game? Nothing. Zero. Doesn't matter to me. Couldn't care. Joko said more puppy dog. Sometimes he likes hanging out, sometimes he doesn't. Chris M says the band played good, by the way. That's what I like to hear. And I would trust your opinion on that more than my own, for sure. Canoeman says that is not healthy at all. Really should take a break to stretch your legs every 2 hours. I can do more than 2 hours. All right, anyway, Auburn Tigers. Let's get this set back up. Thank you guys for hanging out during halftime. We're back third quarter now. And Auburn's going to take over on the 20. Yeah, I can't take calls right now. I don't think we're playing football right now. Chris says game is on SEC Network. Yeah. Oh, it's because Auburn Dad for Life was asking. What's up, bro? It's good to see you back, man. Wow. Texas A&M only had 130 yards in that half. That's pretty impressive. Tank Bixby out of the Wildcat. He's going to get 4 or 5. 4 yards. That's going to be third and short. Keeping it on schedule like Hunter said. That's being smart. Being smart. Maybe not super creative, but smart. You got to play a smart game at this point. You got to feel like Texas A&M is having some serious trouble moving the football on this defense, so play smart. There's Coach Will Friend right there, who's collaborating with Coach Ike Hilliard as offensive coordinator right now. 3rd and 6. It's better than 3rd and 13. That's for damn sure. That was a design quarterback draw right there. Robbie Ashford is off to the races. That's going to be a 15 to 20-yard gain. Nice. He's back to midfield. That's a good conversion there on 3rd and medium, I guess. 100% designed. And they're back out to midfield. Nice stuff. Let me see if I can get those updated numbers. Robbie's now got 9 carries for 34. Oh, God, he's airing it out. They've got flags up everywhere. 27 just gave up on it, too. He's like, fuck it, we're done. Yeah, I know what happened. Let's see. Auburn Dad for Life says, thank you very much, JG. Good to see you again, and the heart is fabulous as ever. Oh, man, we're awesome to have you here. Hey, that's my cat. It says War Eagle. That's what I like. Mountain of Coke, who received a Swoogan glass a couple weeks ago after a great night on the Brain Drain, says, I'm in Gatlinburg right now. These fake moonshine places must be absolutely rolling in tourist dollars. Yeah. If you're really looking for some like inauthentic moonshine, that is probably the best place in America to go. I came across Gatlinburg on a Wikipedia search the other day. Jimmy the Rev Sullivan, who was the drummer, rest in peace, of Avenged Sevenfold, who's an absolute stud. His drum set is featured at the Hard Rock Cafe in Gatlinburg. I did not know there was a Hard Rock Cafe in Gatlinburg, so I learned that. And I am a fan of the Rev, and wish that I had been able to see him live. My wife would not go to that concert, but now I don't really want to go because he's not the drummer anymore, because he passed away, unfortunately. Love me some the song Almost Easy by Avenged Sevenfold is one of my all-time favorites. Definitely top 10. And there's Tank on a 1st and 15. Going to get the 5 back. So that's a good start. Spicy P says there's your first down deep ball adjustments. Good point. Good eye, Spicy P. Exactly. That's what Coach Hunter was talking about. Kanuman says if you want inauthentic anything, that is the place. There's a lot, I like to say about Gatlinburg, there's a lot of places to eat and there's a lot of places to go to the bathroom. That's pretty much what Gatlinburg's about. Also, if you're into trinkets. Oh, that was like Jedi mind trick that knocked him down. Did he actually hit him? He kind of swiped at him, and that was enough. Rich Anvil says, I'm surprised JG knows Avenged Sevenfold. What? What does that mean? What do you mean you're surprised? Do I not look like I would like Avenged Sevenfold? I don't know what that means. Solo Tigre, I knew he would have an opinion on this. Says Bat Country is my favorite Avenged Sevenfold song. Almost Easy is very good too. Bat Country, obviously a very popular song by them. And I know Solo Tigre would appreciate Jimmy the Rev Sullivan, who's one of the great rock drummers, in my opinion. Unfortunately, he just kind of lived a fast life and caught up to him. Spicy P kind of keeping up with what Hunter said, though. They got off schedule, 3rd and 17, not where they wanted to be. threw a little bubble screen. That was not a tunnel. That was a bubble screen to Tank. I don't know, got 5 yards. 4th and 11. That's not getting it done. Oh, they're going to let McPherson kick this fucking ball. Now we're talking. This is what I thought they should have done in the first quarter. Look at this, man. This is going to be a bomb, too. Bro, hit this. Hit this kick. Ah, shit. It had enough distance, but he missed it right. Yeah, Chris Evans is from the logo. Hell yeah, man. I like that, though. I like that. Dude, I listen, man. I would trot that kid out there and let him kick another one. Not right now. You can't, because that'd be against the rules. But you know what I mean. Don't lose faith in him. That kid has it, man. Cassidy Pieces had the leg. He did have the leg. Shane Hutt not with me on this, though. He says that was stupid. I don't know, man. I think he can hit that. This is going to come into play again before this game's over. You heard it here first. Shane H. thinks they should have pinned him deep. You obviously know that the bountiful Australian was going to put that ball somewhere inside the 10 if past this prologue. So that's true. Matthew R. says he tried. Not mad at all. I'm with you on that. That's a risk that I would have taken right there. That's a risk I would have taken. I thought they should have taken in the first quarter. They were a little bit closer in at that point. JC23 now thinks that Texas A&M is going to score. Look at this. My goodness, you guys. JC23 says his first ever field goal is 80 yards. Cats DP says, cue up Herm. You play to win the game. I saw that the other day on, they were doing on First Take. I think they were doing like the greatest rants. I don't think I have a soundbite for that one, but I'll figure it out another way. Kenny H says these first down false starts hurt. That's a really good point. That set them back. They got them off schedule before they even started, right? And that particular set of downs. You're right. Jacob L says, any chance Coach Cadillac gets a job? Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, if they're maybe not playing this game the way that I would have thought if you were trying to push for Cadillac to get the job. If they won this game 35-0, at that point you start thinking a little bit more about it and see what happens in the Iron Bowl. But, if they, I don't know, not a big chance. No. Listen, man, Chip said it's house money anyway. That's exactly how I see this, right? Like, for Carnell, I mean, just full send. I mean, that's the way I look at it. And that's what he's doing. So, I'm on par. Or I'm on board, I should say. I mean, A&M has Papo, there he is again, making a play. Could have been picked off, but that would have been a pretty special play to be able to adjust that quickly. Let's see. Solo Tigre says, meant to post this on the bunker, but DH Peligro, drummer for the Dead Kennedys, passed away last week. Thought you may remember him. He also played with the Peppers, as my wife calls them, from one record. Dead Kennedys, yes. I've listened to him. Is that Bitchin' Camaro? I think it is. Leafy says, respond to my comments. They have been very banal, bro. I've appreciated them, but I didn't really understand kind of where you were coming from on that stuff. Another largely unsuccessful drive there, or set of downs, I guess, for Texas A&M. They're not getting much done. Jason Jones still in there. Colby Wooden doing his thing. And they're going to have to, they're off schedule themselves. 3rd and 10 is what they're looking at. Let's see what Auburn does here. They're bringing 4. No, they're bringing 5. Wow, that quarterback was under a lot of pressure right there. He made a throw, but it was inaccurate. And another hold. Let's see. Stupup says Lanning's D has been toasted in Eugene. Is the game over? I'll tell you what. I know how to check that. We got the ranked college football app for that. That was a 54-yard attempt, by the way, for Evan McPherson that he missed earlier from the logo. I would have done that. I believe in the kid. I really do. Okay, so we got, according to the ranked app, we've got Oregon. Here, I can probably put this up over here. Little Punski for Texas A&M and Auburn. Oh, did he not fair catch that? He did not. Daz Worsham. I was going to try to pull up the ranked app here. Guys, can we get on this, please? There it is. Yes. So we got a little Washington up now, just scored to go up 27-24 on Oregon. In Oregon. I'd be curious to see what Bo's numbers look like on here. 12 of 17 for 150 and a touch. He ain't the problem. That's for damn sure. He's been really good this year. Georgia up 31-19 on Mississippi State. Yeah, that game's been a little bit more of a grind than I would have expected. The Horny Toads up 3-0 on Texas. Game I'm kind of keeping an eye on because my man Aaron Woodhead is a TCU graduate, one of my friends from the 80s. My high school friends, been lifelong friends with him. And I think TCU is going to win that game, by the way. Troy wins 10-9 over Army. How about that? I like how it says on here it's in the dome. Probably not. And the Jags get the win, 38-21 over the Texas State Bobcats. A game that I was planning to attend, actually, because it's Parents' Weekend at South Alabama. But we ultimately did not do that. Auburn Tigers 2nd and 6 now. Jarquez getting the angle on the outside. He is eating angles, and he is, look at that. I love the way he drives inside. That's a very Carnell thing to do right there. You know, he kind of goes outside, and some people would have bounced outside and maybe gone out of bounds when they encountered resistance, but instead he kind of moved inside and kind of started running toward the hash. Of course, it ends up being kind of a wasted effort. We got a holding on the Auburn Tigers, on Jalil Irvin. Playing center at this point. Let's see if that's a legit hold. That is a legit hold, yes. Can't do that. 2nd and 16 off schedule again, guys. Chip says Leafy's chances of number 24 Swoogan. Love, love, love. Oh, no, down. My bad. Hey, that's my cat says, is this a good time for a Mountain Dew or is it too late? It's never too late. Robbie Asher might have had a few too many shoulder dips on that run. I don't know. But he still gets 6 or 7 yards. Ah, man, this game is a grind, man. It's like, it's one of those games where if they win it, you're stoked. And if they lose it, you're just like, I don't want to remember that ever again. You know, like nothing really notable has happened in this game, at least to this point. I just wish McPherson would have hit that kick. A big, towering, majestic kick to have his first field goal like that. But he missed it by a pretty good distance, honestly. I mean, he had the distance, I should say, but he was pretty far right on that. 3rd and 9, Auburn's off schedule again. Robbie Ashford forced to throw the ball, and he fucking had it. Oh, my God. What a beautiful play design that was. Little wheel route, the old Cam Martin wheel route right there, and the ball just went over there. There's nothing that Jarquez can do. There's nothing Jarquez can do on that. He can't fix that problem. You've just got to loft that a little bit more, man. I can't believe we're this far into the season and he hasn't gotten better at that. Oh, that's going to be a penalty for sure. On Daz Worsham. I mean, the guy signaled for a fair catch, and then Daz ran into him. But is there no penalty down? Wait, how is that? I don't understand that. He called for a fair catch, and Daz ran right into him. Oh, they're going to argue he got blocked into him by number 3. Okay, I didn't see that part of it. Stu Pope says Ashford is awful. Ashford's not awful. He's an awful passer. He does other things well. And they don't really – they're trying to scheme around that. But I mean, there does come a point, right? You got to throw the ball a little bit. All right, let's get some of these numbers together, man. 5 of 10 now is what he is. He started out 4 of 5, so this is not a good finish here. He's 48. They're obviously trying to hide him as a passer. I mean, they're hiding him. I mean, there's no doubt about it, which is smart. Jarquez, 8 for 88. He's the crazy 88s. I was watching Kill Bill the other day, part 2, and that exchange between Bill and his brother. He goes, yeah, she cut him in half with the Hanzo sword. And he goes, she's got a Hanzo sword? Yeah, he made her one. He goes, didn't he sign a blood oath and never do that again? And Bill goes, yeah, it would appear that he's broken that promise. Yeah, he has. Anyway, I'm a Kill Bill fan. My wife sits there when I'm watching it. My wife goes, why do you watch that? That movie sucks. Like, that movie sucks. I like it. 12 for 83 for Tank. She has a Hanzo sword? Yeah, he made it for her. Yeah. All right, there we are. Oh, let me get some third down numbers put together here. Third down. They're 3 of 9. Auburn's 4 of 9. Wow. They have had a run here of no third downs. Let's see. Fat Crack says Brian Schultz could have made that throw. My man. Whoa, I didn't mean to stop it short. Jason M says, would that have been a touchdown? Didn't see the play entirely. Absolutely. That's he just lofted in there, and he's gone. He's behind the entire defense. He's gone 100%. So Tigger says, a lot of Tarantino's movies suck me in when I don't have anything else to watch. I do love Kill Bill. No, I like, Django Unchained will pull me in too, for sure. I've probably seen, there's Damian Craig. Look at him. I'm telling you guys, Damian, what a character he is. 1st and 10 for the Aggies. Still haven't scored a single point today. And they're not going to score it on that play. That's for damn sure. Joseph bringing it right there. The young man who transferred in from Memphis. Been playing a little bit more here in the second half of the season. Ammo says, come to Tokyo and we'll hit up the Kill Bill restaurant. Holy shit, is that a thing? You get served by the crazy 88s? Oh, my God. I would do that. Unfortunately, to get to you, Ammo Tiger, it means I have to fly across the ocean, which I don't want to do, really. I'm not a good flyer, particularly over water. I'm always scared we're going to go down in the water. I don't know why it matters. If you go down in a crater or you go down in the water, it doesn't matter. You're going down. I don't know. Let's see. Mountain of Coke says, wish we would have a Kill Bill 3 with the little girl of the lady that had the gun in the cereal. It would be pretty bad, but it's Tarantino. Yeah, she says something like, if when you get older, you're still sore about this, you come find me. I'll be ready. I like that. Vernita Green was her name. The character's name, I should say. The runner agreed that Kill Bill is such a good set of movies. I love them, and my wife I'm telling you, like, she's allergic to it. She's like, what is the deal? This movie has no redeeming qualities at all, and I think it's great. We usually see eye to eye on that stuff. Oh, nice little cut there by Stewart. That was a nice cut there. And a flag. Let that be a hold on Texas A&M. That's a hold on Jimbo Sucking. Illegal use of the eyeglasses on Jimbo Fisher, 15 yards. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, buddy. Let's see. Kanuman says, we came to get down. We came to get down, so get out your seat and jump around. Jump around, huh? A little House of Pain there for you. AU Taxman says, Tarantino only doing one more movie. I hope it's good. I, for one, will not be like super bummed out or whatever. I'm not. I mean, Tarantino's fine. He almost gets a little too ponderous in his interviews, though. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost kind of bought into his own hype. A man's opinion. Hornacia says that hope floats greater than any Kill Bill movie. Hope floats. Also, poop floats. Oh, my goodness. Nice pressure from Colby, Sir Colby Wooden on that to wreck that screenplay. And now Texas A&M is very much off schedule. That's what we like to see. Blake Carr calls him Jimbo Fish Sticks. That's a great name. I love it. Absolutely love it. That's like the South Park where it's like, do you like fish sticks? I love trying that one on my wife sometimes. 3rd and 10 anyway. Here we go. Auburn's got kind of an interesting defensive look here. They're only rushing 3. Nope. They got a couple green dogs coming in, and that's not going to work. I think it's fair to say that this quarterback for Texas A&M is just really not working super well. Auburn is doing some things as far as disguising coverages and making him really nervous about throwing the football right now. He's just being very tentative when he's throwing the ball. If you look at Auburn's rush on this play, it's kind of late. But it didn't really matter. Patrick P says, if your poop floats, you have too much fat in your stool and you need to see a doctor. You need to see a doctor. Knuman says, fish sticks, ha ha ha. You get it, I guess. Do you like fish sticks? I can't go any deeper in that one. Runner says, Kill Bill, now South Park references. What a show. Yeah, man, South Park. I was in college when South Park hit in the very beginning. Chris M says, everybody poops. Everybody poops sometimes. Pipe says, Jimbo tickle sticks. He's not even tickling sticks tonight, bro. What's up? Brian H says, love these second half. Schmecken half. That's half schmetty, half second. Adjustments. Let's see. Leafy says, Jay, can you watch BFB? Do I know what that is? I don't think I know what that is. Knuman says, you know who does not get it? Kanye. Kanye doesn't like money anymore. He apparently doesn't like money anymore. Let's see. Chip Chip says his wife, Miss Chip Chip, introduced me to South Park episode 1. It killed me. Boy, it was. The kids today don't even understand how crazy it was. Like when that came out in 97, I think. I mean, that was like to have a cartoon that was like profane like that. It was really, really out there. The Auburn Tigers, again, this is a very grindy game, right? They had the one touchdown a drive that was really was 2 plays, right? It was a so-so drive. Then you had Tank broke free down that right sideline. Then you had that brilliant play-action throw to JJ to get the touchdown. That was basically 50 yards in 2 plays, consummated that drive. And that's really been the difference in this game. 7-0. A&M really hasn't done much. And aside from that drive, Auburn hasn't done much either. So we're just kind of having a sword fight, so to speak. Feel Like a Stranger says, Biatch, is you a hobbit? I don't know that reference, but I bet it's really funny. I was thinking about those guys from Talladega. But that's not what you were referencing. I appreciate you. I feel like a stranger, and I'm sorry that BMAT busted your name up in the rundown the other day. Runner 24 says, I wish I had so much money that I no longer like more money. Yeah, you'd be like Elon Musk at this point. He's absolutely making a wreck of this Twitter investment. Hornacia says, there were cable companies that refused to have Comedy Central on because of South Park when it first came out. I don't remember that. But I could see that being true. It was definitely way ahead of its time. I mean, they were on the front end of that profanity thing. I mean, the whole idea that like you'd have the star of Christmas would be a piece of poop got some people really fired up. The runner says South Park was really groundbreaking back then. Perfect for 20-somethings back in 97. Yeah, that's exactly where I was. I guess that's where you were, too. Anonymous says sword fight with fish sticks. Turtle says my Shih Tzu could take your pug. I don't know, man. My pug is... Oh, shit. God, he had that run. He had those eyes wide like he was going to go to the house, but he didn't. Nonetheless, that's a 25-yard gain from Jarquez. Another thing about Jarquez, no celebrations, no antics. That's that misdirection play right there. That is lovely. Oh, my God. Dude, Brendan Coffey literally, he blocked a guy into the heaters. You got to give him credit for that. Auburn's back on schedule, guys. 1st and 10 from the 26. Unbalanced line. They're going to try to throw this ball with Robbie. He needs to throw this ball out of bounds or run out of bounds. Chaz Music said, do you remember when people were boycotting ABC because of NYPD Blue? I do remember that. It was like a guy had showed his ass or something like that. Everybody got all upset. I don't know. AU Taxman says the South Park movie still holds up. It's brilliant. I have not seen that lately. I looked up on YouTube. I looked up Uncle Effer maybe a couple weeks ago just because I had forgotten that song. That's pretty damn funny. Also, the Metallica part where like Kenny went to hell or whatever. We used to talk about that all the time on the beat. Me and Troy Johnson, who used to cover Auburn. Oh God. It's so interesting that happened right there because I always thought LSU pitching the ball out of the backfield was a terrible idea. And then Auburn just tried another pitch out of the backfield and they fumbled the ball and they may have lost this. I hope they didn't, but they may have. This is like a little pitch. I don't understand. That didn't look right to me. That doesn't look like that was designed that way. I feel like a stranger says, "Is you a hobbit?" is from the Kanye episode. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know that one. My bad. Oh, Carnell's pissed. I don't blame him. It's a terrible time for a turnover. My goodness gracious. Oh, God. That's a bad one. Yeah, Pipe Layer says that was a first-class brain fart. I have to agree. I think that's a screw-up right there. That's a nice throw into the tent, though. Hornation says, when Fox came out, it was the edgy channel because of Married with Children, many protests. I don't remember the protests. I do remember Married with Children. I never got into that show, even though I thought Christina Applegate was super hot at that time. I did watch In Living Color a lot, though, which does not get enough credit for how damn funny that was. Damon Wayans and Jim Carrey. God, it was Keenan Ivory Wayans as well. David Allen Greer was on that show. Jamie Foxx was on that show as Wanda and Handyman. Oh, my God. I think that's a precursor to like Chappelle, really. I don't know if people agree with me. Chris M says this is just a guess, but I don't think JG is going to be posting Robbie's PFF score tomorrow. That's probably true. I don't think he's having a good game from a PFF perspective. I do think that Jarquez and Tank are having terrific games. I think Jeremiah Wright's having a good game too. But as I say, you can have 10 guys doing. Hold on. You can have 10 guys doing it right way, and you have one guy doing it wrong, and it makes it all bad. You gotta be tough. To be fair, we're sitting here shitting on Robbie, and I mean he's made some mistakes. There's no doubt, but this quarterback Connor Wigman, he's not been very good tonight either. He's had his own problems. The Runner 24 says Living Color was absolutely amazing. It really was. That was the first show that I ever watched in my life where like every show had me like crying one way or another. It was really, really funny. And you look back, man, there were some absolute studs and legends on that show. I mean, Kelly Cofield, she doesn't get any love now either. She's kind of, off the map now, but she was she played like the straight white girl all the time in there. She's really funny too. You think about David Allen Greer and Jamie Foxx and those, they're all like studs anyway, but they had other folks that were really, really good on there. Handyman. Oh, Chris M says, let me tell you something. Fire Marshal Bill. He's the man. Cats DP says Keenan Ivory Wayans, Anton Jackson. Hornatius, of course, jumps in as everyone does and says Jennifer Lopez was a dancer on the show. I thought it was Fergie. Mobile Alum thought In Living Color was great too. I did not know you were a fan. Let me tell you something. Fire Marshal Bill was so funny, man. You're out of bounds, bro. I got to stay on schedule. It's going to be 2nd and 10. I'm telling you, the only way you're going to score a touchdown in this game is to grind it out and stay on schedule. Just like Hunter was saying at halftime. Solo Tigre says, good field position again. Got to get points on this drive. Oh, stoop up. Homie, don't play that. That's right. Homie the Clown. I forgot about that, too. That's Damon Wayans, right? Homie, don't play that. We used to say that a bunch. Solo Tigre says it was definitely J-Lo, not Fergalicious. All right, fair enough. I am kind of getting a little bit lost on the years, aren't I? Fergie was probably a very young person at that time. You can do what you want to do in living color. Matthew R. says Robbie is too flustered. Well, he's off schedule again. 3rd and long. He's going to have to make a throw here. And he's not. Yeah, he's going to run. It's like on one hand, you're kind of like, all right, cool. You didn't put the ball into jeopardy there and you didn't yield a turnover. But at the other hand, like it's 3rd and 9 and just throw the fucking ball. Like running out of bounds for a 0-yard gain on 3rd and 9 is not helping anybody. Oh, Leafy says again, can you respond? What's going on? Leafy, what did you ask me, bro? I can't keep up with quite all this. I don't know what you're asking me, Leafy. Let's go Auburn? I mean, how do you want me to respond to that? Bego asked if I saw Fire Marshal Bill and Liar Liar. I haven't seen that. Oh, look at this punt. Look at this punt. They're trying to say that went off A&M. The Quaddle Bomb is down there. Look at that. Look at the hustle. Derek Hall making his case. Wesley Steiner making a case. Oh, they've decided that's going to be an A&M ball. And look at that. Derek Hall is not happy. I would be interested. I mean, if Derek Hall tells me something, I'm probably going to listen to him. The previous play is under review. Let's see if that hit an A&M player. Regardless, it was a hell of a kick. And great coverage. Got to give him credit for that. No, I don't think he touched that, yo. He was trying to. I think that went exactly the way that returner expected it to. I think he couldn't get to it, and he pulled his hands back. That's fair. I can deal with that. Look at that play. Look at Marcus Harris, a young man from the greater Montgomery area, bringing it. His younger brother is a major recruit, and Auburn has been on his tail, so to speak, for a long, long time now. Howard says, maybe Ashford's sucking. You had a different name before, didn't you, Howard? Maybe Ashford's sucking will keep fans from wanting to hire Carnell instead of a real coach. Wait, that's not very nice. There's another throw that Wigman should have had right there. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it, but Robbie ain't the only quarterback out there struggling. Third and 11. Number 19 thinks this A&M quarterback is shook, and I have to agree with him. I still can't believe we're at 7-0. Late in the third quarter here, guys. Auburn's touchdown drive was really two incredible plays coming out from the 50. Oh, shit. Who was that got to that quarterback and knocked his ass down? Boy, Chris M., you were right, man. Those words were prescient. He is super shook now. Now he's hobbling a little bit. Wow. This defense has played their absolute balls off, man. They were really good, I thought, last week. I mean, they gave up points, but they were playing hard as hell. That was Marcus Harris again. Bringing it. Got the passion they're bringing, man, on the front. Those guys are playing their ass off, man. Man, you just kind of wonder, like, what if this defense was playing like this before? They were playing with this much passion, you know what I mean? The fire, they're just bringing it, man. My phone is blowing up right now. What's going on out here? All right, so they got to delay a game on Texas A&M. This is a bad punting situation for them, although I'm fine with it. This punter is going to have to kick with his heels, like just ahead of the end zone back. Daz is set up to field this sumbitch at about the 45 plus. So Leafy says, "Can you watch BFB?" I don't know what that is, bro. I don't know what BFB is. Can you all tell me what that is? Like big furry ball bag or something? I don't know what a BFB is. I don't want to watch that. Man, that punt was really, really short. Looks like Auburn's going to take over at the 27 or 28. Oh my God. This is where the game's got to be solidified right here. This has to go in. This drive has to yield a touchdown. Right here. Kenny H says, if we only had an offense. If we only had an offense. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 from where we at? Oh, we're a little deeper than 27. You got to do something here. I like this play. I don't like this play. They lost 3 yards on that, and he ran out of bounds. More misdirection. But that one just didn't work. I love Carnell, man. I love the way he's doing this. I really do, man. All right, they're at the 30, 2nd and 13 off schedule already. They're going to try to run the ball on a... Oh, shit, nice tackle. Got to give him credit, man. They beat Auburn's left tackle. They beat him on the right side, and now you're looking at a 3rd and long, and this is not where Robbie wants to be. This is not where Robbie excels. Let's see. Knuman says something good here. It shows you just how bad Harsin sucked. It's insane. I didn't say it, but I ain't correcting you. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. They got a screenplay off just in the nick of time, and Jarquez was scooting, and I thought he was going to be able to get that first down, but he ended up about 2 yards short. Great effort from number 26 from Texas A&M. Made a great play there. 4th and 2. Now, see, I would kick this. This is within a reasonable range. McPherson can hit this kick, and I honestly believe that 10 points is going to be enough to win this game. I really believe that. Robbie's mad because they can't go for it on 4th and 2, and I understand that, but I appreciate his passion. But, I mean, McPherson can hit this kick, and I think if you go up double digits, I don't think Texas A&M, considering the way things have been going, I don't think they can score 10. So this could be a game-winning kick, and it's going to be. Yo, like, no cap here. I'm just being real here. If Texas A&M loses this game and they don't score a point, they don't score a single point, they might fire him. Mayo Sowell, look at this. Look at him. I love it. He was Mayo was playing linebacker back when when Carnell would have been playing, right? Yeah, 2000 to 2004. I knew that he had been in jail. I wasn't going to bring it up. And now he's a pastor in Sandy Springs. Outstanding. What a great story. I did not know that he was a pastor now. Man, it was a lot of fun to talk to, though. I'll tell you that. Back when I was interviewing him at Auburn. He was a very aggressive, hard-hitting player. Who is that little dude next to Ronnie? I don't know. He's dressed up like he's a former player, but I mean, if that's not Cody Bliss, I don't know who that would be. That's some little dude. Yeah, Leafy, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I've actually tried to call. I mean, I've tried to understand what you're talking about, but. Kanuman says Mayo was on the Tiger Tailgate show today. Outstanding. Awesome. I'm glad you were listening, Kanuman. How did he do? I'm sure he did good. No, that's not Trey Smith. There ain't no way that's Trey Smith. Kanuman says Trey Smith, and now I'm like, wait, are you guys serious? You think that was Trey? Shit, man, I haven't seen Trey in so long. I wouldn't know him to look at him anymore. Chip says, I think that was Jay Lee. That's funny right there. There's Todd Van Amps right there in the white shirt taking pictures. He's Auburn's football photographer, and he's an absolute stud. I worked with him at the Advertiser for like 5-10 years. I don't know. And he's been at Auburn ever since, and he's just really, really talented, and he's a good dude, too. He also likes Nissan cars, by the way. He drives a Hummer, but he likes Nissans. Ooh, Solo says, JDT, smash that mute button when eating on the stream. You know, I usually do, and I got a little lax on that one. I'm sorry, bro. My bad. I appreciate you reminding me of that, Solo Tigre. Connor Wigman running for his life on 1st and 10. Let's keep him off schedule. Joseph getting some right there. I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, they're coming back. Ooh, shit, Cam Riley. Damn near killed that guy. Woo! Super chat coming in from Stoop Up, keeping the streak alive. What an absolute stud this guy is. What are we doing here? I know it's freaking me out for a second because the screen went dark. They're just doing the LED thing. So super chat for Caddy's suit. I'm telling you, I wish that I had the ability to wear a suit like that. I just ain't got enough, but he does. He definitely does. Appreciate you, Stoop Up. You're a very consistent and awesome super chatter, and also a member of the Drain. Also a caller, and a valuable member of the bunker community as well. So thank you. Pie Player says 13 just smashed the like button. Cam Riley definitely did that. Mm-hmm. Kanuman says it was either Trey or Brandon Jacobs. Not certain which one. No, I follow Brandon Jacobs on Facebook. You're talking about, obviously, Brandon Jacobs, the fullback from Bayou LaBattery. And he was, I think he's at the game, in fact, as I saw on Facebook, but he's not down there. He doesn't look like that. He's like a big, I mean, he's not fat. He looks like you would expect Brandon Jacobs to look at 40 years old, you know? Because Brandon was a very, very tough individual. He still looks like somebody that would absolutely whoop your ass. Although, I'm disappointed to learn he's not an oysterman. That's what he was growing up down there on the bayou. And he was one of my favorite players to cover. You know, I don't ever include him in my lists. When people say, what's your favorite player to cover? I never mentioned Brandon Jacobs. I did like him a lot. I usually say James Callier, Quentin Groves, Senderic, Brent Shaning. Those guys on the baseball team in the beginning. Brent Shaning and Hayden Galimo. Love those two guys. I probably never had as much fun with somebody at Auburn as I did with Sinderic Marks. That guy is just, God, that guy's a stud. I love him. Quentin, I miss him too. Played a lot of Call of Duty with him in the day. Still play a little bit with Patrick Lee, P. Lee, everybody calls him. Good guy too. Basketball-wise, Marquise. I always enjoyed talking to Marquise. Kyle Davis. Ronnie Lamel. Hey, man, what's good, bro? How you doing, man? Ronnie Lamel. Chris M. jumping in with a super chat, number 19. He's been here all night. He's been, he's super chat now. He's been in the chat. He's a great poster on the bunker, number 19. You may know him that way. He is his own meme. And it's a positive one. That's the best thing about being the meme that he is. This is going to be a fantastic first win for Caddy. The future is bright for Auburn Faux Show. All right. Hey, man, he's doing a lot of really good things. Like, he's just doing smart things, right? He's like, hey, this team has this roster right here, this roster that they have right now has talent. Wait, you guys are talking about Brandon Jacobs? I guess you meant Brandon Johnson. Because, like, there's no way that, like, a thin white guy could bring Brandon Jacobs. Like, first of all, I know Brandon Jacobs, and he's huge. Not in a fat way. He's just a very, he's a muscular, very, very fit human being. I did a story on him like a year ago. I ran into him at a Rivals camp and did a story on him. And he's a very fit, huge, muscular human being. And he's also not white, so that would not be him. I figured you guys were talking about Brandon Johnson. Rich says, in my defense, dude, I know who Brandon Jacobs is, and I know who Brandon Johnson is. My bad. Oh, Connor Wegman, that's a fumble, yo. That's going that way. That is 100% going that way. Is it not? Okay, maybe not 100%. Knuman was just straightening things out. I said Brandon Jacobs, not Brandon Johnson. Word. I might have made that mistake. That's my bad. Old soul, guys. Leafy says BFB is a YouTube show on the channel Jack and Jellify. I don't know that one. Leafy, if you say it's good, then I would trust you on that, but it's okay. Cred says I would pay to hear Leafy on the phone. Leafy, are you going to call, bro? Auburn just tweeted that that's 4 straight 3-and-outs by Texas A&M. So that's, as Gus would say, that's pretty good. Let's see. A-Law 20 says, Lamp, I had organic gardening with Caddy and advanced organic gardening with Jeff Klein. Rest in peace. Okay. Advanced organic gardening with Jeff Klein. I bet that would have been fun. Jeff Klein was a fun-loving dude. He's fun to hang out with. As you alluded to, he passed away tragically this summer at probably the age of, 40? 41, 42? Guy had an incredible arm. I personally watched him throw a ball 105 yards in the Georgia Dome. It was a mini football, but he threw it 105 yards, and Mazzoni got on his ass for doing that. He's like, you could hurt yourself doing this. I was like, bro, he's going to be fine. Pipe says, Leafy, are you any relation to Stumpy? Ooh, that was a lick right there. Damari Alston got hit pretty hard. But he jumped right up, as you'd expect. Behind schedule again. Becco says, I don't think A&M will ever recover financially from Jimbo. I will never recover from this. Isn't that what the Tiger King said, right? Blake's in the house. What's up, bro? This is War Name Eagle, and good evening, everyone. Auburn family. Love and blessings to you all. You are looking beautiful this evening, even you, JG. Thank you, sir. Great week for Auburn basketball and football. Yes, Auburn basketball did get a couple wins. Not up. Oh, Jesus. I did see a flag come down, though, but that may not affect this at all. A tip deflection that yielded an interception. Now A&M's going to have the ball at the 45+. This is not great. JC23 says, here we go. JC23 has been watching Auburn football for a while, I reckon. He's seen this story unfold a time or two. Yes, Auburn basketball won against the hated George Masons on the Brick Masons on the first, and then on Monday, and then beat South Florida the Bulls on Friday night by a margin that I don't think was neither good nor satisfying to the Bunker brethren, but they got the win and didn't shoot the ball particularly well in the South Florida game in particular, but we'll see how it goes. I still think this is a really good team. It's kind of finding their way. Lee Bands gave it an SMH. Nathaniel also dropped an SMH. And Casa DP with a damnation. Yeah, it's like, yay. Daniel M says, can Fromm throw? Hey, man, he's kin to a good passer, right? Runner 24 mentions that Bo... Ooh, nice lick right there from Simp. That the Fighting Landings are up 31-27 with Heisman Bo throwing for two, running for throwing for 2 touchdowns and running for another. 31-27. How late in the game is that? Let's take a look here. I'm going to get on the ranked app. I'm going to get on the ranked app here and see what's going on with that one. Yeah, 27-31 is what I'm showing. 4:26 to go in that one. Connor Wegman still running for his life. He did get the ball off, though, on a 3rd and 6. They're not going to get the first down. Ooh, number 1 doesn't look like he's feeling very good after that one. Dude, if he's grabbing his head, just let him lay on the fucking ground. Like, why are you picking him up? He just doesn't look like he's feeling real good right now. Yeah, you need to go out there and take a look, bro. 4th and 2. Lee Bands is pulling for Holden. Is this when you want to put Holden in the game? With 11 minutes to go in a game where you're only up 10-0? I don't know, man. The one time we had a chance to see Holden Gerner play, he was a deer in the headlights. There's no doubt about that. Now, look, it's okay to have a shitty first performance, all right? My first stream wasn't very good. You could argue even my 55th stream wasn't very good. Those fuckers.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
All right, so A&M's going to get a few points there. Whatever. Ammo Tiger jumping in. Ammo Tiger's called into our show before, by the way, and he's stationed over in, we'll just say, a little west of of California. Is that fair to say? No message included, no message needed. If I see one pop up, I will definitely holler it out. But appreciate you, Ammo Tiger. It's a good name. Let me get some numbers updated here. It's time for us to do that. Let's see. Ashford is now 6 of 13, guys. He was 4 of 5 at one time. 6 of 13 for 60. 2 picks. 2 picks, guys. I'm not going to put that on there because I don't have room, but we'll just keep that in your mind. Jarquez is now at 10 carries for 113. Jeez. And Sir Tank is at 15 carries for 85. And the Auburn Tigers, let's see what we're doing on third down here. Third down is A&M's 4 of 14. Auburn is 4 of 12. All right. We're now fully updated. Oh, wait. Let me make sure that Robbie's running numbers are the same. 14 for 34 for him running. 14 for 34. God dang. JC23 says he did throw a touchdown pass. Yeah, I did note that. It is there in his stat line, but you're right. He has 2 picks. Ammo asks, how was the Eagle flight? Folks on the ground said it was pretty good, on par with the defensive performance because they are the only reason we're in the game. You're right about that. Defense has been really good tonight. They had like 6 or 7 3-and-outs in a row. Just gave up 3, but I don't even blame them. That was due to a Robbie Ashford interception that gave them possession on the 40 or the 35. So, I don't know, man. Kind of bumpy there. That's not fair on the defense, really. Fat Crack says, can we just wildcat the rest of the game? I'm tired of Robbie and his crappiness. Again, he was 4 of 5 at one point. Now he's 6 of 13 with 2 picks in that since the 4 or 5 start. So, yikes. Charles wants to know, is 12 that bad, meaning Holden Gerner? Is he that bad? I mean, he looked really bad when they played him earlier. I think it was in the Missouri game. Is that right? You guys remember better than me, maybe. And they gave him a couple drives, although the second drive was really short. But, man, he just looked like petrified by the speed of the game or whatever. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think so. All right, here we go. Another first down. Another new drive. Start for the 25. You got to have points on this one. Ooh, Tank. Breaking free. Gets 15 yards out of that one. That's a great run on first down right there. And they get up close to midfield at the 45. Yeah, you guys are getting really frustrated with Robbie. I mean, guys, let's be honest about what Robbie is, okay? Robbie's a flyer, okay? They were like, he's a good athlete. He didn't hardly play at Oregon. They didn't feel like he could play out there. Why not? You know, and so Zach went down with the injury. TJ was terrible. And I think he's miscast as a full-time starter. I think you guys would agree with me, but that's all they got right now. That or Holden Gerner, and Holden doesn't look like he's ready, so. We're asking about Tank. He just hit 100, so we'll go ahead and represent that. 17 carries for 100. So Auburn now has 2 tailbacks over 100, or at 100 at this point, I should say. 2nd and 10. You want to stay on schedule, though. Guys, they need some points. I'm still skeptical of A&M's ability to score a touchdown right now, but you know, you don't want to leave it to chance like that. 3rd and 7. Chip says having to play Robbie is why Hashpipe got fired. That's an important part of it. You're absolutely right about that. If he has a better quarterback, he's probably okay. Robbie's going to run for it, guys. I don't think he's going to get there. He's about half a yard short. Oh, they're going to start talking? Oh, Garner Langlow's like he's ready to enforce this. Tell him, Garner. Tell 27 what he thought. I don't know how to say it. All right, so it's going to be 4th and like half a yard. They're at, what, midfield maybe? Would you guys try? Would you guys try to go for it here? You got a choice. You either go for it on 4th and a half a yard, or you got to punt this and hope you can get him inside the 10. A&M has shown no ability to drive the ball this tonight. Their 3 yards were on a drive that started at the Auburn 35, and they still didn't really piss a drop. They just were able to kind of salvage a field goal out of it. This is just me. I think I would go for it right here. Because as Knuman would say, or maybe it was it Pocket? I don't remember who it was. It said, no, it might have been Chip saying you're playing with house money anyway, so go for it. BJ Barnes with me on this. Chris M's with me on this. But Daniel M., it's a first down. Fuck it, we don't have to worry about it. Mm-hmm. That's a good spot, guys. I'll be honest with you. Man, that was a very fortuitous spot, I think, guys. I don't think he got over to that line. I mean, he's way out of bounds at that point. Well, yeah, that's... All right, cool. Paul Case is what a spot. Yeah, I agree. Might as well just take it, right? This is going to be a power run. Or power G. Oh, geez, Louise. Oh, God. No. What, Jeremiah, just get off the sideline, bro. Just get off the sideline. Just get off the sideline.
What?
I cannot.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Guys. What? No. That is impossible. That cannot happen. Cred says, I'm going to find a bridge later, boys. No, don't. Seriously, don't joke about that. It is funny, but don't joke about that. Liban says it's comical at this point. Yes, and the way that fumble happened, it just like went up in the air like a rainbow. Like what's going on here? Hornation says new kicker's going to kick a 58-yarder to walk this game off. I told you guys. You heard it here first. It's going to come down to that kicker making something. Midro wants to know, has Shed Jackson caught a pass all year? Like, he's played like 500 snaps and he's caught like 5 passes. It's crazy. Galaxy 74 says can't do nothing but laugh it off. You're about right on that. I mean, seriously, dude. It's like, what? Like, he's not even a fumble risk, and it just happened. I cannot believe he fumbled right there. I can't believe he fumbled right there. Ravine says, drink up. This is going to be one of those nights. Fuck it. We're doing it, man. We're doing it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. I got in trouble last week. Some people said that I dropped too many F-bombs late in the show. So I'm going to try to be good. All right, listen. Some other things I want to mention. We have been shitting on Robbie all night. We, as in the chat. I haven't been giving him much trouble at all. In fact, I've been kind of standing for him. But Connor Wigman is 10 of 29 right now for 79 yards. All right, guys? 10 of 29. 10 completions on 29 throws. He's had his problems, okay? And he can't run for shit. Their leading rusher right now has 8 carries for 23 yards, and their quarterback can't throw. So, I mean, it is what it is. That does not excuse, by the way, Jack S. picked that out correctly. Thank you, sir. I just cannot believe this is actually happening. I cannot believe it. I can't believe he fumbled right there. I mean, Jarquez is not a fumbler. I realize you're not a fumbler. Nobody's a fumbler until they fumble. I get it, but yeah, you really want Shed to pick that ball up, don't you? You really want Shed to get that ball, right? I mean, what you want is to not fumble the fucking ball, but you really want Shed to get that ball. He had an opportunity to get that, and he just didn't quite get it. I love Jeremiah Wright getting a late dive in there, though. It's good. Shed, get that ball, bro. Get that ball. That's tough, though. That's tough, man. His arm's kind of hanging out there. That's tough. Oh, wait. We're saying good guy's ball. Wait, what? Am I behind or something? No? Chip says that Shed touched it out of bounds. Nathaniel says, I miss drinking. My man. Oh, love the cats. We need to have that as a sound right now. He says, ooh, suck out my chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth. Put them in your mouth and suck them and suck them. That was from South Park. Wasn't just making that up. That was Chef, a.k.a. Isaac Hayes, sang that song. All right. Robbie Ashford's as surprised as anybody. Runner 24 says, who needs a wide receiver who can catch? LOL. Knuman says, Shed finally came through. Accidentally.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
All right, guys. 2nd and 11. I'm just going to move on. 2nd and 11. I don't love that call. And Auburn doesn't get anything out of it. Oh, shit. Is Tank hurt? He looked like he was hurt there, but he's staying in. Okay. I didn't like that play call at all. He did have a little bit of a gap there, but it closed quickly. I understand why he tried to get through that hole, though. It was there. Hornatius says, AU Law 20, Sook's salty balls. Why? AU Law is a good dude, man. What's going on? Quan said, R.I.P. Isaac Hayes. He did die a few years back, didn't he? He was a great character on South Park, and also a fine singer in his own right. Uh-oh. Wow, Coy Moore's going after it. No, quit crying for a flag. Just play the game. Coy Moore was he was blocking to the whistle, which I like. And that dude was trying to get a flag because he's a big passive-aggressive baby. You're a baby. Play the game. Quit crying for a flag, baby. All right, so Auburn got a second life, so to speak, on Shed Jackson's touching the ball out of bounds, and they didn't do anything with it. Now they're at the plus 45, and they're going to punt this bad boy because they trust Oscar Chapman to put them back deep. And let's see if they are going to – holy shit, man. Hey, did Shed not make up for that right there? Huh? Did he? What a play. Are they going to say that's – it's a touchback. This rule is different in college versus the NFL. I know that. I don't remember the specifics, though. You've got to stay. Yeah, that's what it is. If that ball goes over the line in college, that's considered a touchback. In the NFL, that probably would have been 1st and 10 from the half-yard line. But in college, they're going to call that a touchback because the ball went into the end zone. So that ends up being an average punt rather than an incredible punt. P. Beasley says, Shed balling. Yeah, I mean, he's hustling, man, like he usually does. Hornacia says, Shed needs more snaps. My man. Oh, jeez, guys. I still can't believe we're here. 6:36 to go. Auburn's up 1 touchdown. Texas A&M is going to hit. I'm thinking faster than I'm talking. Texas A&M is going to take over on the Auburn 20. They have not been able to throw the ball for shit all night. They're 10 of 29 for 79 yards right now. 34% completion percentage is not very good. And their leading rusher right now has 8 carries for 23 yards. As a team, they have 20 carries for 44 yards. So long story short, they can't piss a drop unless they have really good field position so far tonight. Let me see how many drives these sumbitches have had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They've had 10 drives. This will be their 11th. They scored once, which is a field goal on a drive where they started at the Auburn 31. And they ended up kicking a field goal Well, I'm sorry. The drive started on the 39, and they kicked their field goal from the 31. It was an interception. So unless they are given great field position, they cannot get anything done tonight. I was really hoping they would get shut out because I wanted to see Jimbo explain that shit. I told Henry, now I don't really want to talk to him now because he's got too much to do, but I told Henry if Texas A&M loses, he needs to go to that Texas A&M locker room and listen to Jimbo. He just needs to hear that and soak it up. Because he's going to have 1,000,001 excuses about why everybody else is messed up. Let me go ahead and go to the ranked college football app. Where is that? Here we go. Thanks, guys, for getting that. Washington, as B.J. Barton mentioned, Washington is now up on Oregon, 37-34 with 51 seconds to go. Oregon has got the length of the field to go. And let's see how Bo Nix has been tonight. 16 of 22 for 239, 2 touches, 0 picks. And on the rushing tip, he's got 9 carries for 59 and a rushing touchdown. So, yeah, he's had a pretty good game, but the Oregon Ducks are struggling against these Washington Huskies tonight. And not much time left to rectify this situation. So, anyway, guys, definitely want to check that out on the ranked college football app. Look at TCU. Guys, I picked TCU and didn't even think twice about it. Hope they win that game. Love the Horny Toads. Joseph's been playing a bunch tonight. Also, Marquise Burks playing a little bit. And we talked about that early in the show, right? About if they're going to rotate a lot on the defensive line. And the answer is yes. They've been doing it all night long. 2nd and 5. Oh, what a catch by number 3. Yikes, dude. That was a great catch. Which gets them up to, what, the 42, 43, somewhere like that. Ammo Tiger says, winning the time of possession battle by 11 minutes. Is that you dropping a loopy? I don't know what that is. That's pretty cool, though. I like that. I haven't seen that before. Connor Wegman, again, having a lot of pressure on him. And number 5 just dropped that pass. Sorry, Kelly Preston. You lose. God, man, this is tight, man. This is tight. It's tight. Oh, my hair's terrible. My bad. This is tight. Uh-oh. Got a problem, Nehemiah Pritchett. He's cramped up a little bit. Simp's trying to talk him through it, but you can't talk through that kind of stuff. Timothy B says LFG Auburn. That's what I'm talking about. Hornation says it's about to set up for our new kicker to be our savior. You're taking me seriously, aren't you? Well, I mean, you should be, I guess. Yeah, a little cramp there, a little cramp for Nehemiah. Solo Tigre says we need to hit this kid again. He's getting too comfortable. Yeah, I need a new soundbite for that with about punch him in the balls. Connor Wigman is going to be kicking the balls or punching the balls or something. Like, it hadn't happened. It's been too long. Auburn's been around him and been throwing him off schedule a little bit, but they need to actually hit him. I agree with you 100%. BJ Barton says Bo just completed a 4th and 14 throw. Everybody's pulling for Bo, right? Like, we all want Bo to win and go to New York for the Heisman, right? Right? Leafy says, hey, Jay, is Auburn going to win the Iron Bowl? We're not there yet, bro. I still need to see a little bit more. All right, Texas A&M's at the minus 42. They got a 2nd and 10. They're off schedule already. Now, a sack here would be good. A fumble here would be good. Oh, shit, or both. Oh, shit. It's going that way. It's 100% going that way. That's Auburn ball. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Yes. Hey, Jimbo, what are you mad about, man? What are you bitching about? Wow, I was like, fumble would be good, sack would be good. How about both? How about a strip sack, yo? Colby Wooden. Oh, he just beat that old boy. Had his hand up, and he was ready to swat that ball out, yo. And who is that? Is that Joseph? Who is that got the ball? Who recovered that ball? Look at Carnell, man. He's fired up, yo. That's what I'm talking about. Who recovered that fumble? I'm going to go in here and see who got that fumble. Ah, damn it. Dadgummit. Let's see. Wegman sacked for a loss of 10. Fumble on the sack. Recovered by Joseph. Mojo at the 32. All right, cool. So there we go. Mojo. I called him Cujo, but whatever. That's a Stephen King reference. It's a big-time play by Colby Wooden right there. Big-time play, man. And Hornatius, we're going to both be right, bro. They're not going to score a touchdown, but they're going to kick a field goal, and that's going to be the margin, right? We're going to remember that. 2nd and 9. God, man, Tank fell down, and I was like, what's going on here, bro? Tank with another 15-yard carry, yo. Wow. Oh, shit. What? All right, let's get these numbers updated. I want to get full credit to these dudes right now. Tank is now 21 carries for 120. Sir Hunter is now 11 carries for 119. Jeez. Man, this is an absolute rushing attack. Grinding these fools into the ground, man. Robbie can't throw the ball for a lick, but they can run it. Nice patient run right there for Tank. Robbie's still 16 for 47. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right there. 3rd down, I probably need to update these too. 3rd down, 5. Auburn is 5 of 14. They're 3 of 14. All right. There we go. 2nd and 7. From the 12 is where I'm looking. And they're going to be looking at a 3rd and 2 now. Chip says, just let Tank grind it down and kick a field goal at worst. I completely agree. Or Quez, whatever. Just run the ball. Don't throw it. Just get the field goal and get up 10, man. That's all it's going to take right now. 3rd and 2. I say you run a counter. You let Jarquez run. No. You let Tank run that. And they're going to think it over. All right, fair enough. Dude, I'm telling you, man, beating Jimbo. I know Texas A&M sucks, but woo, this would be nice for Carnell, for sure. Absolutely huge. Bill M says endless running has to be wearing Texas A&M down. In that vein, as Ammo Tiger had mentioned earlier, I'm trying to get the time of possession here. Where are the time of possession? Auburn is currently plus 10 in time of possession, which is massive. 32 minutes to 22 minutes. Auburn has run the ball 51 times. Holy shiz. Texas A&M's only run at 22. Auburn is averaging 5.5 yards per carry. They're averaging 1.8. Yikes. If Auburn doesn't turn the ball over as they have tonight, this game's probably way out of line. Like Auburn's probably up 20. I'm trying to look for the turnover data here. Jeez. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, Auburn turnovers. 3 turnovers for the Auburn Tigers. 2 picks and a fumble. Connor Wegman now 11 of 31 for 96. Again, I don't want to try to bring this up again, but we've ragged on Robbie all night for throwing the football, and he has not been good, but their guy has not been very good either. Midro says, double reverse fade with Tank to shed, says Harson. My man. Melee notes that Quez is getting 10 yards per carry. He has been absolutely delicious all night long. He's been so good. Bradley B says, Damian Craig's sitting there thinking, I left Auburn for Jimbo? Well, technically, he left Auburn for LSU. He was on Orgeron's staff, and then he went AWOL on them too, and then ended up at Florida State because nobody else would hire him. I mean, I think he's a good coach. I do, but Damian's kind of got this. He's probably a little too headstrong for his own good. But he sure is funny. He's an interesting dude. Alva Tiger's in the house. We're glad to have him. He says, I love the excitement around Caddy late season, but please, for the love of God, don't rush the field for beating A&M, a 3-6 A&M team. I am 100% on board with that, brother. That would be an absolute travesty if that happened. Wow. We're just kind of walking through Toomer's Lemonade right there. 3rd and 2. I mean, a first down here would really put A&M in a bad spot. They've got 2 timeouts left, but I think Auburn's going to go for something big here. No, they're not. Maybe they should have. They hand the ball off the tank, and he gets hit behind the line of scrimmage. There's nothing he could have done about that. Now then, McPherson, obviously playing for Anders tonight. Anders is out for the season with an injured shoulder. McPherson going to come in here and kick this field goal to get them up 10. We have predicted this, me and Hornatius, all night long. We said that it was going to come down to this field goal kick, although it's not actually, but it probably will. Stan says, save the running on the field for next week. When you look at that, Kanuman, my wristwatch says, time to stand. Stand up and move a little for 1 minute. You know what? I'm not going to do that. JC23 says Antonio Johnson, 27, is that dude. He has been terrific all night. All right, McPherson's going for a short field goal here, which would put Texas A&M in a very bad spot. And he hits it, despite a high snap. And we're going to do one of these right here. 3 points on the board. Auburn Tigers are up 10 with 3:02 to go. I don't know, Jimbo, in his large bag of tricks, has a 10-point play in his quiver, so to speak. Jonathan LeGrand, a great story. Spent 5 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, and also played on the rugby team here at Auburn. As a walk-on playing linebacker, he was an honorary captain tonight, and a kid that just works his ass off. I don't know what else to tell you. And they did a story on him on game day, as they should have. And my Padre Emmett Tate, my dad, he was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, and wished him happy Veterans Day. And to all the other folks out there who have served and who have protected our country through the years to make it the great place that it is, to keep us safe. I appreciate you guys. Hats off to all y'all, guys and gals. We would not be where we are. I would not be able to do shows like this without the valorous service from folks long before me. Terrence says, I mentioned earlier that Jimbo doesn't have a 10-point play in his bag. Terrence says Jimbo doesn't have a 3-point play in his bag. Corey D says Oregon just lost. Lanning? Yes, it's been kind of a losing day for Auburn's main targets, right? Lane lost, Hugh lost, and now Dan Lanning loses as well. So, yikes. The Auburn sideline is bouncing up and down. Hey, man, look, when you're looking at a team like this, an Auburn team that's had a bad season, you just try to win a game. It's that simple. And if you want to sit here and say, well, A&M sucks, man, yeah, it's fucking Auburn. Auburn's playing terrible, this year. You just try to win the next game, man. And they are in position to do that. And that's really all it takes, man. Let's not get too far into the weeds with, A&M sucks, blah, 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 blah. Like, you just try to win the game. Knuman says, did Swack lose?
Who is Swag? Baby, who is? Oh, prime preach.
My man. Alpha Tiger says, must mean Dion is the guy. Yeah, that's exactly where I came from too, bro. Oh, man, Caden Bridges almost got that pick right there. Man, if I'd have gotten that pick, I would have walked right up to Jimbo and put the ball right at his feet. Like, not in a disrespectful way. Well, it would have been a disrespectful way, but it would have been passive-aggressive. Just, like, run right up to him and just put the ball right at his foot and take off. I would have done it. Caden Bridges may not know how big of a baby that guy is. He probably doesn't know. Oh, God damn! Caden Bridges damn near killed that kid. Oh, God, man, knocked him out. You get up and you pretend like you didn't feel that, but you did, Kelly Preston. You got knocked out. Well, not actually, but you know what I mean. Hey, Robinson says that man died. He's standing up, but he lost something. No, don't you? No. No. Dude, he knocked his mouth guard out. I'm sorry, man. I'm not laughing about anything. I'm just saying, like, it's a physical sport, man. Like Dan Hawkins said, it's a Big 12. It's not intramurals, brother. I don't know, man. JC23 thinks that's targeting. Melee thinks that's targeting. Wizard Dragon thinks that's targeting. The Pipe thinks that's targeting, too. Bego says, well, he's gone for the first half of the Western Kentucky game. What? Corey D says, Dan Lanning's chances go up with that L. I don't know. It doesn't go play-by-play like that, but I kind of see where you're coming from. So early in the night when we were doing this and I was sober, we were talking about how Dan Lanning, I thought he had a really good situation at Oregon. He didn't have a lot of resistance in the Big 12. I'm sorry, in the Pac-12, Pac-10, whatever. Lincoln Riley's a problem, and I think he's going to be really good at USC. So it's really going to be Oregon and USC, I think, in that conference going forward. That's one really good coach you got to worry about. You come to the SEC, you got to worry about Lane. You got to worry about Kirby. You got to worry about Nick Saban. You got to worry about the dude at Tennessee. Maybe Billy Napier. There's a lot of really good coaches. The dude at Mississippi State will mess you up if you're not paying attention. Brian Kelly's going to be going to Atlanta with LSU this year. There's so many good coaches. I don't know, man. I would seriously consider staying out there at Oregon. I would. I'm just telling you that. That's going to be targeting, guys. Oh. Call reversed. As I say that, it's not targeting. So tell me about what he did. Lee Band says he leads with his shoulder and dude bounces off, then what? Well, you could make the argument that he was not leading with the crown of his helmet. Like, I don't really think he was trying to, get at him, but whatever. Anyway, Casa DP says justice. Blake R says good. Fat Crack says wow. All of that, I'm on board. I thought it was a good football play, but I was worried. Bego says Dan Lanning can ride 10-win seasons in Oregon forever. You're absolutely right about that. That's the thing. But that's the way JG thinks, and that's the way you think. But that's not necessarily the way that Dan Lanning thinks. I don't know. Your point's a good one, though. Corey D says Pac-10's future doesn't look good, though. That's also a good point. You've got to take into account the fact that the SEC and the Big Ten are so far ahead of the other leagues, and at some point they're going to probably emancipate, right? I mean, in some way. And it's going to leave the Big 12, the ACC, and the Pac-12, Pac-10, whatever, in a tough spot. And you always want to be in the SEC. I think at this point you want to be in the SEC if you can. And you've got to understand that if you choose to stay at Oregon, it's a risk because they may get shirked out. You know what I mean? 3rd and 1 for the Texas A&M Aggies. They are now in Auburn territory, as Neil would say, territory. They're in a 2-possession situation here. They're going to need a touchdown, and they're going to need to get an onside kick, and they're going to have to score a field goal. Course number 4 is broken free for a long gain, and they're now inside the 20. Jeez. Holy Schnikes says Jabari Smith just finished his game with 15 boards. Jabari, of course, playing for the Houston Rockets on a team loaded with young guys, Jalen Green most notably. Also, Jay Sean Tate, but I call him Jay Tate anyway, playing with them as well.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
All right, so I said earlier in the game that I thought 10 points would win this game, but Connor Wigman just make a really nice throw to number 5 and got a touchdown. With Caden Bridges, like, literally hanging on him. Like, I'm not sure that Caden Bridges could have been in a better situation right there defensively, but regardless, it is what it is. And Texas A&M gets into double digits. 13-10. What the hell? What are you talking about, bro? All right, so it's 13-10, 1:33 to go. Let's think about this. So what's A&M going to do here? They've only got, they got 1 timeout, 2 timeouts to go? What do they do here? I mean, you got to onside kick it, right? And then Auburn just got to grind it out as best they can. Warwick says, I hope this is cool. The caddy is next head coach talk. Hey, man, if he wins the game, what do you mean? No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. They're trying to show us that Texas A&M got a onside kick against South Carolina, which just tells me they're probably not going to get one tonight because statistically it's, about 15% that you get these to work, and they already got one against South Carolina, so they probably won't get another one. All right, it's a big play right here. All right, Auburn fielded that very easily, very cleanly. John Samuel Shanker got that ball about 15 yards downfield. So, the Auburn Tigers now have possession with 1:32 to go. A&M has 1 timeout. I think that's pretty much going to wrap it up, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think everybody in our pick'em, though, picked Auburn. So, yeah, I just thought that Auburn, I just feel like with Cadillac, with A&M having the problems they're having, Cadillac bringing that passion, that energy, I just thought that was a really good risk. I feel like Auburn's going to win this game, and it looks like they're going to do that. Auburn takes over on the minus 48, but again, A&M can only stop the clock once. And Jarquez is going to be the sacrificial lamb on this particular play. He's going to lose 4 yards. Texas A&M going to call their first timeout. But after this, they can't stop the ball. Blake R. says, that'll do, donkey. That'll do. Stupep says, don't fumble Robbie. That would be good. That would be great. Rich A says, bring back Mr. Quarter. I was kind of sad to see Mr. Quarter go. I think B-Matt had a little bit of a problem with that. He took it down because there was a lot of negative. Mr. Quarter was not particularly popular. He felt like that was, well, I saw a snot rocket there from Killian Zaire. Did you see that? Bradley B says Bedsole has the clock management down. Coach Bedsole, of course, the man with the book who decides what to do in certain situations. And Robbie's going to take a knee on second down, and they're going to let that clock run. I'm going to go ahead and try to get this schedule situation straightened out here. Auburn gets the W on this one, 13-10. Kind of an ugly game, but hey, man, at this point, you're just looking for dubs, you know? All right, we got the schedule. That's going to snap a little bit of a streak there, right? Auburn had lost 5 in a row. Probably should have lost 7 in a row if you don't count that Missouri game. Of course, I've got the commemorative ticket behind me right over there. That's my Missouri ticket right there. Hey, man, they made an offer I couldn't refuse. I mean, a commemorative ticket? Are you kidding me? Look at that. They made it an offer I couldn't refuse. Missouri. Section 69, row 5, seat 19. A game that Auburn won in overtime, and I put it in this acrylic, man. So it remains super, super good. And on the backside, you can't really see that, but it reminds us of the box score and the quarter by quarter and all that stuff. This is a very valuable keepsake, guys. It's big. It's big. It's big. Sam H says, War Dam with a super chat right here. I mean, listen, man. Sam's fired up to see Auburn win a football game. I don't blame him. Does anybody else blame him? T. Reed, look at T. Reed. Look at him. Look how happy they are, y'all. Look at Todd Van Imps there in the white. He's trying to run him down. He's trying to get shots. Look at him. Double A right there trying to get video. Wow. Dropping the water onto Cadillac, celebrating that W. Wow. Where's Kirk Sampson when you need him, huh? Where are you at, Kirk? There he is. There's Kirk right there in the Auburn hat. He's got the Auburn hat with the orange bill. And he's corralling Caddy to talk to Cole here for the post game. That's an F, man. Absolute. That's a final. The Auburn Tigers victorious. There he is. Carnell Williams talking with Cole Kubelik. 2 Auburn guys through and through. How about that, man? There's John Cohen right there in the background. I'm trying to see if there's anybody else here. That's crazy, man. That's great. Hey, man. I love watching Jimbo lose. Of course, that's been a great year for that. Get that BioLite, by the way. It's the IV in a bottle. It's good for dehydration, but it's also good for overindulgence, and that's something I know a little something about. 13-10 for the Auburn Tigers. How about that, man? Anonymous says ugliest win ever. No, 3-2 is uglier than this, but I respect your opinion on that because it was pretty ugly. I'm not gonna lie about it. Shiz. Can you believe that, guys? Can you believe that? How about that? How about that? They're going to do some... I would like to be at Toomer's Corner tonight myself. No, I'm just being real. I'd like to be there myself. Those of you who have an opportunity to go out there, you ought to do that. I can't even hear what he's saying, but I'm on board. Whatever he's saying, I agree with it. Look at John Cohen. He's just he's just out there, man. He's just watching. I love it. Serve. Chris M. Giving us a little bit of the play-by-play here. Says, how did you inject this energy into this football team? He said, serve, discipline, believe. That's it right there. 13-10, the Auburn Tigers are victorious, yo. Let's see. Bago says, no matter who is hired, there's no way Carnell isn't retained. Bad luck to get rid of this guy now. No, I don't know about that. I don't know, man. When the next coach comes in, let him choose what he wants to do. That'll be very Jabba to tell him what he's got to do and what he can't do and shit like that. But that's just my opinion. All right, I'm going to get the quick box up here. We're going to take a look at this bad boy. Man, this was not a pretty game, but it's pretty in the sense that the Auburn Tigers come out ahead of Darth Vader because Jimbo Fisher sucks, man. It's good to see him lose because that guy stinks. Let's go over here to our stats page, and stats are loading currently, and now they're going to populate right there. Hey, Jay. Man, that's too big, bro. Yeah, I know. So there you go. 13-10 is the final margin. The Auburn Tigers get 330 yards to their 215, and they rush for 270 on 55 carries. I mean, look, listen, man. The only way A&M really scored in this game was to have good field position, due to turnovers. Look at Carnell. Look at him. He's going. He's going to do this thing. Look at him. He's waving that towel. He's fired up, man. Oh, man, there goes John Wild right there. Look at Todd Van Imps there in the white shirt. He's doing everything he can to stab with him. The TV people are following around him. There's Double A right there in the white hat. Whoa, he almost tripped and fell down. Double A, a big guy, a big part of the Auburn's video group. Ow. Jeffrey Emma back out on the field. That's really good to see. Man, that's an emotional win, man. There's Robbie taking some selfies. I was kind of soaking this in for a minute right there. This is Auburn's first win since September 24th. Yeah, that was a long streak, man. That was a long losing streak. Golly, man. Joey D says, I really appreciate the amount of time that Cole gave Caddy to show his love for this program. Yeah, I mean, ESPN's going way out of their, well, SEC Network, but it's ESPN. They're going way out of their way to give Auburn a lot of time here. I mean, it's a big deal. There's Jarquez back there. He's excited. He's happy. He's satisfied and good. And Chip says that little Chip 1 was there for it. Wow. AU Taxman says that interview was pretty incredible. God, I wish I was there, man. Be able to talk to some of those guys that were teammates with Carnell. Guys that I would have covered very early in my career. I got to Auburn in 98. Carnell got there in 01. But, man, so many guys there like Mayo, Timmy Duckworth. Man, who else would have been there? Like Alton Moore. There's some of those offensive linemen. Tyrone Green. Leon Hart, maybe? I don't know. Pate would have been there. Rob Pate. Maybe his brother, Philip Pate. So many great guys come through that program. Man, that's great, man. This is great. Just leave it on SEC Network, man. Wow, this is great, man. Kind of stand here and let everybody soak this in. This is great. Love it. D Hall right there, mugging for the camera. Had a great game. Played his ass off. Does it every single week. I mean, he does it all the time. Rich A says DeMarco McNeil there. God, I hope so. DeMarco, of course, coming from the Mobile area. Played at Auburn from 97 through 01, maybe? Something like that. Great defensive tackle. Number 92. Isn't that right? I think DeMarco wore 92. If he hadn't gotten his knee injured, man, he would have been something special. Yeah, as it was, he was pretty damn special, honestly. Well, we've gone to the post-game show there, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that TV off. Stephen L. says Cadillac's interview with Kubelik after the game was emotional. That was crazy, man. Levy says, War Eagle, it was incredible talking to you, Jay. See you next Saturday. Maybe next Saturday. Yes, we'll watch that Western Kentucky game if you're going to be hanging out. If not, I appreciate your banality for sure. Let's see. Chris M. says, we hail the Auburn and we vow to work for thy just fame. Indeed. Long story short, listen, Texas A&M, Auburn's defense was really good tonight. If they didn't have great field position, they didn't score. So I give the defense the full credit on that. The offense was just good enough. Had the great touchdown drive, which really was 2 plays. It was a Tank Bigsby run off the right edge that got them down to about the 20, and then they went NASCAR and threw a beautiful touchdown strike from Robbie Ashford to JJ for a touchdown, which put them up 7-0. And that lead held until, late third or early fourth. And things got a little dicey there in the fourth quarter, but ultimately that defense got done what it needed to get done. And the Auburn Tigers emerged victorious against the hated Aggies from Texas A&M. Jimbo falls to 3-7. They can't fire him. He costs $85 million to fire him, and that is what it is, guys. So I mean, shit. I know we all feel terrible for Texas A&M. We don't actually, but whatever. Spicy Pieces told y'all tonight is our night. Oh boy, I love it. Glad you're on board. Jason M. says all those former players came out for Cadillac, even though Kubelik sounded proud talking about it. Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back. Let me rephrase that. All those former players came out for Cadillac. Even Kubelik sounded proud talking about it. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, Cole's an Auburn guy. I mean, and he played here. He gives a shit about Auburn. He cares about Auburn, despite what the bunker says. And, yeah. There you go. Chris M. says that was perfect. That was just Auburn being Auburn in the best possible way. I love that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Chip says if the new head coach doesn't retain Caddy first mistake. And Crystal's in the house. Says he'll no, I don't. Glad to see you, Crystal. I'm glad to have you here. Girl. Let's move over to our post-game frame here. And I will, first of all, I will put a new super chat up there on top, which will be from Cleveland Brown, which I didn't even call out, but I'm glad to have him now because I will pull it right here. He says, first win by Cadillac, go crazy, and War Eagle. We'll give him a clap for that one. Let me go ahead and change this football sked. I already have the new one set up, and so I just have to add it. And then we will be fully up to date. There it is right there. Sorry it's a little big. I'm going to resize it down, and we'll get it going right where it needs to go. Good girl. All right, there we go. So, Auburn snaps a 5-game losing streak. It would have been its first 6 game had Auburn lost the game, which they didn't, and they never were going to. But had they done that, that would have been their first 6-game losing streak since 1950. And now A&M is on its longest losing streak since, I think, 1970 or something like that. I mean, we don't feel bad for them at all, but you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Somebody asking about J-Head. Yes, I'd probably need to check out. Well, me and J-Head talked about this earlier in the week. I did want to check on that TCU Texas game. That's a wrap. TCU won 17-10, despite Texas being a 7.5-point favorite. And I did pick TCU on that one, so. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that one. Let me see what J-Head is up to, and we'll see if we can catch up with him. I did text with him early in the week about this. And so we will check with him right there. Robert S. said this one got him in the feels a little bit with Carnell, of course, as the interim coach, getting the W as the interim head coach. Pretty emotional situation there. Both him coming into the stadium, which they made a big deal, and they did show it on the SEC network, which is great. And then getting the W and doing what he does, right? Carnell doing what he does, full of energy, full of passion, and it really translates to both sides of the football, right? He's a tailback coach by trade, but he's bringing that energy that just gets everybody energized. And Hunter talked about that at halftime. That just gets it affects everybody. JC23 wants to talk to BMAT. BMAT is going to be waiting for Carnell post-game. The good news is that Carnell actually shows up when he's supposed to, so they will get through that pretty quickly, and we'll have a chance to talk to Brian probably around 10:45 or something like that. That will be my guess. Pressure Treated Prime, what's up, bro? Says SEC Network cover that like we just won the division. SEC Network goes out of their way to kind of add context to these things, right? So they do a good job with that, and they should. Let's see. Ravine jumps in with a super chat as well. Ravine, what a stud. Been here all night, super chatting before the show before the game, I should say, and after the game as well. So happy for Coach Caddy, our team, our students, and our fans. Like he said, we aren't dead. We can turn this around. The right head coach can get us going. I completely agree. I know you guys feel the same way. This particular roster right here, right now, is not devoid of talent. Next year's isn't devoid of talent, but it's a little thinner. Anyway, the next coach, whoever it may be, has got to come in here and do a lot of work in the portal, got to do a lot of work with high school recruiting. But for now, it's really shocking, I think, to all of us to see how much improvement Carnell has been able to bring from this group, right? Because this same group of players, minus a couple, I guess, 3-4 weeks ago, was playing like complete ass. And they played very valorous and good in the second half against Mississippi State last week. Came up a little bit short, whatever. And in this game, I thought the intensity was there the full 4 quarters. We can talk all day about the lack of excellence on offense. I thought the defense was really good pretty much the whole way. The only way they gave up points was in a short field. Offensively, Robbie's a limiting factor. I think Robbie's a fighter. You guys think Robbie's a fighter? He runs the ball well. He just can't pass. And so when Auburn gets behind the chains a little bit, second and long, third and long, he can't make it up with a good throw because he just doesn't have it. He just doesn't have it. Cassidy P says, who is SEC?
Who is Swag, baby?
You're talking about Caddy. There is going to be some push. There's going to be some push. Talk to consider, at least consider Cadillac as the head coach going forward. It's an interesting idea. And it's an interesting paradigm, right? Because he's not really an offensive expert. He's not a defensive expert at all. But he brings something to this team, right? He brings inspiration. He's got that passion. He's got that buy-in from an Auburn perspective. I played here and I give a shit. You know what I mean? And I give a shit and you should too. And here's why. Blank, blank, blank. You should care. You should live this life. You should live the Auburn life. Look at me. I played here 20 years ago and everybody loves me still. That's the kind of affection that you can feel 20 years from now for you. He gets that buy-in. And that's a big deal. Don Properdickin, I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly. I believe you're Danish or you are Dutch. I'm not sure on that one. Just gives it a dude. Dude. I know. It's surprising. I know you're fired up, Don Properdickin. Also, Fat Crack jumping in at Chip. Got to get that swoogan glass to Caddy somehow. Actually, it's interesting you would say that because me and Chip were talking about that earlier in the week, and I kind of poo-pooed on his idea. because I didn't feel comfortable asking Carnell to sign a glass that says Swoogan on it. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, and I still don't. So if there's a problem with that, you can blame me for that. But that's a great idea, Fat Crack. And like you said, put number 24 on it would be terrific. Go crazy. It is a terrific idea, no doubt. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I mean, I cover Carnell. You know what I mean? Let's see. Grind says, would the big money boosters be on board with Cadillac? I think they really like him. I don't think that they would be on board with making him the full-time head coach. No, I don't. I really don't. Honestly, if you want to know my opinion on this, I think we should just enjoy this for what it is. Okay? It's a guy who's coming in here with a lot of passion. I've learned a lesson from this. Maybe you guys learned one too, that I am someone who gets very caught up in recruiting and strategy. You know, great recruiting is what you need. Great strategy is what you need. Hold on. Let me go back here. Yes, sir. Look at that. I just sent J-Head a text without even typing it out. It's pretty cool. Let's see. JC23 says Cadillac should be retained and love him, but that can't really get any legs. Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. We should just enjoy this for what it is, guys. It's an Auburn guy through and through who has an opportunity of a lifetime to kind of be the head coach. And he is teaching me something about the role of intensity and passion and love in the coaching role. And it's something that Harsin didn't have, right? Harsin didn't have that fire. He didn't inspire his players. He didn't. Is he a good coach? Maybe. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's a terrible coach because I don't think he is. But I think he's the wrong coach for this program. And I think Carnell has shown me, he's proven me something. I'm 50 years old. I've been covering Auburn since 98. And I'm learning something from this too, than that the passion and the fire matters. So you really need to get a coach who not only gets recruiting and strategy, but also the passion. I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Honestly. We're learning a lesson here. I mean, seriously. Think about it. Carnell is not a strategist. He's not. He's not out there overruling plays. He's pushing passion, love, and energy. That's what he's doing. And look at this team. Look at this team. Played a terrific game last week against Mississippi State. And while I don't think this was a terrific game per se, defensively it was very, very good. Offensively it was good enough. And I think we would all agree this team was fighting its ass off to the last snap. And that wasn't happening before. He has made this team better with the passion he brings to the job. Period. That's it. We don't have to go any deeper than that. And to me, that's a great coaching job. And it also affirms an opinion that I had before, and many of you had as well, because we talked in the chat, that this team doesn't suck. It shouldn't suck. It shouldn't suck. It's not a dog shit team at all. It's a collection of players that should be pretty good. And Carnell's brought it back. I don't think this is a team that was going to challenge for the West in any situation. I don't think they were going to win the West. But Carnell's making the most of it now. Of what it is. By the way, J-Head was at the game tonight. And he is trying to navigate his way out of the stadium. So we're going to have to wait on him just for a minute. You know, he's kind of still working his way out. Kenny Sponto says, hire Gruden as offensive coordinator. As a Raiders fan, I love Coach Chucky. He was the reason that I started liking the Raiders, honestly. Plains Old Joe says, bro, Caddy is truly injecting himself into the conversation. That's what I love to hear. Yeah, he is. He is. And he's doing it in a way that's not off-putting, right? He's cool. He's a good guy. Like the guy that you see is the guy he is. We got Alpha Tiger on the horn. What's up, Alpha?
Tate, how you doing?
Word.
War Eagle.
Same to you, my man. That's a big fucking W right there. I mean, that's great, man, for Cornell.
It was a great win. I mean, it was great to see. Their run game. I thought they did really well at times. You wish you could have mixed it up a little bit better because I think the run game could have sustained, but we did try to mix it up, and frankly, just Ashford can't get it done in the air. I think maybe we could have mixed it up a little bit more, getting him more involved in the running game, maybe some more read options, but I thought we did a good job doing enough. I think we got a little too conservative, but thankfully I think that turnover that we got towards the end there and then kicked the field goal, kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah. I mean, look, defensively too, Alpha Tiger. Like, the defense played like ass early in the season, but they've been really tight here lately, and it's bizarre to me because it's the same guy calling it. It's the same guy.
Right, and honestly, like, I think this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion. I think Carson's offense could have put up 13 or more points against Texas A&M tonight. I wholeheartedly believe that, but I also don't think our defense would have stood up. I don't think our fans would have been, come out like they did tonight in support of the team. So I think the environment would have been lacking, and maybe that environment is kind of what, got the defense hyped up. I guess, the stands were full earlier in the season, but were they really, that much behind the team as they were for Cadillac tonight? Yeah.
I mean, it's fun, though. I mean, it's fun to have a former player doing this, man. It's fun. It's fun.
It is, and I've heard you speak to it, and I've seen the comments in the thread, and I absolutely am not in favor of removing the interim tag for Cadillac, but I don't think we should even really be talking about it, because I think the more it's talked about, the more the players are going to rally behind Cadillac, and the harder it's going to be when somebody else is eventually hired at the end of the day. Because I don't, as much as I'm loving watching him do what he's doing right now, I don't think he's ready for that position, on a yearly basis, and to manage a program and all the intricacies that are involved with that.
I have to agree, man. I'm with you, man. I mean, I like Cornell as much as anybody. I've covered him as a player. I covered him as a coach. I really like him, but I mean, let's be real, guys. I mean, come on, like.
I think the hardest thing would be if he were to win, next week and then somehow pull out the Iron Bowl, which I really don't think is going to happen. But like the players are already rallying behind him. You have more and more fans rallying behind him, and I think that would make hiring somebody else a lot more difficult in terms of keeping the locker room, make it much more difficult. I think you'd almost need like a Cody Burns, Chris Todd type speech from Cadillac. Like have Cody Burns, talk to the team after Todd was handed the job in 2009. To keep the locker room. So I kind of worry, with that success and, getting those players on board, how that transition is going to affect the locker room.
Yeah, you talking about just kind of falling in love with Cadillac, so to speak? You mean that kind of thing?
Well, they're rallying behind him like that's our coach. They said the same bullshit with Harsin, but let's be real, like it really, like on the field, it didn't really seem like it. On the field now with Cadillac, it does seem like it. It seems like the players have us back 100%.
Yeah, agree. I don't know, man. I think it's just part of the transition. I mean, yeah, they give a shit and they love Cornell, but I think the next guy, Auburn's going to get a good coach, and they're going to rally behind him too. It's going to be somebody with a big name.
I know Cadillac on the field, talking to Cole, talking about, how could you not, want to come to Auburn? How could you not want to be a part of this? And I think that is obviously a solid recruiting message, and especially when you saw the environment come out tonight for a 3-6 team with an interim coach. But what message off the field do you think he's telling these recruits? I mean, obviously this is the biggest recruiting weekend we've had all year.
Yeah.
What message he's delivering to these guys, when it's not in front of the camera, what's getting these guys on board, not even knowing who the coach is going to be?
Well, he's saying, look at this family, look at the support, and look at this new facility, because this is the first weekend that recruits are showing up at Auburn and they're getting to go in this new facility, the Waltz's family facility, which is insane. I mean, it is really, really nice. They've got 2 locker rooms. They've got every possible amenity you could think of related to being a better football player. I think that's going to sell a lot of people right there. And I wouldn't be surprised, Alpha, if they get a good commitment this weekend, honestly. I mean, it could happen.
No, in terms of the football-only facility, I know we're, kind of late to the game in that regard, but,
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen some of the other competition facilities and how our new facility compares to those? I mean, is it on the level playing?
The only one I've been through is Clemson's, which opened about 7 years ago now, but it's a totally different vibe. They were going for, it's going to be like a playland. They've got, a lazy river. They've got, outdoor volleyball, like sand volleyball. They've got fire pits for you to cook in and shit like that. So they're trying to make that a place where you want to hang out and chill. Auburn's is a totally different paradigm where they're like, we're about football, and this is a football facility. So it's a totally different approach to it. But if you're trying to make it very NFL-like, I think they've done a really good job for that. I mean, it is first class all the way. And I got to believe a lot of kids are going to set foot in there and go, holy shit, this place is amazing. I mean, really, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know we talked about this last week a little bit, and who you thought kind of was in the head running for head coach. Has that opinion changed in the last week? Or
no, I would still put Lane Kiffin on top with Hugh Freeze second, I should say. Probably Dan Lanning at this point third, the field fourth, and then maybe Dion and Matt Rule down the list a little bit, but. I think it's going to be one of those guys on the list. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Now, has Matt Rule, the Nebraska talk died down at all? I mean, I haven't really followed in the last week.
It seems like a little bit, and there's been a little more chatter with Matt Rule and Auburn, honestly. I strongly suspect that John Cohen has spoken to him. I don't know that to the point where I could report that, but I feel comfortable talking to you guys about that a little bit here on the Brain Drain. I think that's happened. Cohen is a guy who wants to talk to people, not agents. He's made that clear here in the last week or so. So that's going to be interesting. Some of these guys would prefer you talk to agents. Like Lane Kiffin is definitely one of those whose attitude is like, I pay Jimmy Sexton to handle me. You talk to him while I'm coaching. Other guys aren't necessarily like that. So that may end up being a bigger factor than I realized in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously the Egg Bowl being Thanksgiving Thursday, and he would have, some time between Friday and, Sunday or Monday following Thanksgiving to talk with Kiffin. Do you think that he is going to wait if he feels confident that's a possibility, or do you think that he's going to move on because Kiffin's not willing to have those conversations right now?
I think he would wait. I think he would make it work and have a good conversation with Lane about this. I think he's a guy that makes a lot of sense for Auburn. He's really good. I know he lost to Alabama today, but he had them in position to win against a roster that's not quite as good as his. I still think he's a great play caller. I think he's a great offensive coach, and I think he's a good recruiter. And he's a great marketer, and he's got a hard-on for Saban. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I know he's certainly not a coach that's going to back down from Saban. I do think Carson did to a degree. I don't think Gus necessarily backed down. I just think Gus just didn't have the ability to compete with him. I don't think he backed down, but I think Carson, tried to pick battles where he wasn't necessarily going up with Saban or Kirby. So I think it would be, good to see somebody who not only is not afraid of the challenge, but really embraces it. And that's kind of his goal is to, take down Saban and beat Saban and, be a better coach than Saban at the end of the day.
I mean, really, that's what Patrick Fain-Dye was, right? He's a guy that came to Auburn and said, I'm not scared of Coach Bryant, and I'm going to stand up to him, and we're going to beat his ass. And he did. He came through on that. And he turned the tide in that rivalry big time, so to speak. And there are some similarities there. I'm just saying.
Well, and I think you can make the argument, too, that between Dye and Bear, and then also, Kiffin, if he were to come to Auburn, and Saban is, Saban kind of, I wouldn't say that was put out the door, but he is in the back end of his career. So, I mean, if Lane were to come here and, kind of put the nail in, Saban's coffin, so to speak, would that be an ability, or would it just be more just good timing on Auburn's part, hiring him right as Saban was on his way out the door?
Yeah, I don't know if he's really a big Bama guy, though, right? To me, he doesn't look like the guy who's going to succeed. He's too smart to succeed Saban in Alabama. I think the guy who succeeds Saban in Alabama is in a impossible situation.
No. I'm not saying he's going to get interested in going to Alabama. I'm just saying if he were to come to Auburn and start getting success here, and then Saban retires, kind of like Bear did with Dye. Is it really because Kiffin is the one who sent Saban to retirement, or is it really just luck of we just happened to get him as Saban was winding down his career?
That's interesting. I don't know. I haven't thought that deeply into it, Alpha. That's a good question. That's why you're Alpha Tiger. You come up with good shit like that. My man.
Well, anyways, I'll let you get to some other callers. I know you said you're trying to get in touch with Jay Head, and I'm sure Brian's huffing and puffing trying to get out to his car to head home. So,
yeah, you're right about that, bro. Alpha, that's another incredible call for you. One of many. I thank you for taking the time, bro.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
See you, bro. There he is, Alpha Tiger, coming in from the greater Atlanta area. A good dude, and I think he's a pretty accurate representation on the phone of who he is. Like, I've hung out with him. He hung out with me and an administrative assistant at the Raiders season opener. We were up there in Atlanta hanging out with our friends at the Raiders group over in Dunwoody, and he came by to hang out with us. So we really appreciated that. Now we've got the runner 24 on. What's up, bro?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. The Auburn Tigers are victorious. Cadillac is all smiles, so I'm happy, bro.
Yeah, no, that was real nice. Seeing that interview at the end, like, watching him and just being so happy, right? As well he should. It's his first win, but it was more than that, I think, too. So it was nice to watch that on TV.
Yeah,
right?
it was so emotional for him, man.
Real cool.
Yeah, it was so emotional. And I mean, it's emotional for a lot of Auburn people, man. I mean, that guy, he consolidated the fucking one of the greatest eras in Auburn football. I mean, he was one of the main players in that 04 team that was like so damn good,
No, he's the avatar on the bunker for me. Like, I mean, the runner 24 didn't exactly, design from Cadillac, but the fact that he happened to wear the number is the exact same reason why his picture's on my avatar, on your website. So I can appreciate that as a fan for sure.
Hey, have you been on the bunker a long time, runner, or no?
Yeah, probably more than a decade for sure. Maybe 15 years now. It's been a while. It's been some time.
That's what I'm talking about.
It was before your Happenton days for sure. So however long ago that was. It's been some time. It's been some time for certain.
Well, we're glad to have you, bro. What are you thinking about for this coaching search, bro? Who are you favoring?
I've always been Team Dion, which is why every single time when you play that soundbite, I'm like, yes, just give me some woo, swat, baby. But, as I continue to think about it, like, I think he's still my guy in terms of knowing that he's not necessarily a front runner. I would say in the last, week, I'm starting to itch my way towards the Lanning, as my second choice, to be honest. Just watching even today, going for it on fourth and whatever from the 3, just kick the field goal lane and Freeze made another bad decision. And I think I have other issues with Freeze in terms of the guy can't control the cell phone. He's just not a professional. Like, you couldn't hire that guy in corporate America if he literally is, doing dumbass shit with his phone all the time. So, how the hell can he be a phone call, and that's the head coach? I am concerned from that perspective. Lane, I'm not sure it's the best of fits, but hence I'm moving to Lanning as team 2, but the guy's got 1 year of head coaching experience, so I'm not real sure anything but beyond. It's hard for me to pick a second place guy right now.
I'm with you on that. We've all chased chicks, but I don't know as though we've done it as married men. That's the thing. Yeah.
Yes, or paid for it. That too is a problem. Jesus.
That is.
You either win or you lose, but you don't cheat by paying. I don't know. There's a whole separate issue there.
Although, to be fair, we're all kind of paying, right? But I get your point.
Well, yes, you pay, but you don't literally pay.
No, I get it.
That's different than.
Yeah.
whatever.
we're throwing burgers down the
Mowing
throats.
the lawn or doing whatever honey to-do list you have for you, in life, right? So.
Well, I mean, I got to throw burgers down the throat myself. So, I mean, whatever you got to do. No, I don't do that now. I used to do it back in the years. Anyway, listen, Runner, what did you think about this particular game today? Do you feel like it's a big win, an important win, an impactful win?
I think it was important from the standpoint of you had those, all of those recruits on campus, and even if it is significantly not Caddy's job, right? Like the guy, I don't think he really has a particular chance to get it. Just the fact that the organization as Auburn football can win games and rally around the culture of Auburn, which is important for those recruits. I think that win was significantly important.
Yeah. These recruits are going to be
whether or
fired
not
up.
it's necessarily game-changing, i.e., yes, can they beat Western Kentucky? You would hope so, right? It's Western Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Whether or not they can then go off and beat Alabama the way they continue to play, I continue to wonder, because the one thing, and it's probably the one thing only that this team has not done as well under Caddy versus previously, is they just can't throw the football. And not that Ashford is a particularly accurate or good quarterback in terms of passing the football. It's been significantly worse these last two games versus what the 50% or 52% passer that he was before.
Yeah.
So can you beat Western Kentucky that way? Sure. Can you go on the road and try to just run the football down Alabama's throat and be whatever he was today, 6'4", 13, and 60 yards passing, and win in Tuscaloosa?
I don't think that's going to get
right.
it.
And the reality is, it might not matter, because at the end of the day, the most important thing is hiring the correct, right coach. But the selfish guy wants to say, get to 6-6 and go play in a bowl and give me one more game to watch. I guess that's just a selfish fan, right? But
yeah,
there is some benefit also to the organization to say, look, we still made a bowl despite literally hiring the worst coach in 50 years of Auburn football. Life is good. Show up here when we hire whoever that coach happens to be as a permanent basis, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
I just don't know if they can get there based on what you're seeing right now from the one-dimensionalness of this offense. That said, the defense, some rotations. I cannot wait to see your numbers tomorrow on snap counts for guys, where I was particularly sort of focused on it in the first game. I was a little bit less focused on who was playing defensive line, linebacker, et cetera, to keep that team fresh today. But they played amazing. I mean, it was another significant defensive, performance that, for whatever reason, you just didn't quite get, whether it was wearing guys out, managing or limiting Schmetty, or whatever those reasons were. But there was a lot more defense these last 2 weeks. I'm just a little less clear as to exactly how they got there today, other than, well, it's always good to kick, Jimbo in the nuts.
Yeah, I love kicking Jimbo in the nuts, man. That's fun. All right, Runner. A great call again. I appreciate you calling in again for another week. We hope to have you next week too, bro.
No worries. Sounds good, man. Have a good rest of your night. Take care.
See you, man. Bro. There he is, Runner 24. What a stud that guy is. He's kind of been he's not new on the scene, but we've loved having him call in these last couple weeks. Farm Dad dropped a super chat earlier. Says, Wardam Cadillac. He's fired up about Cadillac. One of our smartest and most shrewd bunks, and who's been around a minute or two. Farm Dad, thank you, bro. Appreciate that. And you've been very supportive here lately. Yeah, for sure. I told Why Not was calling us, and I told him I was going to get up with him. So let's call Why Not and get his take on this. Patrick D, of course. What's up, Patrick D?
Oh, man. How you doing, JG?
It is great to have you here. I wasn't able to take you because we were talking to Runner just a minute ago, Runner 24. But what do you think about this one, man?
Oh, loved it. I love it. I love that Caddy got his win, and just the emotion and everything about it is exactly what the Auburn family's about, and it's what we've been needing. Harson had just basically sucked all the life out of everybody, and Caddy brought it back. That doesn't mean we're a better football team, and we're not that good, but we sure are having fun, and it's a lot. It's a breath of fresh air.
You're damn right they're having fun. The energy on the sideline, bro, that's all it takes, man, to get some W's.
Oh, Mrs. Why Not AU is with me, and she was at the game, and she was like, no coach has ever done that, the way Caddy addressed the fans afterwards, just his energy and just his vibe and everything. And I was like, you're right. So, I can't say enough about the moment and just being able to be here and watch history be made. I thought it was great, and very, very proud of Auburn and proud of Caddy and the team tonight.
Yeah, they really fought, man. Again, that's the second week they've really fought, but in this week they actually got the W. What are you thinking going forward, man? Is he a legit candidate for this job?
Well, I think you have to cut it off at some point. So if you've got here's my opinion about it. We've got some top candidates we're going to go hard after, and I like that. I like us being aggressive and doing that. But at some point, man, you got to ask yourself, if you start to go to the B list and the C list, is that really better than Caddy with a bunch of money that he could go hire the top staff in the country? And look at this program in the vein of what programs are going to look like in the future. And it's not going to be the same old coaching staff that you used to have with everything that's going to happen with NIL and the portal and all that. So, a guy like Caddy can bring everybody together, and then you get some top flight coaches in there on the coordinator spots and elsewhere, and who's to say that sure as hell can't be worse than Hardashian and his crew.
No, it's not worse than that.
No, so I don't know, man. I think Caddy. I don't think Caddy just wants to do what's right for Auburn, and that's why people love him. And that's why he's getting such support as he should right now.
Yeah. Who will be your pick, though? I mean, if it's you picking.
Ooh, man, well, I was on Prime. I still like Prime. But at the same time, I really think Lane Kiffin. I do like Lanning. I think that's reasonable as well. I do not like Hugh Freeze. I think Hugh Freeze is Gus 2.0. I'm just not. I can't get into him. So I'm going to say Lane Kiffin's probably my top pick right now. And just reading between the tea leaves and getting the info, that you've been giving out, et cetera, on the bunker, I think that's probably who we're going after hard. And I would not be upset with Lane Kiffin as the next coach at Auburn University.
Yeah, he's good, man. I know he lost to Alabama today at home, but he had them in position to win that game, and that's all you can ask at Ole Miss, But at Auburn, it's different. You can push a little higher. I think that's my opinion.
Well, yeah, I think so, and I think he would recognize that. You do have to ask yourself, what about his demeanor, his personality? Is it really a fit, et cetera? I think that's a legitimate concern. With any of these folks. So, but for as far as coaching ability and his ability to take us to the next level and quickly repair our roster, no doubt in my mind that would happen.
Yeah, he can do that. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good night to fucking enjoy some Auburn Tigers, man. I'll tell you, but it was fun, man.
Damn straight, JG. And hey, man, I also got to take in the Bruce Fighting Tigers last night too at the basketball game.
Yes, you were back down, huh?
Yeah, man. We went to the basketball game and then we were at the game tonight too. So,
damn.
Actually, we're coming to you live from the library parking deck at our parking spot here. So,
nice.
Yeah, but the basketball team, I like what we got, man. I like the fight in these guys. I like the dog in them. They just can't shoot a damn lick.
Not yet.
But
Not yet.
Not yet. I think Westry's going to help that. And I will tell you this: I love Moore. I liked his play. Of course, Wynn, he was great. But I like that number 3, Donaldson, the guard.
He's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Yeah, man, he is. There's something about him I'm just real fired up about. So, I got all the faith in the world in Bruce. I know he'll come up with the best way to put us in a position to compete, no matter what the roster is. And I'm just hoping Westry comes back and he's able to lift us up a little bit on the shots. We'll see.
Are you still thinking about a shindig for the Alabama home game, basketball?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're coming down. We're gonna figure that out here shortly. So we're gonna come down on that, and we'll see if we can get everybody together again like we did last time.
That'd be awesome. It's February 11th is when the Bammers.
Yes, it is. It's on a Saturday. Yeah, and it's gonna be the game. The challenge with that one is the game is likely to be like at 1:00 or so.
Yeah, so we can do it afterward.
We're
right?
trying to. Yeah, that's what we're thinking. We're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, well, you got Gus is going to be fucking throwing down regardless, so I know that.
Yeah, you got Gus. He was a little cold tonight. So
cold?
He got a little cold.
It was cold out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was a little. He got a little cold, so we'll have to. We got to be careful with him. He's fragile sometimes.
All right, bro. Hey, it's awesome having you call in, man.
Hey, anytime, JG. Again, thanks for all you guys are doing, keeping up with all the moving parts of the search. And everybody just say War Damn Eagle, because Caddy got his first SEC win, and it was great to be a part of it. I'm so proud, always proud to be an Auburn Tiger, but tonight especially proud.
There he is. Why not you? Appreciate you, bro.
Later, bro.
See you. That guy's living it, man. I'm telling you, he loves Auburn. He's here. He talks to engineering students. He comes back, and he doesn't live anywhere near here. He comes back because he wants to give back to the community because he loves Auburn. And he was fed up with the Harsin group, and he's fired up to see Auburn taking a step forward. So there you go for Why Not AU. I said that I was going to be calling Jay Head, and we're going to do that now. I promised Jay Head we are going to call him, and so I got to do that. Everybody loves it when Jay Head calls in, and even though he's not technically calling in, we are calling him in this situation. But he's on his way home from the Auburn game, so we'll see what he has to say about this.
JGT, what's going on,
Jay Head, what up, bro?
I am in this god-awful traffic trying to get out from underneath the city limits of Auburn right now, man. But other than that, just enjoyed watching a very emotional game for a lot of people last night.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That was really I mean, the game itself was not awesome to watch, but it was fun to watch Auburn win,
100%. And look, anytime that you can beat a opposing dipshit head coach like Jimbo Fisher, I'm all for it, brother.
That's what I'm talking about. Fuck Jimbo, man.
Dude, I hate him.
Of course you do.
And but no, really excited for Cadillac, excited for those players. They needed and deserved a victory, especially as hard as they fought last week. And you saw that emotion transfer from one week to the next. The execution wasn't exactly where you needed it to be at all times tonight. I mean, obviously, the running game was fantastic. Could have used somebody that was a little bit more of a depth of a passer than Robbie tonight. I think his inexperience showed some. And look, he's got some skills. He needs a lot of development, Jay. I mean, a lot of development. And all that being said, we come away with a W. Get your second SEC win. Now you get a chance to go into Western Kentucky and kind of build some momentum to a degree, get another win, and we'll see what happens in the Iron Bowl. My expectation wouldn't be, a lot right now, but I think any win you get at this point, and then seeing somebody like Cornell Williams get the opportunity to go 2-2 as an interim head coach, that's something that's very special to me, to get him to see this opportunity and to be able to capitalize on it to a degree.
And then a big recruiting weekend, Jay-Head. I mean, there's a lot of kids on campus, some really important kids, and now they've got a win to kind of parlay into some interest, right?
Absolutely. Look, tonight was about Auburn selling Auburn, okay, because there's no promise that Cornell or any coach on that staff can make right now about who's going to be there moving forward. But what they can do is show them what an environment is like at Auburn when things are right. They can show them what a big game is like in Jordan-Hare, what the experience was like for them, how it benefited their lives. They can talk to them about that tenfold. And they can just keep these guys on the hook right now, because closing guys when you're in an interim situation is an extremely difficult situation. But keeping them interested in Auburn, that is the goal. And I think Cornell Williams is probably the best person that's best suited to capitalize on that, specifically that strategy. And you got a lot of other Auburn guys there, too, that are going to help with that, with Zach, Trevon, Jimmy, and several others, Kendall Simmons. So a lot of guys, a lot of Auburn flavor on this staff, but headlined by Cornell. And you know what? I'm just so excited for a guy that's been such a loyal person to Auburn and represents Auburn the exact right way and the way you want that to be.
Yeah, doesn't he? Anybody you think on commit watch this weekend, Jay-Head?
No. I mean, maybe. It's hard to say right now, Jay. I've heard some mixed things about what kids are willing to and not to do right now, given the situation. If this were not an interim coach situation, I would say yes. But you always have to worry about a player's parent or somebody saying, hey, just pump the brakes here for just a second. And let's see how this works moving forward. So I'm optimistic that we've made headway, but I can't guarantee that there's going to be a commitment this weekend.
Yeah. I think there's some dudes from South Florida that are seriously thinking about it, though.
They're definitely thinking about it. Ruben Bain brought all of his boys from South Florida. That is a major edge target for us and somebody that is, wanted by a lot of different schools. Obviously, Miami and Alabama are both heavily in the mix for him as well. Brought up several of his counterparts. I think there's a quarterback that's committed to FIU that's visiting this weekend. It's Ruben's cousin and is a huge draw for him. You also have –
Yeah.
No, sorry about that. I'm kind of fighting through traffic to a degree.
I understand.
So I apologize, Jay.
No, we love having you here, Jan.
No. He got a wide receiver target from the same school, Miami Central as well. So a lot of kids up from that school, a lot of flavor there. I think there's also Stanquan Clark, the big-time four-star linebackers from that same school as well. So a lot of kids up from that area, and you probably made a statement with them tonight. Now, we'll see more about what they say tomorrow, but I like where they stand contingent on Rock Bellatoni's status on this staff. I think he's been huge, and you would need him to, at minimum, stay with them through the early signing day to kind of secure those kids' commitments. But just selling Auburn tonight was really big, and I think the win kind of capitalized everything for the staff.
Are you affected by the fact that Quay Russaw and James Smith did not make it tonight? Does that matter to you?
Not really. To be honest, Quay and James have been here as much or more than anybody. So the fact that they weren't here, yes, it's not you would have obviously preferred for them to be here, but that's not something that's necessarily a terrible thing when you're as familiar with the campus as they are. So I think really it bears out, Jay, more about who's going to be the next head coach with those two.
Yeah.
How that NIL situation is going to play itself out. What can they expect there moving forward? So there's just so much unknown right now, and who on this staff is still going to be there that they're familiar with. So you would love for them to experience what happened tonight, but it's not a deal breaker by any means.
Timothy B. wants me to ask you how you would describe the crowd and the atmosphere at the game tonight.
I thought the crowd was good, especially early. Now it waned as the weather conditions started to get a little colder. That
Yeah, it
wind
was
started
cold.
to pick up some.
Yeah.
So that played a factor to a degree, but I thought that the crowd was into it very early. I thought that, Cornell coming through the tunnel with his team really fired the fan base up, and they were loud when they needed to be. It wasn't as consistent as you probably would have wanted, but given, what transpired tonight with the weather and everything else that's happened this season, I thought the fans really turned out. They packed out, and they made a difference tonight.
Let me ask you one more, J-Head. How should we feel about Bo Nix having a great year at Oregon? Should we be pissed about this, or should we cheer for him?
You should cheer for him. Look, Bo Nix is a graduate of Auburn University. And yes, would we have loved for him to have been here this season? We do. But given the situation for what it was, how everything played out with Coach Harsin, Bo made a decision that he thought was in the best interest of him and making a pro career. I mean, he dedicated 3 years of his life to Auburn University, and I can't hate a kid for realizing that the situation was terminal with a head coach and that he likely needed to move on to make sure that he was going to be successful, whether that was in the best interest of Auburn or not. I know that a lot of people are going to probably take a different standpoint than that. But for me, I can never fault a kid for chasing his dream, specifically if he's done what he needed to do in the classroom, graduated from Auburn, and represented himself the way Bo had.
Yeah. I probably would have bounced if I was him too, man. Like, for real. Let's be real about it. Like, this offense sucked.
It does suck. And he realized it, and when Mike Bobo left, and that was a huge draw for him, that relationship that he had with him, it was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. And then not having some assurances that he needed in what direction the offense was going to go and who potentially was going to be around him to be a difference maker and moving into this year, I think they just realized that it was just time to part ways to a degree.
Yeah. They are currently rolling Toomer's corner, and that's fun. That's a good time.
It is a good time.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Hey, rolling Toomer's corner now is that's something that happens every day in the new player football facility that you got to see the other day. The way the light structure is in there, which is symbolic of rolling Toomer's corner.
That is exactly right. It took me a minute to figure that out, but you're right. That's in the second locker room. There's two.
Yes. Is that not insane?
Yeah, I got to sit in the Eugene Asante's chair and take a little nap. I'm going to be honest with you. That's what I did.
Well, he's not going to be using it, so somebody needs it to.
What? Those recliners go really far back. I found myself kind of nodding off a little bit, but that's cool.
I can only look. Was Philip beside you? Was he also in a deep slumber?
J-Head, I don't know who you are, but I agree. No, Philip wasn't there, but I love him, man. He's one of my best friends. Yeah.
Listen, Philip is he's a national treasure.
Yeah.
I enjoy both you and him very much.
Well, he's going to be a Hall of Famer, and I hope that I get to be the one to give him his induction address. I hope so.
That would be great.
Listen, man, I know you're out there in traffic and you're trying to navigate your way back. So, J-Head, thank you for spending some time with us. We love you. You're an incredible bunk. You're an incredible font of information, and you're an absolute fucking stud.
Well, I enjoy being here, Jay. No coaching search talk. We good?
Yeah, I think we're good right now, but we're not going to be good forever. We're just good right now.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll make sure that we make up for that when we talk next week after Western Kentucky.
My man.
But thank you so much for having me on the platform again tonight. Hope you and the administrative assistant have a fantastic night, and everybody in the chat enjoys a victory and relishes in the fact that Auburn handed Jimbo Fisher probably about as painful a dub for him to have to witness as anybody.
I love it. Fuck him.
I do too. Watching him choke on in the middle of Jordan Hare and Texas A&M have to think about paying him $85 million to get rid of him and his terrible offense. Made my night.
Can't get enough, man.
No.
All right, brother. You be good. Drive safe, all right?
Will do. You too.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, J-Head. Not currently in the Mobile area, but he is a Mobile area representative, and we love him. I don't know what else to say, man. You guys like to make fun of me for me calling people studs, but I mean, what that guy? He's a stud. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. SCM008. We love him. He's incredible. War Name Eagle Drain. Been suffering this season solo, but have been going crazy tonight. That's what I'm talking about right there. We got MW Dave on the line now. What's up, bro?
What's up, JG?
I guess you're moving at full speed, huh?
Yeah. Is too much road noise?
No, not too bad. We'll hang out. We'll hang with you for a minute. What's going on, bro? What jumps out to you about this one, man?
You always say I'm rational. I'm gonna throw that out the window. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I know what my brain says, but my heart says I want to see more Carnell Williams at Auburn.
He wants to see more Carnell. You love the fucking passion, don't you?
It's just when we've been good, there's always been somebody that was inspirational. In 2010, it was Cam, and in a way, Nick Marshall, Trey Mason, they were in. But I don't remember the last time a head coach has been so overtly the source of inspiration for players, fans, everybody together.
Everybody's fired up, man.
Probably to have a head coach that was that inspirational, you probably have to go back to Terry Bowden in '93. He's the source of the energy for everything.
That's almost 30 years ago, man. That's incredible.
I know, but Stubbs had moments where he'd say something that was always kind of awkward. I mean, everybody would get rah, whatever. Chiswick had his thing, but he was never like that. Gus was passionate in his own way, but it's not overt like that. I mean, there has not been a head coach that has been, and this goes obviously not Terry Bowden, there hasn't been a head coach that's been that inspirational and love Auburn since Matt died.
Wow.
And I'm throwing what my brain says out the window just for the purpose of this call. It'll come back tomorrow, and we'll get back to a realistic coaching search, and I'll be rational and all that. But my heart is saying, if an Auburn man can't get it done, that old quote I think came from Shug. May have been Jeff Beard or one of those guys, but it's emotional, it's passionate, it's what Auburn's supposed to be about.
Yeah.
And we don't, we know the game has changed in this high dollar, modern coaching college football world. There's certain things you have to do to be able to compete, but there's also that part of Auburn that is, we've always done it our way, whether it would work for anybody else or not.
Yeah. It's fucking family, man. I mean, that's what it's about right here with Cadillac. I mean, for real. He's family. He is.
Yeah. Ain't smart enough to tell you how I feel about it, but
I get it. Hey, anything that happened today change your feeling about what to do at head coach?
Yeah. You said it, but I had the thought about 30 minutes before I heard you say it, is seeing how much that inspiration matters. Carnell may not be the guy, but I think item 59 just got added to John Cohen's list, and that item is inspiration.
Interesting. I feel like I'm learning stuff too, MWD. And you're the son of a very good football coach. I mean, are you learning something too?
Yeah. I think so. I sat next to him tonight. It's kind of a throwback. It's something that in the era of analytics and X's and O's and everything else, we've kind of tucked away that a coach. Now, one thing we kind of thought about this a couple of years ago. I have thought schools have been making a mistake for years to say, well, a coach has to be a coordinator, because sometimes coordinators are the brainiacs.
Yeah.
And sometimes that skill is not what makes a good head coach. I mean, Dabo was never a coordinator. He's won 3 national championships.
That's right.
There is something to be said for somebody that has the comment of both the passion and the ability to manage other people, and that's not necessarily something a coordinator does.
That's right.
But Lane has, among the name candidates, for a few weeks been my top choice. I think he probably still is. I mean, if Dan Lanning is realistic, that may change a little bit. And there's some, the field guys that we both heard some names, but I don't know how realistic any of them are. But of the named candidates, the thing I would say, I don't know that Lane would be inspirational. I don't think he's awful at that, but I think he depends more on the guys he has around him for that.
Yeah.
Than he is directly.
Yeah.
He can get passionate in a moment, but he's not like, it's not going to be like what you see out of Carnell now. And maybe that's an answer. I mean, we're not going to tell anybody who to hire, but Carnell is the kind of guy Lane knows he needs around him. I mean, he's self-aware enough to know that.
Yeah.
I do think this is kind of advantage Dan Lanning. I think Dan Lanning is a guy that could be passionate about that. You don't have to be an Auburn guy to love Auburn. Pat Dye was a Georgia player and Alabama assistant, but he loved Auburn.
He did.
He fit it, and he knew he did from an early age. His dad was good friends with Shug Jordan. Shug used to visit him on the farm when he was recruiting Pat's brothers, even though they were all going to Georgia, and he knew that. He still made those recruiting trips. They were both old country farmers. They got along great, and Pat Dye learned about Auburn from knowing Shug Jordan. A lot of people don't realize that relationship was there.
Yeah.
And when Pat Dye and the coach at the other school was like this too, they both grew up poor farmers. And the first time Pat Dye looked into getting that coaching job at Auburn, he said, well, these people just like me. And that was where Auburn was at that time. And that he wasn't an Auburn guy, but he loved Auburn. Maybe a Dan Lanning is somebody that could be like that as far as passion and loving Auburn. And I think those things do matter.
Yeah. I would agree.
But I don't necessarily think that Lane Kiffin wouldn't love Auburn enough,
Word.
So, and Hugh Freeze probably would, put on the face of going through those motions and loving Auburn and being a motivator and inspirational guy. He knows how to fit that mold.
He does for sure.
But I kind of it does make me kind of look at these candidates a little differently in saying, God, I've forgotten about it, but it really matters to show it on the field.
MWD, some really good history lessons there, and also some good insight, bro. That's why we love having you on the show.
Jay, there's one more thing I want to throw in. I noticed in the fourth quarter.
Hell yeah.
The recruits clear out to go down the field, so all those seats are left open.
Yeah.
It was amazing how many recruits were at this game when you take the context of it's a 3-6 team without a full-time head coach. And that's a credit to Carnell and Zach and Rock and Javon probably got a role in that too. Javon, everybody kind of forgets about Javon. Man, he was on the sideline with that same energy as Cadillac. He was just all over guys.
Unbelievable.
Firing them up. Yeah.
You got to have it.
But that's, I just can't say how much at the end of the day, it's interesting. Cadillac has an opportunity probably to be the first coach to ever go 2-0 in Jordan-Hare and never lose a game at home.
That would be incredible, wouldn't it?
War Eagle.
All right, bro.
Yeah, War Eagle, man.
Thanks for calling in, bro. All right, there he goes, MWD. Definitely one of our smartest callers. I mean, he always has some really good ideas. He's also familiar with some sin caves. I'm not trying to get too deep into that, though. Powerman called us earlier, and I want to catch up with him because we love Powerman, and we love having him on the show. So we'll see if we can catch up with him as well.
Hello.
What up, Powerman?
What you doing?
We're doing a show. It's called The Brain Drain. How you been, bro?
I'm good, bud. I'm good. Sitting at the lake waiting on Fig Jam to get here, entertaining his dogs. Hey, my takeaway from that game, and I sent you a text of it, but
You did?
I took my 8-year-old and I saw a passion in a kid that it warmed my heart because it made me believe in Auburn football again. And he just had an absolute blast and lived and died on every single snap of the shittiest football game I've ever seen. But he didn't know that.
Well, it wasn't the worst. I mean, 3-2 was worse, right?
I guess. I mean, it rivaled it.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, but my point is, like, he didn't know that. And he just had an absolute blast. we were sitting. We were in the club section right behind the student section, so he was watching them and kind of feeding off them, and he didn't know that this was a 3-6 team, and the students didn't act like it, and it's all because Cadillac.
Well, yeah, Caddy's fucking cool as shit, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Does your son know how cool he is?
No, he knows that Cadillac's my all-time favorite, and that's why we were actually at the game, is because Cadillac was leading the team. He knows that, but he does not. And I've showed him some highlights on YouTube of Cadillac, but he does not have the appreciation for who he is.
Why was Caddy your favorite? Was it because he came along at a time when Auburn was really strengthening, and then he was kind of like the star player?
So, yeah. So to me, you know, Cadillac was that pinnacle player that it was kind of the, you know, that pivot point where he grew up a huge Alabama fan. Alabama gets on probation. Tuberville Grand and I can't remember who else go for that in-home. They flip him, or they get him to commit, and they hold the commitment. And he, to me, is the player that represented this, you know, the 6-year run or he personifies the 6-year run, because that's when we started. He was a key part of getting players that would have gone to Alabama to Auburn, and in creating that run.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the time they got really good. I mean, in 2000, like, Rudy helped them get good, but Carnell was that. He pushed him over the top.
Andy's from Attala, which is where my dad's from.
Oh, well, that's important to you.
Yeah.
For sure. Does this there's some people that think that Caddy needs to be considered for the head coaching job. What do you think?
I mean, if you're going to consider Dion, you consider Caddy. I mean, I think Caddy's Dion without the risk.
Interesting.
I'm a Kiffin guy, I think, but I'm not sure I want to pay what it's going to take to pay Kiffin. I think Freeze is hungry as all get out, and I think that's what Auburn needs, is somebody that is incredibly hungry to prove themselves.
There's some value in that, though, right?
I mean, I think I think it's incredible value. I mean, it's, you know, he wants to redeem himself so badly, and he's won at a program that didn't even exist a couple of years ago, and you know, I think Freeze is the least risky. I think Lane works, but at the price, I think the price is, you know, you're going to have to go 7 years and $10 million, $11 million a year. I mean, you just got to do that. And my guess is that the Auburn folks who write these checks, if they're even talking to them, they understand that they've got to do that. But you can't talk to Lane, you've got to be prepared to pay him if you're even talking to him. Yeah, and I think Lanning's a total smoke screen, because you do not pay $15 million to get a coach for the opportunity to hire a coach.
Damn, son. Yeah, you're talking about his buyout is $15 million, right?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, you could get Jimbo too.
Yeah, we could get him.
Just kidding.
That's just $85 million.
Oh shit. Well, anyway,
just fun saying that.
I know you're fired up to see Auburn win a game, man. That breaks a 5-game losing streak, bro.
God, it's just unbelievable.
I know, it is.
How Auburn can be at this level, because it's just it's hard for. I mean, if they could have somehow gotten last weekend and finished 3-1 without the potatoes, that would have just been fantastic.
Potatoes, my man.
I mean, those guys were so bad.
I know. You look at this coaching they're getting now with some fucking, like some passion finally, instead of like this stoic, like, yeah, just do what you're supposed to do, damn it. Like,
and they would have thrown Robbie. They would have thrown it 35, 40 times with Robbie, because that's what they do. And there's in a howling wind, and it was cold. They would have thrown it 35, 40 times.
Yeah.
And given, I mean, but I don't know. The game was bad. It was bad football. but my son had an absolute blast. The crowd was good.
The eagle flew good.
The eagle flew good. It didn't come over on our in front of us, so I was kind of disappointed. I would not count it as a good flight because of that. But he'll get better. He's got to get better.
That's all it takes.
Yes.
Power Man, we love having you on, bro. You're a great bunk. Bud. You're a great brain drainer. We love you, man. And thanks for taking some time.
Sounds good. Y'all, we'll be watching. Sounds good. Talk to you later.
All right, bro. See ya. Bye. There he is, Power Man. We love him. He's one of the bunk's great posters, in my opinion. Yeah. We missed Hornatius. I need to get back with him real quick because we love Hornatius. He's probably going to shit on me, but I don't mind. It's okay. We'll see if he picks up.
Hello?
Hi, is this Hornatius?
Take a fucking shot. Before
What's up, bro? How you been, man?
I'm here, man. I've been sitting out in the cold and wind all day.
Like doing softball?
What? Yeah, doing that.
Hey, I appreciate your super chats, man. Thanks for being part of the show, man.
Hell, it's cheaper than going to a movie. Or going to a game.
What's been going on with you?
Hey, man.
Yeah.
So how bad does this, does this make Carson look?
Like horrible. Like super bad.
I mean, he let a dude that's barely at a high school coaching come in and motivate a team to win. Carson is the biggest damn grifter ever. You know, he grifted at Texas, at Arkansas State off of other people's foundations, and then to Boise State on other people's foundations. And then he gets put somewhere where he has to actually do something besides just take what somebody else built and not fuck it up.
Yeah, I know. It's messy, man. It's messy, Hornatius. But
terrible.
Hey, no, I've learned something though. Like passion fucking matters. Like Cornell's bringing passion, and it matters. Like look at the team.
Well, it's like who said it? You got to be the difference that you want in the world, or whatever. You know, you have to be that change you want in the world. You can't just tell everybody else to do it right and be good at it while you sit there on the sidelines with your arms folded with a fucking smirk on your face the whole damn game.
I know.
All damn right.
And he did a lot of that.
How many steps you run.
No, he was pretty handsome and he was pretty fit, but he didn't show a lot of passion, did he?
Yeah, I bet you if there wasn't cell phones and Instagram and social media, he wouldn't be doing that. He wouldn't have been doing all that shit. He'd be a big fat tub of goo.
Oh damn, bro! I don't know about that, but yeah, I hear you.
Oh man, and go ahead.
Did you like Cass though? Didn't you like Cass?
Yeah, I'm somewhere. So I'm surprised that somebody hadn't busted out some verse in the book of Cass about how this really proves how good of a coach Brian Harsin was.
Mm-hmm.
Caddy winning this game.
Mm-hmm.
Or our freshman kicker winning this game. I told you, freshman kicker, difference maker.
I told you he was the defining margin here, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Hey, the savior. But you know what sort of sucks about all this, man, is how much Caddy loves Auburn and all this, and no matter how we expect it to go down with a new coach and all that, he's gonna have his heart broke. I mean, he may still be at Auburn, but how do you go to Auburn and motivate and be a head coach, interim, and doing what he's doing and not have your heart broke?
I know.
That's what sort of sucks about it all.
I hope that he has his eyes open and his heart open. I mean, I talked to him the other day, but I didn't really want to talk to him about that. Really, I just talked to him about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah.
It's kind of tough.
Yeah, but that's what sort of sucks. Hell, even my Bammer wife was talking about how she hated Auburn, and she's like, "But I love that coach."
Hey,
I've seen some interviews.
When are we going to get her on the horn again?
I'm about to go get her on the horn here in a minute.
Because she called in one time, and I think she was making fun of you, wasn't she?
No, she saw the number on my phone, and she thought I was talking to some woman, and she called in. She called it.
She thought that I was a woman?
I guess. Said you had pretty hair.
Fuck you, man. Hey, man, that's not my problem. That's your problem, bro.
Hey, did your wife bring you some chili sampler platters today?
Fuck yeah, she did. She brought me some, well, I don't know what they were. They're like egg rolls, kind of. They were fucking good, bro.
Egg rolls?
Yeah.
I mean,
Why
I
are you
like egg
tripping?
rolls.
Why are you tripping, bro?
I like egg rolls, but that's not like a platter of like different chili combos and shit.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You want to tell her that you're dissatisfied? Because I'll fucking let you do
No,
it.
I want some more. I want to see more chili platter. I used to make fun of her sampler platters, but when she made a chili sampler platter, I was telling my wife about it.
Yeah.
And she said she's okay with me bringing on a second wife as long as she makes chili sampler platters.
It was incredible. Like, she's an incredible wife. I don't know what to tell you. I think that your wife's really cool, though, too.
I mean, I think she's probably drunk all day.
Who? My wife or your wife?
Your wife.
Why do you think she's drunk all day?
I mean, have you seen her husband?
Man, fuck you, bro. Man, what? All right, Hornatius. We've had enough of you, bro.
All right, man. Hey, take another shot, man.
All right, I'll do it.
All right, bye.
Appreciate you, bro. See ya. There he is, Hornatius. That was pretty damn funny right there. He's actually, I sit there and make fun of him because he's married to a really cool chick, obviously, and she's called in, and it's been funny. It's been really, really funny. Listen, super chat wise, Farm Data, we called him out earlier. SSIM008. He's been sitting up here a while. I have not called him out. Hold on, Auburn alumni. He says, Ward and Eagle Drain, been suffering this season solo, been going crazy tonight. That's why I love. I just got a. Administrative assistant says, time to warm up. Time to wrap it up. Wait, what? S. Sim says he's been going crazy tonight. Homage to Cadillac right there. S. Sim 008. We love him, of course. AU88 jumping in as well in the super chats. Says, Deion Sanders over my dead body. Never forget the 1989 Sugar Bowl. F that guy. Wow.
Who is Swag? Baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
AU88, I don't know, man. Like, I understand that you're bitter about some shit that went down like 35 years ago, but listen, I think that Prime represents a potential for a major step forward because of his reputation for just being great. Like, if Nick Saban goes into a house, we'll call it, whatever, just Johnny Smith's house in Dothan, right? He's going to probably be really impressed that, Saban showed up there. But then Prime shows up, and it's like he almost kind of upstages Saban. Same thing for Kirby. I feel like that would be huge. On the recruiting trail, I think the guy understands what good coaching is. He's absolutely dominating at Jackson State. I think he knows what time it is. I mean, seriously, literally and figuratively. I think he knows how to put a staff together. I think he understands football. I think he's found his niche. I really do. But I don't think Auburn has taken him seriously as a candidate. And when I put the war room, geez Louise, the hot board together, I did not put Deion very high. I think he has a 2 or 3% chance at this point. I don't think Auburn's taking him seriously. And maybe they know something I don't. Period. I've not vetted him. I don't know him personally. I've not had any personal interviews with him. So they may understand something that I don't get. However, I do think Deion is a very intriguing situation. AU88. My man. I appreciate you, bro. He was a little frustrated that I took a while to acknowledge that super chat. However, I was taking calls, bro. But I love you. Thank you for jumping in. And I believe that Knuman was like, kind of explaining that, JG doesn't take this stuff lightly. MWD jumps in, who called in earlier. He's a great bunk. He's a great super chatter. I don't want to go too far in saying this, but I feel like I kind of won him back in a way from a website perspective. But we love him to be Dave. He's very tall. He says Eagle did not fly good, explains East Upper clearing out. There's so many things that go into a great game day experience. I mean, did the band play good? Did the Eagle fly good? Hey, MWD, a great call tonight, bro. Even though you're driving 70 miles an hour when you called in, it was still some great ideas. And some good ideas for sure. AU88, I appreciate you, bro. And also MWD, also Farm Data. I mean, hell, all y'all. It's been incredible. Tricky D says, not sure. Wait, Chip Chip says Double A can go to bed. Courtney, you hearing that? You hear what Chip Chip said about you? AU88 says, LOL, Jay's liquored up. Dude, this stuff is hot, yo. For reals. There's 115 proof, and your boy's been drinking it all night long. Like, look, there's nobody else here to drink that. There's nobody else to drink it. Period. There's some people I wanted to talk to before we wrap this show up because I was thinking about let's see if we can get Stoltze on the horn. I want to see what he had to say about Coach Cadillac. Uh-oh.
Reached the voicemail at Brian Stoltz of AuburnSports.com.
Oh, my God. Wait, how did I get the voicemail? What happened there? What happened was... We need to get B-Matt on the horn. We're going to try B-Matt now. Chip Chip wants to know his Double A swag. My man. She is or isn't. Depends. It's just Brian Matthews.
The only one and only, yeah.
It's late at night, and we're talking to B-Man on the Quiet Storm.
I'm in the double wide. I'm in the double wide in the sky, man. Looking down
are you
on
still
Jordan Hare Stadium.
Are you still writing, bro?
Yeah. Well, we got to do the interviews, and then we got to come back and try to Scott, and we got to write. Yeah.
What,
but I'm about to put together some things and put them out.
Did he show up promptly?
Of course he did, Of course, there was a little bit longer celebration on the field in the locker room. Yeah. But, yeah, he walked in there right afterwards, didn't have to change or do any of that stuff. He just showed up, like a real coach does. After he's out there fighting with his men, he shows up and talks to us. So, yes, he was there.
Holy shit, man. What did you say, a real coach?
Yeah. Yeah, not one that's got to get all pretty and showered up and, put on his nice white press shirt, So, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
What did you think about this win there, Brian? What stuck out to you about this one?
I mean, to be honest, it was a really boring game, right? But it reminded me so much of so many old school Auburn games where the defense just got after it. And I hate it. We were sealed up here, so I couldn't hear the atmosphere and be down there because I think the crowd made a huge difference. The atmosphere in Auburn from the time I stepped on it, stepped on campus around noon or so and hung out a bunch of tailgates, went and saw Duck Hutter and that group, of course. It's just been incredible. Tiger Walk was unbelievable. The atmosphere in the stadium before the game, during warm-ups, when the team came out, my God, that was wild. And just that was terrific. It was good to see them just win a game. I mean, just win a football game. It's been a couple of months now. They needed this so bad. You could just see the relief on the faces. You could feel the Auburn spirit sort of, I know it sounds kind of cheesy, but you could really feel it going through the stadium and, just how happy everybody was to finally get that W.
What was Carnell like in the postgame?
Well, he comes up there and, it comes up with his opening statement and, he takes a deep breath and he pauses. And you can just feel the emotion building. You know what I'm saying? He's not up there to, just say a bunch of words or throw out a bunch of platitudes. He's speaking from the heart. And that's what he did again. He just talked about, what it means to him. How he talked about how he was scared, but his running backs, came to him and said, just pour it in, just like you pour into us, everything you have, just do it for all the guys and all the coaches. And that's what he's tried to do. And he talked about being grateful and then went back again talking about his high school coaches talking about his assistant coaches here, talking about all the players. It's just about Auburn and everything else, how much he loves Auburn. It's not about himself. And yeah, there were some questions here and there about the game, but this was about Auburn. This was about Cadillac and what he's brought to this program, this town, this university over the last, what's it been, 2 weeks now, I guess.
Yeah, and fucking Jimbo, man, got his ass beat.
What a shitty-ass team they are. They suck. They are pathetic. That was the number 17 team in the country. They're lucky they scored a freaking touchdown. That was basically given to them. The field goal was given to them on a turnover, and then, I thought Auburn might get a little tired there, a little late or whatever, but, they were terrible. Just a terrible team. I thought Auburn had things gone a little bit more right, and they not made those few mistakes. They kept getting down and around the 35, into A&M territory, and they'd, have a bad loss or a penalty or turn the ball over. Had they just been a little bit more efficient, they could have blown Texas A&M out of the stadium. That place would have been just going crazy.
3 turnovers, bro.
Yep, and almost a fourth, really.
Knuman is surprised you're not wheezing right now, B-Matt.
No, I'm good. Let me see here. Hold on. I got 12,700 steps so far today, man.
Damn.
I'm good, too.
How did Liverpool do today?
3-1 W. Going into the break with a nice win. That's good.
The
6th
World
place,
Cup break?
Yes.
Nice. It's almost time, isn't it?
And the club's up for sale, so we'll see what billionaire wants to buy it. So.
Do you think you and Mia could put it together? Me and you and Yvonne?
Fuck yes, man. That's the first thing Yvonne said when we went and bought like a ticket for that lottery that was 1.6 billion, whatever it is. Yeah, we'll just buy Liverpool. Like baby, that ain't enough. 1.6 million ain't enough.
No, it ain't.
Oh, man. But yes, hell yeah.
All right, B-Matt. We love you, bro. You're doing a hell of a job. I don't want to keep you in the double wide any longer than you have to be. So.
Yeah, well, I'm about to crank me out of story, and I'm on my head home soon.
All right, bro. We'll see you, man.
Peace.
See. There he is, B-Matt. Still in the double wide, still cranking. Sterling, bro, do I not have your number set in? Here. Oh, I didn't spell it right. I pretty much all the time I add people. No, I haven't added Sterling. I don't know how to fix that problem there, bro. I have not added you. I don't know how. I feel like I would have. So Sterling wants to call in. Sterling, give me a holler, bro. I think I have an idea what your number would be. The fuck was that sound? Knuman jumps in as well. Says, "B-Matt in high def audio." Me no likey. Yeah, you don't hear him huffing and puffing, do you? That's what it is. Bourbon Bowl jumps in. We don't deserve you, Bourbon Bowl. Just want to stay war damn. We don't deserve you, bro. Or administrative assistant. Look at that, you, Courtney, giving you some love. Love you and still keeping you and your mom in our prayers. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you very much. I literally have so many calls coming in at once. Oh my gosh. I have so many calls coming in at once. It's overloading my servers here. Bourbon Bowl, we appreciate you, bro. I don't know if that picture really helped me that much the other day, but we still love you, man. And I haven't mentioned this lately, but yeah, I mean, my mom has not been feeling good. You guys know that. Bourbon Bowl knows that. A lot of y'all do. I appreciate the prayers so much, man. It's been clutch. Thank you all for praying for her. If you guys are inclined to do that, if you guys have like prayers you guys do as a family, I would be honored to have. I would appreciate it if you guys put on your to-do list, so to speak, your prayer list, and you said strength, mental and physical, for Carol Tate, my mom, Carol. I would be so stoked about that because, again, I mentioned this early in the show. I want to harp on this too much, but I mean, it's just me and Courtney. Like, my sister's gone and my dad's kind of off and doing his own thing. We're not really worried about him. And her friends are gone and her family's gone. And there's not a lot of people to pray for my mom. But I know here on the bunker at auburnsports.com, you guys have been doing it. I saw a huge step forward for her in the last 2 or 3 days. And if you guys would wouldn't mind. Continue praying for her. It would mean a lot to me. Carol Tate, mental and physical strength, she just needs more of that. So, yeah, you guys are unbelievable. I know that the support has been insane. And Bourbon Bowl, you're part of that too. I appreciate you guys. Sam H says, brain drain, baby. My man, what's up, bro? He was in here early. He's in here late. What a stud that guy is. Unbelievable. How do I not have Sterling's number? I am blown away. He's a swoogan. I feel like I should have his number. I don't understand how this could happen. This is totally on me, Sterling. Let's see what else. Gabe says that Lane is currently retweeting all the missed calls from today's game. I love it. Hornation says he's ready to see the women we want to poke. I am down to basically one gal at this point, and it is it's Danica McKellar. Mr. Master, what's up, bro? Glad to have you, man. This Jordan Hare was actually fun tonight. That's good. That's really good. Rich A says he loves the idea of B-Matt still cranking in the double wide. That is oh no, I've got the hiccups. Just got a text from Brian Stoltz. He said, called you back. Phone wasn't letting me connect to any calls while driving, though. All right, I'm going to teach you all a little story here. This is going to come in handy for you fuckers later on in your life. So, now, I think I've got the hiccups, or do I? Let's see. Oh, look at this. Chip, what's up, bro?
What's up, dude?
Word.
I tried to give Sterling a little while to call in. I didn't want to cock block him, but chance missed.
I know. I was trying to. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to help him, man, because he's a swoogan, bro.
Oh, I know, man. I got the number 24 sitting right here in my hand.
No, I know you do.
It's ready to go out. I've been keeping track of some possible worthy people. I'll hit you up later with who I think.
Turtle says that I want to poke
surprised.
Faith. You didn't have a chance to meet Faith because you're in Mobile, and that was in Huntsville. But she runs a bar that we love, the Nook.
Never been there. Only been to Huntsville like once or twice.
Yeah, it's a good group of folks. We have a lot of bunks up there, and I mean we love our Mobile people too. I mean J-Head was one of the Mobile people, but
well, yeah, hopefully we'll see him down here in the spring if all goes well. We won't spill the beans on that just yet, but maybe.
Damn, Sterling just sent another massive super chat saying, check this out. Jay, I tried to call in and I'm glad I'm drunk. Good night, bro. we were waiting on him, right?
Yeah, I see it there. Just popped on my screen. So.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, Sterling. Hate to block you like that.
But how much of a stud is he? Chip, can you know what I'm talking about?
Awesome. He's got a swoogan, so he must be awesome.
Yeah, he's already got a swoogan glass.
That's what we know.
What are we thinking about this situation in Auburn right now?
The potato famine is over.
Yeah, you're right about that. Dude, he fucking went in there and cut out a bunch of dudes, man.
Just scorched earth, and what we've got wins. Not pretty, but it wins.
It won this game.
I don't know what the hell Jimbo was doing tonight. Man, I wish that Jimbo showed up in Pasadena in 2014.
Yeah,
man,
you're right about that.
Blown their shit off the field with that, but oh well. Neither here nor there. But hey, man, I'm still swag. I know you say the chances are dwindling, but I'm still on board with Prime. God, it would be so good to have him and a guy like Caddy on the staff if they could pull that off and keep both of them together. I mean, that's a recruiting power, and it's all about getting talent today. Now, I think Lane could get good talent. I think Freeze could get good talent.
from everything that's been floated out there, Lanning could get good talent. I think they'd all get good talent, but you said it earlier in the show tonight, you know, walking into a recruit's living room, following Saban, following Kirby, who's going to win that battle? Prime gives you the chance.
He gives you a chance.
Other guys give you a 5% chance. Prime gives you a 33% chance. Maybe not quite that much. Maybe a 30% chance, 25% chance. That's a lot more than these other guys are going to give you walking in there, following a coach like that that's got the rings and got the credibility to show it. You know, Prime's a Hall of Famer. I don't care what people say. He's a NFL Hall of Famer.
He is.
That's where these guys want to go. He's been there. He's done it. And all the people saying that he just doesn't have the experience, you know, I've posted it on the bunker before. He's dealt with billionaires. He's dealt with high-level sports agents. He's dealt with PR, advertising firms, and commercials, and all the stuff these kids want to be a part of and make their living doing for the next 10 or 15 years. He knows what it takes to get there. He knows how to handle it. He can give them if he's willing to, and he seems like he's in it for the kids. It doesn't seem like he's in this to like make a bunch of money or anything. He's got his money. He's got his fame. He's got everything he could ever want. He could walk away to tomorrow and never look back at any of this. There's no reason for him to be coaching these kids or even want to come to the SEC to coach these kids other than just to, you know, give them some guidance, give them some, I don't know, give them some swag to move forward in the profession that they want to pursue and help them get there one way or the other. So, you know, I just don't see any reason for him to be doing this other than the kids. And he's going to give you an edge that nobody else does.
I agree.
I just can't see it. But the other guys I'm warming up to Kiffin a little bit, warming up to Freeze a little bit. You know, they both had their little setbacks today, but, you know, I think they could do a good job at AU, but I just don't see them giving you what Prime could give you right out of the gate. No waiting period, no time to prove anything over a season or two. Straight out of the gate, winning recruiting battles. That's what we need. And you throw NIL behind him. You know, if you look at the economics of it, to me, you could get Prime cheaper possibly than you could get a Kiffin or maybe even a Freeze. You know, you pay Prime $5 or $6 million a year. That's good. He doesn't need the money, but you know, you work a deal with him to where you're saying, look, man, we're going to pay you competitive salary, but we want you to use it towards your coaches, and we're going to pour it into NIL and get you players. And you be the brand as Prime to get these players their due out here with all the advertisers and help our NIL program and help these players get what they can while they're at Auburn. You know, that's a sell right there to me that nobody else on the list can do.
I look, Chip, you're preaching to the choir, bro. I feel the same way. I know.
Well, I hope he ends up moving up a little higher on the hot board over the next few weeks. I think Cohen's a little more shrewd, I hope, than what he's letting on. You know, I'm sure he has this in his mind, and it's been whispered in his ear a time or two. But, you know, we'll let the guy make his hire. You know, it's going to be his decision. Nobody else is going to get in his ear except the big money guys, and he looks like he's going to make the decision. That's what we hired him to do, and let's let him do it.
Chip, I appreciate you making all these incredible glasses and getting them out to the Swoogans. You're a fucking legend. There's no doubt about it.
Well, man, it's cool. I love doing it. Looks like we've got, 24 to give away this weekend, luckily.
Fuck yeah.
And so I've got some people in mind. We'll give away 23 next weekend, and the final one, the 25 glass, will come out, I guess, for the Iron Bowl. And depending on the coach next year, you know, maybe this is the last Swoogan to give away. Maybe we have something else in the works for next year.
It could be. You're right.
We'll see.
All right,
Chip. Depends on what the AU powers that be do. Tell Courtney she doesn't have to go to bed. Just stay up late with us, and it's all good, man.
Dude,
we love
she's
her.
still riding my ass, Chip. Like right now. Like fucking right now.
Well, all right. Well, let me get off the phone with you so you can go to bed.
All right, bro.
All right.
Appreciate
later,
you.
man.
See you,
Love
man.
you. Bye.
See you, man. There he is, Chip. One of our bunks from the greater Mobile area. Look, I'm getting shat on in the chat. They said, please stop, Billy Pieces. Please stop with the prime crap. It's a jock. Lou B jumps in and says, why, Billy? Yeah, I'm glad you guys are thinking along with me. Lou says, WTF are you talking about, Billy? Hell yeah. Whatever. Billy Pieces. Yeah, I made a commercial with Under Armour, so I'm qualified to be the Auburn coach. Hornation says, show her texts, Jay. I mean, I don't necessarily mind. Here, I'll show you some texts. Hornation, since you're asking, I mean, I'll do it. I don't care. Let me find the thing here. This is JG's iPhone. Here we go. Oh, wait. I don't want to. Let me move this up. Wait, do I need to go up or down? Yeah. She says, time to wrap it up. That's a wrap. Chop, chop, hurry. That's a wrap. I said, ma'am, you're lit. You are. Nope. So there you go. Her name is Courtney. She is my wife, and indeed, I actually texted the wrong Courtney earlier today, which I'm glad that it wasn't anything salacious, because Courtney Rowland would have been really pissed off if she had received anything like that. Although it was ironic, it was Courtney Rowland, of all people, who was on the Text A&M day. Auburn Panic 40 says, can you trust a fart? He says, can you trust a fart after a full day of crappy beer and CFA trays? That's a pretty personal question there, Auburn Panic. I personally could myself, but you may not be able to. CFA trays. I didn't think of that as a catalyst per se, but you might be right. Man, guys, I think we might wrap it up there because Miss Courtney has been on my booty to try to get me off the air for like 45 minutes now. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much. Hornation says, Jay, call a random number from your phone. Didn't we do that last year? I think we called Ann, my friend Ann or Annie. We just had her on the phone for like no reason, really. I'll tell you what, since next weekend is the Western Kentucky game, maybe we'll think about doing that then. The problem is that, like, Hornatius, like, I love that, and you love that, and probably Chip does, and there's, like, Canoeman would probably like that, too. But just having random people that don't know shit about Auburn, like, that probably appeals to, like, 25 people instead of, like, the groups. So we'll think about that. It's an interesting idea, though. It is an interesting idea. Matthew D says, Ward Amigo, great show, bud. Praying for your mom. Hey, man, thank you. Seriously, no joke about that. Thank you so much. Carol Tate, again, strength, mentally, physically. She needs both. And she doesn't necessarily understand, like, what. Like, she's still blaming me. She's like, I'm in the hospital because of you and because I called 911. And, guys, I mean, I'm telling you, she needed to go. Yeah. Anyway, that's a foregone conclusion. Chip says JGT going to be at dead if an administrative assistant has to come up there. Yeah, if she does, I'm going to die. She's going to kill me with her field hockey stick. All right, guys. Seriously, we're going to wrap it up there. It's been an incredible show. I do want to give a shout out individually to the folks that have called in, which would include Hunter 48, who's, you guys know, he's Sterling. We're going to work this out one way or another. This story's not over. I got you, bro. You're a Swoogan. You get special commendate. You get special. Yeah. The folks who called in, Alpha Tiger, Runner 24, Why Not AU, J-Head, MW Deeve, Powerman, Hornatius, and Chip. Unbelievable. Sterling, I owe you a call. We're going to work this out privately. You're a Swoogan, so you get that kind of stuff. because you're a Swoogan. That's why. Canoeman, who is also a Swoogan, says we need to hear from Stoltze. It's not going to happen tonight, bro. I tried to call him. He didn't answer. That's it. Chip says 3 more minutes to 1 a.m. EST. Is that true? That is true. But I'm not really worried about that as much as I am about my wife killing me. They are indeed rolling the Oaks at Tumors, which I'm fired up about personally. MWD says, when an administrative assistant tells you to wrap it up, I picture you as Peter Griffin in his box fort telling Lois no. Texas AU Tiger says, how many bourbons is JGT in for during this show? That's a great question. So here's what I drank tonight. I drank Old Soul Holy. That was all I had. This bottle's probably a third gone now. I'm just trying to be real about it, because you got this huge thing in here, so that it makes it seem a little bigger than it is. I drank a third of this at 115 proof. I don't know, guys. I didn't put any water in any of it. I just drank that shit straight, yo. Yeah. Hornatius is telling me to filibuster to 1 a.m., but I'm not going to do it. I don't give a shit, man. It doesn't matter. I'm just here to do the show, you know? I'm here to do the show as the show needs. Okay? Hornatius, I want you to know something. I want your wife to call in next time, okay? She's great. She was funny. That was one of the great calls we ever had on this show. I hope we can go back through it. I don't know if Western Kentucky is the right time to do it. Maybe Iron Bowl, because she's a Bam Bam and you're an Aub. That's kind of appropriate. And I have a sneaky suspicion that Auburn's going to be in that game. So we'll just we'll feel that out as we go. Guys, seriously. Guys and gals, I should say. Oh, Sterling's jumping in again? Look at this. I couldn't even get on the horn. He's still super chatting. What a stud. Says, love Old Soul. Guys, if you can get your hands on some of this, it is really good. I love Old Soul, the upgrade, the ones that are a little bit hotter. They're 90 proof stuff. It's solid, but I love this stuff. 115 proof is really, really good. Cask strength. I'm absolutely fired up, man. All right, guys. Seriously. Hornatius is telling me to filibuster, and I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. Anyway, guys. Auburn Tigers victorious in this game today against the hated Jimbo Fishers. Ran the football. Turned the ball over too many times. They should have won by more, but whatever. It is what it is. Here's what I want you guys to do. I want you to make great decisions in your life. Appreciate the people who love you. Pray for my mom, Carol Tate. And until then, we will check you all next week for the Western Kentucky game. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. I love you guys. You know that because I tell you that all the time. We'll see you again next time. Peace.